Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the narration of the web series The Burning Ones. This is a new series. If you enjoy it at any point, I recommend that you head over to the original story and give it an upvote and possibly a nice comment. Anyways, the story is called The Burning Ones, written by the Lost Time Lord. I had never seen a human in person, as they say. I'd heard stories about their amazing feats and seen photographs. It was apparent from my study that the humans travel in bonded pairs and more often in large packs. It wasn't until the human came aboard my own ship that I found out just how wrong I was. One human was assigned to the bunk with me. Only one. Very odd, I thought. A solitary human. I'd never heard of such a thing. Still, when she arrived carrying an enormous rucksack, I was unsurprised to find a much larger human being walking in her wake. Then it looked at me. I only ever heard stories, legends, and myths about the star-crossed race of trans-dimensional beings my people called, well, I can't say it in the basic, but I suppose it translates to the ones who burn. The moment I saw the creature's eyes, I knew it was humanoid, but certainly not human. Allison was quite pleasant. I would even say I enjoyed speaking with her. When I was able to come close enough to her and the creature she had inexplicably bonded with, needless to say, I only pretended to sleep in my bunk in our shared room. In actuality, I slept in the break room every night after Allison went to bed because I was too scared to close even one eye with that creature with the burning eyes nearby. It simply stood over a bunk, wings appearing out of nowhere to shield Allison's body. It never spoke to any of us, but I could sometimes see it whisper in Allison's ear. Shortly after, the creature delivered its messages. Sometimes Allison would have her spontaneous brilliant ideas. I was too scared to ask her about a friend, but Kuzev, having all the tact of a blundering herd of Bugeljalps, asked Allison about her strong, silent friend. He didn't know anything about the legends on my homeworld, the stories of how the Burning Ones fell into torment, scarred beyond recognition by a war too large to properly describe it in words. They had disappeared from the universe without a trace millennia ago. I wondered now where they would have been all this time, and why they would return. Allison didn't seem to understand Kuzev's question. She didn't seem offended by it. In fact, it was more than that. I don't think she even heard most of what he said, as her stoic companion leaned in and whispered in her ear. Allison turned to Kuzev and said, I truly don't know what you're talking about. However, there was an ancient legend on Earth about guardian angels, but they aren't real. Perhaps your entertainment console is mislabeling the human fiction as fact. I certainly have never seen one, and I travel alone. Kuzev turned 6 shades of pale green, made his apologies, and ran as fast as tentacles could take him. I was dumbfounded. I finally made eye contact with this guardian angel and whispered, far too quiet for a human auricular organ to detect. Can you hear me? The angel, I swear by all the stars, the monster smiled at me, and he and Allison left. It was a single galactic standard day later that our ship was attacked. I was walking to a shift change with Allison when the hull was blown open. Then I understood her human myth of guardian angels. Allison leapt away from the pool of the vacuum. She should not have been able to lunge as far as she did. It was a guardian angel. His wings blazed to life as he thrusted her forward, just enough that she was able to catch a handhold. I do not believe any other species would have been able to see and process the details as I was happening in real time. My kind, however, evolved on a world tumultuous and dangerous, perhaps more volatile than the human homeworld, which is widely considered to be one of the more dangerous life-sustaining planets in this sector of space. My eyes are quick, and I could see all the Guardian did. He touched an emergency cache, and the hinges shattered, dumping its contents into the hall. Their lifeline tumbled in the low-gravity, vacuum-breached atmosphere in an upwards arc towards the Guardian's charge. Allison caught the line. I watched as several of our crewmates were sucked out into the vacuum. I would have shared their fate if it were not for the human and her angelic partner. The human woman, who I was too scared to speak more than a few words to, threw me a lifeline and yanked me to the safety rail. I caught hold, clinging for dear life and praying to all the gods I would be spared. The park boarders leapt through the breach in our hull. Their advance guard wore heavily armored vacuum suits and carried repeating plasma rifles. Our ship, a simple merchant vessel, would not withstand an assault of such ferocity. Allison's electromagnetic boots activated and yanked her body down to the deck. She had a lifeline fastened to her waist, but she charged the borders, unarmed and unafraid, howling inaudibly over the screech of the void. The first Palk raised its rifle. Allison curled back her arm, winding it like a giant spring. The gun was almost level with her body. She swung. The Palk took aim, and the plasma sparkled inside the containment unit. Her fist collided with the Palk armor. It was not alone. The Guardian had joined her assault, his massive hand moving in sync with the tiny woman's fist. The armor breached. There was an electrical failure in the soldier's boots. The impact of Allison's dual strike knocked the brigand off the deck. They collided with their team as they entered the breach, and the entire boarding party tumbled backwards into space. Allison tossed a hull breach canister from her left hand. The device's lasers activated, scanning the area, and then extruding a thin nanomesh to seal the hull against vacuum. Gravity went back to its normal 0.7 state. I was one of the 2 survivors from the breach site that day. 3 if you count the Angel. After the chaos was over, I laid in my own bed. I watched the Angels overshadow Allison with its wings as she slept peacefully. My courage peaked. I spoke. "Why?" To my amazement, the Angel responded, its voice rich and resonant, but still quiet. "When we lost all hope in the universe, we found purpose. We do not guide them, as their legends lead one to believe. They guide us." End of chapter. Chapter 2. Before the beginning, 2 planets orbited 1 star. Long ago, both of these worlds sustained life. That was before that great star began to burn dark and cold, violently lashing out at all life within its reach. This is, at least, how the story goes. Eons later, I was born upon the planet which remains, the world which survived against odds. I ran in the endless forests, bathing in the beautiful calm. I survived the untamable storms. Where others failed in the great battle, I would succeed. From what Allison had told me, and what I had read about her home, I believe it to be similar to my own. Beautiful, but merciless. Volatile, but spectacular. A world which produces hard beings. The kind of individual which one would desperately want at one's side when, as Allison says, it hits the fan. Allison's guardian angel is not from Terra, the Sol System, or even the Milky Way. I've only convinced him to speak a handful of times, only when we're alone, and Allison is deep in her REM cycle. It has been weeks since he first spoke, and he will not tell me his name. What he did say is that if he voiced his name, I would be forever ruined by the sound. So, on that cheery note, I call him Shadow. If the legends are to be believed, Shadow was born on the now desolate world designated Seraph II. This dead planet orbits the same star I was born under, but much closer. Scientists from around the galaxy came to study the mystery that is my home world, and always reached the same conclusion. We should not exist. To my knowledge, no one else from Seraph has ever crewed a ship with a human. I can't claim to be the greatest of believers, and perhaps I'm alone in my revelation. Prior to meeting Allison, I would have dismissed the stories of the Burning Ones as primitive superstitions on my planet. Now that I have watched Allison and Shadow, I am positive. Life persists because the Burning Ones sacrifice. Some days I'm not entirely convinced that Allison is completely sane, but that isn't a bad thing. In fact, on my home world we say, the maddest minds burn the brightest. On the day of the attack, Allison blazed. She will tell you that she got lucky. Those of us who saw the full picture will explain that in moments where her skill was not enough, her companion bridged the gap. I think that without Shadow, Allison would be a formidable force. With him, she is unstoppable. After seeing Shadow in action, I began to watch Allison closely, considering that Shadow's purpose appears to be one of assistance and protection. It is interesting to note that he does not keep Allison from all harm. She has been grievously injured. With the deep, wrinkled scar that runs down her entire left arm, I believe it would be fair to say that she has even been maimed. Yet some days it appears that Shadow protects her from the harm so minuscule. From my perspective, it seems quite pointless. Given this fact, coupled with the raw power Shadow is capable of in certain moments, I've come to believe that he is limited by some complex set of rules. The legends of Seraph speak of burning creatures, possessing the might and fortitude to stand alone against an armada. but also beings who are very much not like us. The burning ones were described as ephemeral and disconnected from the physical universe, the defiers of the natural law. Perhaps Shadow sees things that we do not. Perhaps he knows which scars Allison is capable of bearing, which battles she can stand to lose. Perhaps he is working towards some greater goal on the grand scale beyond my comprehension. Perhaps Shadow and the others like him are not all that they once were. I also discussed Allison's intervention on the day the pirates boarded with the others on the crew. I found, rather unsurprisingly, not everyone can see Shadow. The captain, Garant, is incapable, just like Allison. These people explain away the inexplicable nearly instantaneously. Despite her high level of education, Allison is a great proponent of luck. While she attests to certain things, such as the phenomena of luck, are mathematically unlikely, they are also not clearly explicable within the confines of known science. Despite what she knows, Allison explained, she feels as well, and this is a deeper type of knowing. Others have seen Allison, and in some cases Shadow, at work. As we have spent more time as a crew together this has provoked much curiosity. Somehow, God knows why, the idiot Kuzaf can see Shadow. Voltaine, one of the resident scientists from Galmura, suggested that we test a hypothesis regarding why Shadow is invisible by using a spectroscope. I warned them prodding Shadow would not go well. Call it intuition. The end result was Voltaine and Kuzaf being called into an awkward meeting to explain to the captain and the chief executive officer why a very expensive, sensitive, scientific instrument was removed from its mounting in the laboratory deck and left outside the female/egg-bearing crew members' shower facility. They might be able to explain the positioning of the device. I doubt they'll have a satisfactory answer for why it burst into flames. In the weeks leading up to Allison's arrival aboard the Fractal, many crew members remarked at the strange, bright red, fragile signage which was added throughout the ship. Now that I've spent time working with Allison, I understand why. Humans possess a strange tendency towards a practice which other human watchers are calling percussive maintenance. Scientifically, it makes no sense, yet it works. For humans, that is. The lab reproductions have been inconclusive. I believe this is Voltaine's way of saying he failed without actually admitting it. After many, many hours of careful disassembly, cleaning, repair, and reassembly, the spectrograph did not function. It really should have. There remained nothing broken or disconnected. Qzap attempted to reproduce the miraculous effect of human percussive maintenance and lost 6 centimeters of his frontal manipulation tentacle when the device destabilized and fell on him. The appendage would grow back. His pride might take longer to mend. Allison and I were on our way to eat when she noticed that Voltaine and Kuzaf were struggling with the spectrograph and offered to help. She gently tapped on the casing next to the power switch, told the machine to play nice, flicked the switch, and immediately activated. Voltaine and Kuzaf were too distracted by Allison's success to notice that Shadow had stuck his arm inside the instrument's casing for a moment. Shadow remains rather emotionless most of the time. He is focused on his work, especially in times of danger. Still, after many days watching him in moments like this, I've noticed subtleties. His every action is not life-changing for Allison. Sometimes one might even say what he does is silly. But when Allison smiles, the ever-present stony facade that is Shadow's face softens. The fire in his eyes changes colors ever so slightly, and I feel Shadow smiles back. Those creatures capable of tearing the fabric of reality. Those warriors who laid waste to 1,000 ships. Those who once stood as guardians of an entire civilization. Those poor souls who sacrificed themselves to the fire at the edge of the universe so that the rest of us could live. The ascended beings who are said to have watched the end of the lost universe and bore witness to the birth of a new. These giants smile when the frail, simple, complex, wonderful, beautiful humans whom they walk alongside are happy. I feel I have witnessed something unseen by all but a select, blessed few, and I smile. I smile, for I have seen why the angels burnt. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Some things must happen, Shadow said. His voice wavered. He was finally weakening. I watched his blood, Allison's blood, drip from my fingers. So a god really can bleed. I thought as I stood and backed away. His eyes sparked, blue fire, white coals. Pure terror filled me. Shadow was rallying. He tried to stand, wings fluttering, unable to lift his weight from the ground. He fell back to a knee, his hand landing heavily on Allison's chest. Her chest. Her chest. It was still gushing blood. How much blood can she still have in there? It was the only way. I mumbled. All I could think about was the blood on my hands. I was getting cold. Emergency lights were flickering out. Soon, the only illumination left would be the haunting glow of the monster before me. The creature before me, whose very essence burnt like pure oxygen. Not the only way. Shadow's wings heaved with a colossal effort. His body launched several meters into the air, hovering for a moment as he spun to face me. For the first time, as his blood dripped from my fingers and he landed in front of me, I could feel an inkling of the immense mass he possessed. The entire ship shook beneath his weight. My heart hammered away, terror filling my bones. I willed myself to stand firm. Shadow spread his wings. The light was blinding. He was so cold. But everything in me began to burn. Soon, I could see nothing but his eyes, blazing blue fire amidst a sea of white. This was the end. Do it, Shadow. Finish it. I shot awake in my bunk. I could feel the tension in every bone, but especially in the vestigial bones between my shoulder blades. Cold sweat. Again, every night this week. You are dreaming again. Shadow's voice purred gently from the other side of the carporter. He chuckled, or something like that, adding, Seraph. I told you. I slid out of my bed coverings and peeled my wet clothing from my body. Don't call me that. It's weird. You call me Shadow. Yeah, well, I rummaged through the footlocker before a softer shirt. Everything felt grating on my skin these days. You can't tell me your name, so you're stuck with that one. Shadow turned his head away from his charge. Both of his dimly burning yellow eyes fell on mine. This is new. He never made eye contact with me before. Why do you speak to me? I don't know, I replied, and slipped into a light pink human microwave napped cotton shirt. Allison had given me this after she made some sort of laundry procedural error, and it no longer fit her. Whenever I felt like clawing my way out of my skin, this is the one to wear. It just happened. Why don't you talk to anyone else? Because, Shadow turned back to face his sleeping charge. It is dangerous. But, talking to me is safe, I asked. Shadow didn't respond. I'm telling you, Voltaire removed the probes from my chest. His multi-jointed digits, easily manipulating the tiny parts and placing them back in their case. Everything is reading out perfectly normal. Well, everything does not feel fine. I put my uniform shirt back on and stood from the examination table. My vestigials are killing me. They hurt all the damn time, worse than when I grew them as a fledgling. I keep having nightmares, horrible dreams I can't remember when I wake. I'm also hearing this ringing noise. Everyone is stressed. Voltaire stowed the med pack in his spot in the equipment rack, shrugged with his forearms and said, all these park attacks, everyone deals with stress in their own way. It's not like your added duties are easy. Well, if I don't get some sleep and get rid of this ringing in my ears, Voltaire, I buttoned my uniform jacket and walked towards the door. I'm going to kill someone. Kuzov collided with me and spun out across the polished floor of the corridor, tentacles flailing wildly. Whoa! Sorry. I held out my wiry arm. Kuzov wrapped it around it with one of his tentacles and steadied himself. Walking like that is going to kill me, Cheery, Kuzov said, his coverings flashing yellow and blue. What? I was watching films with Allison and I learned a new Omen word last night, Kuzov said excitedly, enunciating each Terran word with vigor. French is my favorite. All the best words of French. And better yet, it isn't on the don't use cause it's harassment list the captain put out last week. There were a lot of French words on that list, like fair, right? I cut him off, a small smile creeping up my muscles and my neck and into my chin. And what are you doing down here? I am here to complain that someone with traction problems I have on these damn floors should not be a foot messenger. Kuzam saluted dramatically and did a little shuffle, which reminded me of a human entertainer Allison showed me, named Charlie Chaplin. Complaint noted. I rolled my eyes and pushed a stray bit of plumage back into place behind my ear. Anything else? Yeah,
Captain wants to see you and the rest of your team in the briefing room. He thinks that he has a lock on something. I don't remember. Something you lock and shit.
Right, I said, chuckling softly at the beginning of my trek up the hall. Later we might need to go over some of these human words that you're learning.
Bye. Have fun storming the castle,
I called back over my shoulder. Definitely gonna have to talk, Kazaf. As I ascended the hall, I heard my bulge-job herding friend mumble,
"It would take a miracle,"
and made a mental note to ask Allison to translate for me later. I'm beginning to wonder whether movie night is actually a bad idea, which will end in our so-called universal translation systems going haywire. You've got to be kidding. Now I'm doing it. What the heck is the haywire anyway? End of chapter. Chapter 4. In the first week of the bag attacks, we lost a lot of our security forces. By a lot, I mean nearly all of them, and it has been really hard to replace them. Most of the beings on the Fractal's crew are highly specialized. By highly specialized, I mean, well, let me use a human turn of phrase I find quite fitting. They suck at tasks outside their primary skill set. With our security forces in need of replenishment, naturally 2 tiny, wispy, lightweight analysts were nominated. Those 2 were the only survivors of an attack in a crowded corridor. Myself and Anderson. That's when my secret got out. I hatched during the largest storm in the century, on a planet known as Seraph 1. Allison was born on a volatile planet called Terra, which, like Seraph, is unofficially classified as a death world by the intergalactic community. Once someone let slip the hypothesis that we survived because we were reared on death worlds, it was pretty much settled that we would be the ones to lead and rebuild the security forces. I won't tell you who outed me. There is no need. Qzaf knows what he did. Luckily for Anderson and me, there were 2 more Deathworlders, and they volunteered to join up. Taika and V.E. Now, V.E. joining was no surprise to anyone. Her mate died in the first attacks, and she had been looking for an excuse to stick her claws into something ever since. Taika, on the other hand, well, let's just say that he was an unexpected volunteer. Most Deathworlds produce the swift and cunning, the fiercest of predators. Most Deathworlds. Others, like Kokora, apparently produced rock-hard, well, rocks. We didn't think Taika was intelligent enough to know what a Deathworld was, much less survive one himself. In fact, no one remembers letting him out of the loading bay so that he could come to the meeting. His fingers are too large to manipulate the door controls. This may or may not have been intentional on the part of the loadout team. He accidentally sat on one of their crew in the last meeting. He broke a chair, and the crewman. Anyway, Allison settled it. She said the only stupid thing that we could do was leave the walking, talking, fireproof Corian behind, instead of, well, walking behind him. I thought for sure that he was going to lose his marbles. My stars, humans are full of surprises. She made Taika smile. The pack bonding was nearly complete. A Kitsuan from Volpine 6, a human from Terra, a Seraphae from Seraph 1, and a giant rock from a giant rock. We had the survival chemicals and uncanny biological skills we needed. All that remained was a bad idea to get us started. Guess what today is? No way, Captain Garant said. It'll never work. I'll make it work, Allison jabbed at the astral charts between her and the captain. Look, you said we need to be proactive, and you're right. I checked. The distress calls we logged when we started 2 weeks ago, they never pinged a single comms buoy. Nothing. But this, Garant huffed and shook his baggy lips. This flight path is insane. This is why she's in charge, V.E. said. She was reclining lazily on top of a stack of cocker crates and slowly brushing her red, bristled tail back and forth against the ceiling. Where are we going? I asked, joining the captain, Allison, and Shadow at the map projector. I had Allison pulled at her red hair. I don't know. I had this feeling. I stole a glance at Shadow. I couldn't look long. No one else here could see him. But I swear that he was looking a right contented smug bastard right now, in his own, practically unchanging sort of way. I couldn't put my finger on it. Allison queued up some new astral nav data. So I sent a probe here, and I think I found the Pug ship. You want to attack the Pug ship? How? I asked. We have weapons now. Compared to the human guns, the Pug guns suck. But we have weapons. Fultian rejigged a bunch of the battle armor we salvaged and fitted them to our exosuits. The fractal is huge, I countered. They will absolutely see us coming and blow us to bits. That's why we won't be using this ship, Allison stated. We have no Saltcraft, nothing suited for spaceflight, nothing with shields. Exactly. Allison grinned and showed me a graphite drawing. They'll never see us coming. I switched my comms unit off and stood next to Allison and Shadow. I hated exosuits. Armored exosuits are also way up there on my list of favorite things. But Allison wouldn't be able to hear me through all that armor and tempered glass. So, what do you think of this idea, Shadow? I assumed that he could hear me. I didn't expect him to answer. It'll work. I need to get on that vessel. I don't know how I could hear his voice, but I could. Wait, I could barely hold out my outrage. This whole thing is your idea? My idea? Her idea. Our idea. Shadow rattled off. Mostly the same. We aren't so separated as it may appear to you. Why do you need to go? I thought that you protected the suicidal ape until... I don't remember. Shadow turned away from me and checked the buckles on the back of Allison's suit. I am not what I once was. V.E. rapped on my visor and signed to me. I turned my comms unit back on, and the chatter returned. Who are you talking to? V.E. said, her voice full of deep, purring alto tones. I couldn't hear anything that she was saying. Sorry, old habit, I said, spouting a quick lie to cover for my strange behavior. I always talk to myself before a mission. What do you mean, always? V.E. asked, her tail swishing pensively in the zero-G atmosphere of the loading bay. Oh, I did 2 rotations back on Seraph, I explained, just like everyone else. All right, are we all good to go? Allison chirped in. Yes, I wrapped my arms around the anchor straps and lifted myself into position. But what is it? Allison asked as she hauled her lean body up beside me. This'll be fun, B said as she nimbly leapt into position. That's one word for it, I groaned. My stomach lurched, and the hollowed bones of my skull, once necessary, now a remnant of my species past, sung out as a jet skid activated and launched us towards the open bay doors. The expanse of space opened up in front of us. We were flying, full ballistic, on the back of a Kakoran. I stole a glance over my shoulder and saw Shadow flying effortlessly behind us, wings outstretched, wider than I'd ever seen them. Comms going cold for crypto boot sequence, Allison said. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dead silence. No breathing, no engine sounds, no pattering feet and tentacles, no artificial light and electromagnetic humming. I could do this forever. I was flying, soaring like I was always meant to before my ancestors lost their wings. The clouds of literal stardust wafted in around us, sparkling like a million gems. The sector was empty, beyond empty really. Uncharted, it was intended to be a new route, and we were the first. The start and end points had been marked and plotted for us from both sides, but it was our job to see what was in the middle. And it was beautiful. Break, 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 Allison shouted through the comms. My turn. My muscles snapped to life. I'd done this 100 times in training. I guess I shouldn't have mentioned the skill if I didn't want my human to use it for some feather-brained plan. Allison on my right hand, V on my left, my legs coiled and snapped, vaulting us free from the immense mass that was Taika. The change of force redirected the Kakoran's body into a head-over-heels rotation. He was heading right where he was supposed to. My ventral thrusters fired, and I held tight to my charges as I calculated our arc and the number of skew flips required. One graceful loop, maintaining as much momentum as possible, out threw our bodies into a gentle follow trajectory, 50 meters behind Taika. Shadow fell into position under us, aligning his torso with hers so as to better shield her from harm. Then he did something strange, something wonderful. Shadow spread his wings out and out until they enveloped the 3 of us entirely. As we plummeted towards what any sane person would assume to be our deaths, I watched in awestruck wonder as the stardust collided with the Shadow's wings and ignited into a rainbow of colors around us. The burning stardust sang a song for us. The resonance radiated from Shadow's wings into my bones. Euphoria. the maddest minds do burn the brightest. These were the echoes of eternity. End of chapter. Chapter 5. In spaceflight, it feels more like things are coming towards you than the other way around. So believe me when I tell you it's not a good feeling to see a battle cruiser bearing down. It's unsettling enough to approach such a large object when in a shuttle, flying pure ballistic, in exosuits, inside of some sort of weird Stardust-fueled energy storm trailing behind the sentient rock is no different. Actually, no. As beautiful as our approach was, this was way worse. Allison did all the math. She stayed up all night doing the maths. I put my 21st Seraph Aerial Assault Group training to use. Tycho went exactly where I threw him. We flew exactly where we were supposed to behind him. Typically, and I say this from a purely theoretical understanding, when exosuit aerial troops are inserted without a breaching pod, the troops are launched behind an artillery barrage. The Fractal has no artillery. No problem, said the Death Wielders. We shall make our own hole, for we, the mighty, have a very large rock. What could possibly go wrong? What none of our brilliant Death Wielder intellects accounted for was the pure existential terror of watching Tiger spiral through the void towards the hull of the Page ship. Watching all the while, knowing that if he failed to make the hole that we had calculated, we would fly for 50 meters of pure terror and then abruptly become a multi-species spatter paint on the outer hull of the battle cruiser. We hoped that given our small mass, we would not be spotted by the defense systems the ship would have. It was worth hoping. Optimism, the curse of the fool who has survived against odds one too many times. Luckily for us, our optimism was simply misplaced, not unfounded. Tiger hit the hull of the Fag ship, which gouged a hole twice as big as we required for entry. Then guns opened up on us. Pretty fast response for a pirate ship. Way too fast, really. I honestly never considered getting shot at during the moment between Tiger's impact and our landing. Shadow saved our dumb asses. Or maybe he saved Addison and we would just happen to be close enough to benefit. I'm certain that it was terrifying for Addison and VE. They could see the flak cannons firing at us, nearly point blank. They could see the explosions that hit us, but didn't hit us. Let's just say that it was too different for me. The barrage of proximity cluster bombs came at us from both sides. I could see Allison's eyes dilating, a vascular response connected to the realization that she was about to perish, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Shadow unfurled his wings from the cocoon he had made for us in flight, and simultaneously kicked me in the chest. I thought my ribs would fracture. The kick was enough to throw us all out of range of the explosion, but I saw it. Shadow spread his wings. They grew dozens of meters in a split second. The barrage struck, and then he burned. Shadow ignited in a blaze of purple fire as we tumbled, unharmed through the breach in the Page ship. The E followed the plan. She tossed the hull breach canister as we passed through the hole. The nanomesh shielded the breach, and with a little help from a little four-armed friend of mine, also spun a tendril of wire between our suits and the new wall to arrest our descent. It wasn't gentle, per se, but it had to hurt less than re-entering a grav field and impacting the wall at full speed. "We should be dead," gasped Vicky as she cut herself down from the wall and landed nimbly on the deck. We got lucky. Allison dropped beside Vicky and readied her rifle. The cluster bombs exploded prematurely, and the shockwave pushed us inside ahead of the shrapnel. "Tycho," I said, still short of breath from Shadow's kick. "You good, buddy?" The walking mountain peeled himself off the adjacent wall of the corridor, which now held a human Looney Tunes-style imprint of the Corcoran, and said, "Tycho, ouch." "Good job," Allison said, as she merrily snapped Tycho on the flank. "Bots going out," VE said. Her voice still notably shaky as she released a swarm of repurposed planetary survey drones. "Let's see what we've got." I looked at the emergency wall. The nano mesh was still glowing faintly purple. I couldn't decide. Was the barrage enough to end Shadow? V yelped and turned on a heel. "Run!" My HUD activated a moment later, and I saw what she had seen. The survey drones she released were sending back data. It was not good. Anderson was saying words I had no comprehension of. Kusav would probably have known some of them. They sounded agitated and emotive, with lots of percussive beginnings and endings. Maybe French? Shadow melted through the barrier. his wings folding and disappearing into his shoulder as his feet alighted on the deck. His eyes were burning, blazing white-hot embers. I wasn't sure how much he knew of our present situation, so I told him in the most concise way possible. I ran. Tiger didn't seem to have any problem keeping up with our team, no matter how fast we ran. With Tiger bringing up the rear, I could hear the consistent barrage of rifle fire and the concurrent impacts on his back as he shielded us. Shadow suddenly lunged ahead of me, his wings propelling his form forward like a lightning bolt. It only took a moment longer for me to spot what the Guardian had seen. We were running towards an infrared minefield. The others wouldn't be able to see it. They would be cut to pieces. Shadow kicked off the ground. His powerful wings carried his body past VE and Allison. Another beat violently launched his body into a head-first corkscrew spiral. His wings expanded just beyond the width of the corridor. Their tips blazed like white-hot plasma touches as they shredded through the laser emitters hidden in the walls. I did the only thing I could think of. I fired my gun, and somehow I hit the control panel on the other end of the corridor. Pretty sure Shadow didn't actually need my help, but I felt nice to do something. "Nice shot," VE shouted, and then dove sideways, howling, "Take this left." "This is a dead end," Allison wailed, but she followed the Kitsune. "It's blocked." Lacking any better ideas, I followed. Turns out it was a good move. Tiger came in just behind me as the hallway erupted with weapons fire from both ends. He had several plasma rounds slowly melting off his shell. He charged past me and through the reinforced door on the other end of the hall. "We are so monumentally screwed," Allison shouted and dove in behind Tiger. "The bots marked this spot for a reason," VE said, as she and I entered the room. "It's state-of-the-art survey tech." "Better figure it out quick." I knelt by the remains of the doorway and steadied my rifle, eyes locked on the end of the corridor. I could hear the phage approaching, marching in heavy boots. "Oh, you gorgeous thing," Allison said wistfully. "Come to Mama." I looked over my shoulder. My vestigial bones twitched and pulled against my suit. Allison was holding up a very large handgun. It looked like one of those weapons used in her human action films. Not sure that it would turn the tide for this, but hey, some people say the only thing necessary for winning is to give a human a gun and point them in the direction of the enemy. The enemy would be here any second, so pointing would probably be redundant at this juncture and likely not enough to save us. I felt the vestigial bones tingling. My eyes drifted past Allison and her new toy, past Shadow's glowing form, past the hordes of treasures littering across the cargo hold. I could see it. "I need 60 seconds. I didn't wait for a response. I turned from the doorway and lunged into the treasure trove. My eyes were locked on one item, a nondescript blue military crate. I heard Allison shouting something. Her new toy thundered, most likely throwing large explosive-propelled projectiles. Tiger's footsteps rumbled away from me. VE was firing madly and howling. My HUD showed 3 friendlies and 1 giant red blob of incoming phage raiders. I ripped my helmet off. No time to check whether this was suitable atmosphere. I got lucky. 2 more strides. I could feel the nerve endings of my vestigial bones coming alive. There was only one thing that would cause that. I ripped open the seal on my exosuit, stripping as I ran. I ducked and stumbled as a plasma round flew past my head, singeing my feathers. "Please work," I prayed, as my hands fell on the box latches. The locks disengaged and the hydraulic system hissed to life. Plasma was spluttering everywhere around me. Tiny droplets fell on my exposed skin. I was burning. Twin wires shot out of the gap in the box over my shoulders and latched onto the stubby ends of my exposed vestigial bones. The shock was intense, so much more than I remembered. It took my breath away. The skin on my arms was melting. I didn't care. There was pure glory, trapped in this little blue box. Identity confirmed, Chief Gaia, 21st Aerial, awaiting instructions. End. Chapter 6. My body was burning. The box was coming alive. The casing broke down into component pieces, was drawn up the wires into my vestigial bones, then formed the wings of the suit. The wings launched me into the air, performing an automated sequence. They lifted my body up over the contents of the case and dropped me into the center. It had already received formatting instructions from the microchips implanted in my nervous system. The wings folded in front of my body as I fell, shielding me from the incoming weapons fire. My feet slid effortlessly into waiting 4-taloned boots. The knee-high boots immediately unfolded, encasing my slender legs into a flexible but highly durable scaled, armored fabric. The suit forced me to my knees as the back piece formed. I stretched out my ruined arms towards a pair of gauntlets pressing against either side of the crested helmet. This part was going to hurt. The gauntlets activated, leaping onto my hands, lifting the helmet with them as they expanded over my arms. The pain was indescribable. The helmets locked into place, bonding with the back piece, sealing me away from the external atmosphere. The visor illuminated and flashed a message. Loading. "Greetings, Chief," a voice said. "You are taking fire in a hostile environment and have been wounded. Activating diagnostic med pack. Preparing countermeasures. Stand by." The drugs hit me like a beautiful ton of bricks. Painkillers, stimulants, broad-spectrum antibiotics, atmospheric breath boost, all the good stuff. The suit was still building itself, but it was rebuilding me at the same time. "Corvid here," the suit said into my helmet. "Defensive countermeasures available, 30 seconds pending for full combat operation." Corvid, a second boost of forced atmospheric boost, entering my lungs and my cardiorespiratory function skyrocketed. Identify 3 non-Seraphim friendlies in the AO with launch countermeasures. Friendlies identified. 3 blue marks popped up in my visor, as did a horde of red. Countermeasures away. The countermeasures fired from the tips of my wings, whistling with a shrill song as they flew into the corridor, then exploded. The incoming weapons fire slowed, and then stopped. Corvid locate and patch encrypted friendly comms devices. Pathetic code, really, this is boring. Wonderful, I thought. Just my luck to get a snarky Corvid. Static sputtered, and then my friends' voices came alive in my helmet. What the actual shit?
Oh, boom!
Wasn't me. 15 seconds, Chief Guy. Specialist loadout, CQB. I'm going to enjoy this. My right arm jerked upwards over my shoulder, fingers extended. Something ejected from the equipment compartment on my back. My fingers tightened around the metal pommel of a molecular chain-link blade. My wings retracted from the phalanx position. My body jerked upright. Easy there, Corvid. Don't snap me in half. Apologies. You're out of shape. Recalibrating. My left leg lifted. Talons recoiled to strike. It thrust downward. The armored talons punctured the floor.
"Allison V. Tiger, come in," I said into my comms. "Mic check."
V swiveled to face me. Her eyes were so wide I could see them like black saucers inside her helmet. "We read you. Kestrel 4 active, transferring autonomy, entering support mode." I stumbled forward, slowly gaining control of my gait. "Please tell me you actually know how to drive a Kestrel."
"I do, sorta."
"Your assault clearance is active. No user logs exist. Explain or be ejected." "What is that?" Allison asked.
"Kestrel 4 experimental battle armor," I replied.
My steps were slightly steadier as I joined Allison where she and V had taken cover on the right side of the corridor. "Don't call me experimental, fledgling. You can hardly walk. Explain or be ejected."
"Corvid disengage mech assist. Activate for tactical only."
"Done. That is an advanced mode. Explain or be ejected." "How are you running experimental battle armor?" Allison inquired. I could hear her mind calculating.
"Metal bird!"
Tiger exclaimed. He pointed at me, sticking his arm out in front of the open doorway, and got shot.
"Ouch!" "We don't have time for this, Corvid," I sighed, and responded on comms to everyone. I didn't matter now. "I used to be an owl."
"A what?" Allison barked. She was reloading her handgun with a magazine of large metal projectiles. "Answer acceptable." "Ooh," V purred. "What?" Allison snapped. "Off-world legionnaire. I think you humans call it Black Ops." "Tactical alert. Humans are highly dangerous." "How do you think I got into this mess, Corvid?" "Analysis pending." "Ah, it was the human. You have beautiful sarcasm, Chief." "Wonderful." Allison grinned and reached inside a pouch of her suit. "I have 2 questions. First, can you get us out of this room? Second, does that thing have a good stereo?" "Alternating current, direct current?" I asked, recalling a recent late-night discussion of her love for antiquity rock. "Please, Chief, I apologize for doubting your credentials." Corvid actually sounded worried. "Humans are listed as erratic and destructive. I implore you, do not let the human electrocute me." "ACDC," Allison corrected me, and handed me a media disc. "Back in black."
Corvid's broadcast system activated.
"I repeat, do not allow the human to electrocute me back into the black." End of chapter. Chapter 7. This behavior is boisterous. A clicking and tapping sound emanated from covert speakers, and counterproductive to a stealthy assault, Chief. Coward, I said. We flew in and lashed onto the arse end of a ballistically launched Kokoran, whom we used to punch a hole in the side of the ship. Not exactly stealthy. The electric guitars began their driving chug alongside the drums. Only a human would do something as dangerous as firing electricity through their primitive wooden and metal instruments while holding them. I see. The human planned this? Naturally, I stole a glance down the corridor. The page were massing outside. We would need to move soon. But in her defense, it worked. Naturally, the Corvid made a strange statical sound, almost like an antiquated modem. Should I turn it up then?
Crank it.
I cracked my neck and rolled my bad shoulder. Not quite so bad as it was without the suit. It felt good to be in a battlesuit again. One might even say I was back. V.E.'s tail was swishing back and forth to the beat. Allison passed a kitsune and a large green tube and said something about pointing it in the right direction. Allison had found several other apparently suitable, most likely human armaments, and was strapping them to a new piece of much heavier battle armor that she had donned atop of her exosuit. They shouldn't have left all this Cole's hardware lying around. Allison dumped small green orbs and larger green boxes into pouches hanging around her waist from the battle plating, if they didn't want someone to use it. Tactical update. The enemy has reached the primary cluster distribution for the Kitsune companion to employ her, analyzing, shoulder-fired rocket.
Shoulder-fired
What? I asked incredulous, and then I remembered who gave V.E. the weapon and shouted,
V.E., fire that thing!
The green tube sparked and spouted fire from smoke on both ends. The rocket leapt out, wobbling unsteadily before gaining the momentum to stabilize itself and tear its way down the corridor. 2 seconds later, it had reached 24 peg to their base components and scattered those in all directions. Tiger poked his head out of the doorway to inspect the end result, then turned back to me, face agape with horror.
Oh, icky! Bleh.
And then, I assume, he was engaged in whatever a Kokoran does to avoid regurgitation.
Time to roll,
I said, and flicked my wrist in a sharp, tight circle to expand my sword. The blade slid open, each micrometer of mold chain steel smoothly unfolding from the pommel and locking into place to create a long pointed blade with a single groove down the middle on either side.
Everyone on me!
Sick giant, Allison said, and fell behind me and added, very metal, but with a strange emphasis on the last words.
It is metal,
I responded, unsure why she would comment something so obvious.
Full metal seraph.
Allison surveyed my armor up close. I like it, kind of sexy. Please inform the human that I'm incapable of procreating. V.E. tapped Allison on the shoulder, held up the rocket tube and said, eyes wide with longing, more, please. Sorry, all out of boomsticks, she chuckled and pointed to the long arm sitting in the corner, with a very wide, double-sided barrel atop of an enormous rotating cylinder, most likely firing with destructive power. Try the shotgun. Shotgun, V.E. purred, and pranced over to the weapon, ditching her empty rocket tube unceremoniously in favor of a new toy. I swear, humans, their enthusiasm for destruction is contagious. Tiger, you're good? The Kokoran spat out a few streams of molten goo into the hallway, which reacted caustically with the vague entrails.
Tiger good. Tiger Garabria.
Right, I chuckled. I raised my left wing and guard position and coiled the sword along the side, ready to strike. Moving. Tiger was right. This carnage was gross. Take the left, B said. Bots found something. Did someone say bots? I think this Corvid might be broken. I swear it glitch giggled like a giddy human child. My bots now. My heads-up display flashed a message and displayed a tack marker of 300 meters left field. Corvid, I tried. Explain the marker and cut the music. I was starting to enjoy that. Your bots have located a standard crewmate you came here to rescue.
We didn't come here to rescue anyone.
The life science profile matches your teammate with the red cranial plumage. Allison, I said, leading the team left. Corvid said there's a human on the ship. You know anything about that? Nothing, boss, Allison said. I could hear the anger in her voice. There was a lot of human loot back in that hold, though. The human is not here to rescue the human, and yet there is carnage. Surprise.
New mission. If there's a prisoner here, that's our first priority. Pay carnage. A screeching sound disrupted my train of thought. It continued, and I looked over my shoulder. Tiger was dragging his foot, which was buried halfway up to the ankle through the floor. Tiger, what are you doing? Tiger Goofoot. Corcoran removed his foot, mostly clean from fetch gore, and spat another tendril of bile. The acid stuck to the discarded plasma canister, which exploded. The ceiling-mounted emergency system alarm started waiting. Tactical update? We're all gonna die. Sit on the egg, Corvette. Shut down those alarms if you can. Status, failure. We continued walking the empty corridor, and Shadow's voice pierced my awareness. There is another human here. I can feel its pain. Alert, alert, extra-dimensional threat detected. You can hear him, I asked, dumbfounded. Shadow is friendly. Data does not align. Use caution. What data is not aligned? We were approaching the end. The ceiling was rising to accommodate the change to a much larger space, like a hangar bay, but in the center of the ship. Data colloquial. Burning ones, true name unknown, classified as lethal. EDT is known cause of mass casualty events. Do not engage. VE, I pointed to the door at the center. Get us in there. VE slung her shotgun over her shoulder and bounded over to the door. She produced a breaker bot from her pack and applied it to the lock. It made quick work of the code and swiftly moved the physical bolts and tumblers into the open position. I'll go first. My HUD says the life signs are inside this room. Allison volunteered. She was standing, holding her gun between her hands, folded casually over her breast, but angled towards the door. If there's a human in here, they could use to see a friendly face first. The rest of you guys look kind of scary. What if they're not friendly to us? We said, cautiously, as she carefully stowed her gear and backed away from the door. Allison's gun snapped into the ready position, and she stalked forward, walking slightly sideways so her profile was thinner. Don't ever let someone tell you a human is not a predator. Then we burn that bridge when we get to it. Shadow walked with her, wings spread out protectively, shielding her from all sides. Something that powerful cannot be friendly, Chief. Well, he's been directly involved in saving my own life at least 3 times. Intriguing. This shadow protects the human? Allison disappeared into the dark room. He does? All clear, Allison called back. There's a kid in here. He needs medical. Stat. Move in, I ordered, rushing in after Allison. VE, medpack, now! Tiger, cover the door. Tiger, door! The Corcoran echoed. I was not prepared for what I found when I crossed the threshold. Allison was kneeling beside a small heap in the center of the room. Shadow stood behind her. His wings filled half the room. The light coming off them was blinding. The energy coming from them rang like a glass bell and resonated in my bones. I was not prepared for the bone-rending screams. I was not prepared for the fires. I was not prepared. Alert, alert, extra-dimensional threat detected. End of chapter. Chapter 8. The legend of a legend tells the story of a myth forgotten but carved into the stone walls of the bones of the world. It was the beginning at the end. It was the fire of creation and destruction, raging, absent intent, across the universe, hungry. It was the darkness, inexplicable and crushing. An old race, wise and powerful, stood in the gap, surging with power. They flew out from their home world. They flew upon wings of the purest light to all the corners of the universe. Some sought to control the fire. Others fought to protect fledgling life from the forces which even the mighty could not withstand. Amidst the vast expanse of space, the dark void, the old ones fought. They fought the darkness which would snuff out light in its cold grasp. They fought the fire which would like nothing more to burn the entirety of creation. They fought each other for control of the spoils of war and the lives that they had saved. The old words, written on the most ancient walls, say that as they fought, the old ones changed. They have survived the end of the world, which came before ours, shielded by raw power. As one universe blinked out of existence and another came to be, they did not come alone. The darkness and the fire followed them, and in the old ones' struggle, the forces they combated were changing them. Disparate, plagued by the pains of their lost universe, the old ones were losing the battle again. The elders failed in the call for unity. The young failed in their call for renewed valor. The weary simply began to fail. Then the mad ones made their stand. The home front lines were fading. Seraph Prime and the fledgling planet orbiting beside it was moments away from being crushed as the tides of darkness and fire rose, higher and stronger than ever. Leaping from the surface of Seraph Prime, the mad, the battle-scarred and broken, charged into the fray. They did not shield themselves. They flew in, wings spread wide, every ounce of power they possessed, surging from every fiber of their being. The gift they carried, the last spark from a universe now dead and cold, ignited in their moment. The moment which would change the fate of the universe. The mad ones flew past the front lines, crashing into the enemy lines, blazing in a valiant glory. They burnt hotter than the fire at the edge of the universe. They blazed brighter than the darkness sent to swallow the world. Seeing a chance to turn the tide and recognizing that there was no other way, the old ones joined the onslaught. They abandoned their pasts, young and old, broken and whole, and they too burned. Fire was battled with fire, darkness was light. The old ones burned, seizing hold of the darkness and the consuming fire with both hands. The old ones gave the last of the sinew of their bones, the final beat of their wings, the last drop of blood from their veins, and a final heroic act. The endlings and the last universe cast of fire and darkness both down from the heavens and upon their home, Seraph Prime, along with the last of their own titanic life forces. Seraph Prime fell, reduced to cinder and glass. The enemy of life was defeated. One by one, the old ones, the ones who burned, fell from the heavens. They spiraled through space. As they flew, their physical forms disintegrated, crumbling into stardust, littering a new creation with remnants of the old. Caught in a radiant wind's ethereal spirits, now rent from the fabric of creation, wandered the universe, searching for a release from the mortal coil. Fading in strength, lacking purpose, mourning, the survivors disappeared. Their sacrifice became history, then a story, then a legend, and finally, a myth. Perhaps the story did not end here, not as it was always told to me. Perhaps the ones who burned came upon the world full of new life, flourishing, thanks to their sacrifice. Perhaps they found a species that looked upon the whole of creation with wide-eyed wonder. Perhaps they found a renewed purpose. I know some of them found purpose. They found love. They found all the best things. Others found a new battleground. I'm terrified. I am on the front lines now. End of chapter. Chapter 9. My eyes stung from the searing light. My bones trembled against the noise. Shadow's wings pulsed and flared, flashing through a spectrum of vibrant colors. As he expanded himself, displaying his might, his eyes burnt purest blue. The other one screamed. It screamed so loudly. It posed, body low to the ground, wings coiled outward and back like a serpent, ready to strike, hovering over its fallen charge. As it screamed, fires burst from its savage maw, throwing sparks and embers in all directions. P.E. ran past me, red pack in hand. She couldn't see what she was rushing into. The monster's head reached towards her, the flames from its mouth battering the floor beneath the Katsunan's feet. She stumbled and fell, cast down unburnt by the otherworldly flames. The medpack tumbling out of her grasp and rolled. Madison stood and walked towards the fallen equipment. The monster turned its maw on her. It was too slow. Shadow moved, a whirlwind, graceful like a moon dancer's of Allurian. His wings wrapped around Allison as she walked. The fire struck them and rolled off. It was nothing to him. Allison retrieved the device and approached the child on the ground. The monster renewed its assault as they approached. Shadow dashed his wings together. A concussive shockwave pushed the other Dark Guardian off balance. Shadow leapt into Allison, his form melding with hers as she knelt beside the child. She blazed with golden light, surrounded by an aura of power, a healing angel of mercy, like human painting. V.E. skidded across the slick floor, rubbing her bruised elbow with one paw as she came up. Together, she and Allison righted the human child, ripped open his shirt, and applied the medical device. As they worked, the Dark One wailed. First, it turned its fire upon Allison, but Shadow's aura repelled the flames. Then it reeled back and drove forward with its wings like twin hammers. Shadow's wings sprouted from Allison's back, catching hold of the rivals and dashing them down across the deck. The boy stirred. The monster froze. Respiration rising, Allison said. Her smile was audible. Poor thing. It's all bones, but you marveled. This is not normal for a human pup, no? No. He's starving. Could have been trapped here for weeks, maybe more. Gunfire in the hallway. Taika was growling. I'm running out of time, I said, nervously watching the boy's guardian where it stood motionless opposite Allison, smoke still trailing from its lips. Medpack's not done yet, she said. We're not supposed to move him. Colbert, locate alternate points of egress. Scanning. Marking. I'll buy you guys some time, I said, and switched my visor into close quarters tactical mode. Then what? Allison asked. She was gently stroking the child's hair, and he was starting, ever so slightly, to stir in her arms. We bust out. I watched as Corbett's markers popped up on the screen and pointed. Right there, V.E. You cover Allison, and as soon as the kid's stable, you guys kick it. What is our method of ingress? We didn't plan for this, Corvette. What did you plan for, Featherbrain? Loosely, I rolled my eyes and my shoulder blades. We planned very poorly. Tactical update? I think I hate humans. Me too, Corvette. I took a practice swing with my sword and jogged towards the doorway. Tiger had wedged himself into his opening, but some plasma was dripping off of his carapace around the edges. Tiger stuck. Give me a boost, Corvette. Tack boost available. I doubled my speed, legs pumping, talons puncturing the floor for traction. I leapt into the air, wings tucked, feet curled into tight balls. The dorsal thrusters fired, stabilized my arc as I flew up through the tight loop, and then careened towards Tiger. One order of ballistic Kokorins served. My knees and elbows powered into Tiger's chest. The suit absorbed the impact. We blasted out the door, taking a piece of the dam with us. The pig were clustered far too close to the opening to escape the onslaught of Tiger's weight. 10 hostile targets remain, but show more on approach. Minimal combat time available. You good, buddy? Dizzy. Link up with the others, I said. The excitement of battle was creeping through my muscles and into my brain. I'm right behind you. Tiger rose from the ground with his stony rumble and a few squelches. Oh, badge go. My left wing snapped up in front of my face. I heard a sizzle of burning plasma. You are molting, Chief. Thanks, Corvid. I swallowed some bile, the tightening of my grip on the blade, and leapt into the fray. My heart leapt with me. My first strike took the nearest phage head. I whipped my wrist, freeing the blade from the armor and bone. Another strike sent a mass, recoil, and reset. 2 arms cut free of their owners. These wouldn't be fighting anytime soon. Still, as I rushed through the gap I had made, Corvid flexed our wings and cold-cocked both soldiers in their meaty jowls. My eyes dilated. The rest had formed a firing line, 2 deep, 3 wide. Emergency countermeasures. Flak out. I drove sideways, my talons puncturing the side walls of the corridor as I continued running. My wingtips spat fire and smoke. The phage fired wildly. The heat was intense. I could see through the smoke in infrared. I could see the blood inside their bodies. It was begging to be set free. I coiled my wings around myself and launched from the ceiling, corkscrewing violently through the firing line. My sword whistled. My wings sang. My heart leapt with vigor. It was over. Chief, that was poetry. Moving now, Allison's voice cut through my blood-addled high. You with us? When I returned to the hold, I saw Taika had torn a hole in the wall, opening way for our escape into another corridor. V.E. was cautiously probing the opening with a human shotgun, but I still wasn't sure what that weapon did. Allison was carrying the child in her arms. Shadow had remained bonded with her, only his wings were visible. The dark guardian stalked nearby, now less antagonistic, but still obviously agitated, growling and occasionally spitting fire. Let's get out of here. I led the way through the breach, working hard to ignore the terrifying snarls of the boy's guardian spirit. Corvid, find us some life pods, a shuttle, anything. We have to get off the ship. Good news, Chief. There are plenty of breaching craft aboard this vessel. Which way? I asked for a marker on my HUD as we ran. Nothing appeared. Which way, Corvid? Bad news, Chief. We can't get there. I saw Allison running beside me. She had the child cradled in her arms, his body hanging partway over her shoulder. Her left arm jerked up. A giant silver pistol spouted fire. A veiled soldier dropped in front of us, and she leapt over the corpse. Give me options. More soldiers were appearing from the doors on either side of the hallway. We'd be surrounded soon. We cut a tight corner. It was blocked by veiled soldiers, guns raised, waiting for us. V.E. skidded past me, screeching as she failed to stop. Her shotgun went up. The discharge was deafening. The gore was, well, let's face it, very human. There was nothing left of the soldiers above the shoulders. Strategic option. Command center ahead. Defensible position available. I lunged forward, outpacing my companions. Breach! The control panel at the end of the hallway exploded in a blaze of purple light. Shadow. The doors opened and I blasted inside, flying at full speed. I don't remember how many there were. I just remember the blood. I was getting tired. Anderson laid the boy down beside a console. V would be safe for now. The hallway was full of soldiers. Allison and V.E.'s human firearms were spurting fire and dropping enemies swiftly, but not swiftly enough. Tiger stood in front of them, blocking the weapon's fire with his body, and roaring savagely. Running out of ideas here, I shouted and dove for cover beside Tiger. The boy was standing now. Last ditch. Allison ripped her necklace off, pulled a small box from a pouch at her side, inserted the rectangular pendant, and then twisted like an antiquated key. The boy raised his arms. He stumbled weakly past me. Deep Spacer Allison Miller. I didn't hear the rest. There were flames forming on his body. His guardian was laughing. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Location, Jupiter Bay, RAR Jumpship Nova 17. Rise and shine, Commander. Mark's eyes snapped open. The other, the digital implant, took just a second longer to mesh. Report, Don. CV got a hit, sir, Bond said. Right. Mark swung his legs out of his bunk and into the waiting boots. They auto-cinched as he stood up. Mark slid his arms into his jacket and fastened the buttons as he walked. The ship was small. It was only 7 strides from his bunk to the bridge. The others were already strapping in as Mark and Don entered. CV, Mark dropped into his seat and grabbed the control yokes, waking the Nova jumper up. What have we got? Half the transmission, sir, CV said. She was already strapped into a seat. Check it out. The ship's systems buzzed slightly, then scratched horribly. Come on, CV, Don wailed, plugging his ears. Thought you fixed this. Sorry. CV kicked the console in front of her chair. The screeching stopped. This is Deep Spacer Allison Miller. The sounds of explosions and weapons fire punctuated the message. Taking heavy fire. Request immediate RAR assistance. Any human vessel come in. This is a Deep Space Explorer Allison Miller, requesting assistance in the black. Oh my God, what the The message crashed into a wave of white static and pops. Something was going down. Her tag checks out, CV said. Genuine human spacer. Good enough for me, Mark said. He felt a slight tingle and his instincts urged him to launch the ship. This sounds, Don's voice trailed off. Mark could practically hear him pulling his moustache. Sounds ragged. Mark started a pre-launch sequence. You got the coordinates, CV? Signal came from an old mil-spec unit. CV tied her blonde hair back into a ponytail. She's out in uncharted space, but I can split the arse hairs of a horsefly with this data. Breaker, you good? Snoring. Water troll. Breaker! Mark crumpled an aluminum cam into a ball with one hand and chucked it over his shoulder. It went right where it was supposed to. Yo! Breaker thrashed in his chair. At least he had the sense to fall asleep in his flight restraints. Eyes up, dude. Beer on the nose, man. Not cool, brother. You good? Mark repeated. Bro, you gotta keep that, I'ma have a dent. Breaker sniffed loudly. In my schnoz. Believe me, CB laughed and activated her chair. The battle armor kit deployed and started building around her body. No one would know the difference. That's cold, real cold, girl. Breaker's chair came alive, encapsulating him in heavy plate armor. His voice continued, mechanical and distorted. Ready to rumble, Commander, sir. Master Don, Mark said, and activated his own battle kit. Ready to rock, Sensei, the ship whirred to life. Mark could hear his lieutenant typing in vectors on the computer. We're flying into a hot AO. Mark queued up a launch. The ship vibrated violently as it began its base-folding sequence. Boss, the speech man. We always flying into a hot zone, man. Breaker drive heaved as the ship shook. This rapid assault and rescue, my man. Keep reminding me while the ship is all shaking and shit like this. I'm gonna get nervous again, and I'm gonna throw up all in my helmet. Breaker, Don said. The ship continued vibrating. The shrill noises swerved to a further peak. I must remind you, biological warfare has been outlawed by the Third Geneva Accords. Shut up, man. Breaker's voice trailed off, and he rumbled. Took forever to clean my dome. 25 seconds till jump, Stevie said. Spiking now. Master Don, drop that needle. Got some death punch for you guys, just remember, Don said, as the comm system hummed alive with beautiful sounds. To all the humans aboard, we got your 6. Electric guitars played a lead line, crashing cymbals and drums joined in. The chairs locked into position and fired a cocktail of stabilizing battle drugs into the soldiers on board medical systems. Oh, my ass! Breaker howled. That burns! Charge! Uncharted space, location, distress signal, 76.beta.9.A Miller. Sound off. Don here, breathing. The Asian lieutenant wheezed slightly. Sorta. CV still ticking, checking scopes now. Breaker, Mark asked. You with us? Gulping sounds from the comm. Helmets clean, boss. Good to hear. Mark swiveled his seat upright and activated the tactical display. CV, what have we got? 2 ships, 1 merchant survey vessel. Reads off as the Fractal. Got some battle damage on her, but she's still floating. Another no transponder. Looks like a Xenopie to me. Got 2 human life signs. Signal came from that section on the starboard side. The one on fire? Mark asked. Don't you say it, man, Breaker groaned. Don't you do it. Unknown environmental status, no solid breach point to dock. We're launching from here. Mark activated his control yoke, and all 4 chairs swiveled their occupants down through tubes in the deck. Our remote pilot can pick us up when we're done. What the hell, man? Breaker howled out as it disappeared into the floor. Every time, bro. I'm not a torpedo. Clench up, Mark ordered as he settled into the launch bay, head first angled towards their quarry. I'm always clenched when you're driving. Oh, hell. 4 bodies launched from the Nova 17, fired like javelins through space. They cut through the void, battle armor, glowing faintly, reflecting the fire they flew towards. Breaker's arms extended. He went through the hull of the ship first and somersaulted onto the burning bridge. His battle armor unpacked, building a large 4-man shield in front of his body. The other 3 crashed in behind him, skidding to a mechanized stop as they formed up on the shield. Seal us up, Don, Mark ordered. CV, Breaker on me. Hull can out, Don barked. The breech canister he threw closed up their entry point. Looks like a samurai came through here, CV marveled, trudging through the dismembered fake bodies. Damn, that's some crispy kind of nasty right there, Breaker scoffed. He collapsed the unnecessary shield back to his arms. Samurai carry flamethrowers, Don. I'm not Japanese, Moonbrain. I have no idea. Button it up, CV said. We have 5 life signs around the corner, 2 humans. Stack up on me. Mark threw his back against the corridor wall. The others fell in behind him. And move. The team cut the corner, guns high, knees bent, ready for anything. Almost anything. A giant rock lay sprawled against the control center. A winged mech battlesuit and said human woman lay sprawled on the ground beside the rock creature. There were burning corpses everywhere, and amidst in the center of all of this, a young boy sat, stroking a red and brown vulpine creature's tail. End of chapter. Chapter 11. The Human Salute. I don't remember what happened. At least, I hope I don't remember. My head was spinning. Everything hurt. Alert! Multiple extra-dimensional threats detected. Alert! Multiple extra-dimensional threats detected. Alert! Multiple extra-dimensional threats detected. Harvard, I groaned and slowly opened my eyes. Knock it off. The bird's waking up, human voices. I think it's dangerous. You saw all those space trolls diced up back there. Hey! I felt the injectors fire. Corvid was shouting in my ears. Wake up, Featherbrain! Adrenaline, the drug of death worlds. I couldn't not stand up. Between the suit, the drugs, the alarms, and it was happening. I caught bits and pieces of the field as I flipped upright. Corvid marked 8 targets on my screen, 4 humans, battle armor, 4 absolutely, terrifyingly enormous EDTs. Stand down, soldier, barked one in front. His guardian fled, punctuating every word. The other soldiers raised their guns and took up positions behind the leader. "Repeat, friendly, stand down." Corvid was dragging us backwards, wings beating furiously. I couldn't see his tactical calculations flashing in my visor. It looked bad. "The hell is that thing, boss?" the large one shouted, his voice mechanical and bossy. "Stand down," the leader ordered. No one was listening. "Everything is cool." Allison leapt in front of the humans and turned her back to me. She held her hands up in the air, arms spread wide to take up as much visual space as possible. "Mark," the little one said, "I think it's a seraph. She's with me. She's friendly." Allison turned and looked at me and emphasized, "You are friendly." "Everyone," the leader put a hand on the large soldier's gun and pushed the barrel towards the ground. "Take a breather." The leader holstered his sidearm and slowly walked towards Anderson. I slowly lowered my sword despite Corbett's frantic admonishments not to disarm. The soldier walked past Anderson, towards me, hands spread at either side like one would approach a frightened animal. He slowly raised his hands and tapped his jaw. His battle helmet broke into sections, folded away down his neckpiece, and then collapsed into an armored shoulders. There wasn't much left of the right side of his face. He looked to have recently recovered a grievous wound. An organic tissue was still red and agitated. The rest was covered in a mess of synthetic mesh and sensory nodes. His right eye and several bones underneath it had been replaced entirely. "My name is Commander Mark Taro. Soldiers from my world remove their helmets so that they can look each other in the eye." "Corvid, drop the mask." "This is a bad idea," Corvid obeyed, despite his reservations, and folded my helmet back. "Gaia," I said, my voice still catching in my throat. "Former Chief 21st Aerial Assault, retired." "No such thing as a former soldier, Chief," Commander Taro said. "Just old dogs who aren't dead yet. Can you put the sword away? We came to help." "Right." I depressed the controls on the pommel, and the blade folded in on itself. "Oh, that's sick," the large soldier said. "Bird's got a lightsaber, man." "It's a molecular chainlink steel," the small soldier said, his voice slightly awestruck. He joined the commander and removed his helmet. He was dark hair and middle-aged. His face was slightly angled and held a wispy, elongated moustache. "How'd you know that, man?" The large soldier slung his rifle over his shoulder and joined the others in removing his helmet. His skin was dark and beautiful, obsidian mixed with rich, fertile soils. His eyes were stark against the black skin, but they were undoubtedly kind. He seemed incapable of speaking without waving his fingers and hands about. Something happens, and no matter how weird it is, you'll be like, 'Yo, bro, that's a seraph with a chain-linked sword,' and I'm gonna shut up now before I ruin this whole first contact vibe we got going." "I read," the small one replied. He edged a half-step closer. He had the eyes of a scholar. The big one rolled his eyes and pointed at the little one and said, "He reads, folks." "This is Breaker," Commander Taro said, his voice calm and measured as he pointed to his men in turn. "And Dawn. Back there is CV. She's just checking the kid out. You can call me Mark." As the first contact occurred, I watched, mesmerized, as the soldiers' guardians changed. When I first awoke, each of their burning companions had been bristling with energy, expanding in size, and watching me with borderline murderous intent. Now they stood, peaceful, subdued in color, beside their respective chargers. Across the room, even the child savage beast seemed subdued. It had shrunk, down to the size of a large land lizard, and lay coiled protectively around the boy. The boy shivered. Flashes of memory danced, disconnected, contextless through my mind's eye. I'd watched him burn. I was certain of it, yet there he sat, unharmed. "Chief?" Mark placed himself squarely in my field of vision. "Can you give me a report, quick and simple?" "The fractal has been under attack. We came here to try and stop the Vague, and we," my mind wavered, "that child, focus, Chief." "I inserted with Tyker and Allison, found the suit and found the kid. I didn't make sense. How did we—" "Damn," Breaker exclaimed. "You attacked a whole ship full of space trolls, like full-on kamikaze, with a redhead, a space fox, and a talking rock. I like this bird." Allison joined the conversation. It seemed like a good idea. The soldiers interrupted her and said in unison, "At the time." "Heard that one before?" Allison asked, as a sly grin made its way across her lips. "Just once or twice," Don said. "I painted it on my shoe." Breaker pointed to his left foot, adding, "No, really, look, it's down there, like little tiny letters, 'cause my handwriting—" Very funny, Allison scoffed, a good-natured smile on her face. Laugh while you can, big guy. One day your bad ideas will get you in just as much trouble. Sister, after my last tour, I took a job answering distress calls labeled. Raegar laughed and gestured dramatically with both hands, like he was stretching the word in his imagination out into the physical world. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Ah, touché, Allison said. There was the special French stuff again. Can we get out of here? Yeah, I said. I'd like to pack up before we go anywhere. Space trolls up here. Won't be long.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Mark tapped his shoulder and helmet unfolded, encasing his head in armor again.
Let's roll.
As the others replaced their own helmets, just before the air gaskets and Don's mask fully sealed, I heard something I don't think I was meant to.
Boss, that kid's dracketed. We're gonna have some serious
End of chapter. Chapter 12. The Sheepdog and the Ghost. Saying rapid assault and recovery guys were suicidal would be an understatement. Calling them brave would be too. No one else in the universe was crazy enough to ride a tiny, barely shielded assault craft strapped to a terribly unstable temporal space-folding generator. In fact, basically no one understood why it didn't turn the crew into puddles of meaty goo every time they jumped into battle. No other species even attempted to do this with drones. It was too dangerous. Still, with the rapid spread of humankind throughout the vast, vast galaxy full of terrors and threats beyond imagining, the central human government had no choice but to utilize all the resources at their disposal to protect its members, wherever they may be, from whatever hornet's nest they would inevitably kick. If this required strapping their guys to a rocket and firing it through an unstable wormhole, the humans would do it. The drive within the human to protect is high, very high, when compared to a species' mean value. So too is the drive to kick hornets' nests. Luckily for the RAR teams, humans get in trouble all the time, all over the galaxy. They never run out of conflict or missions to display their warrior prowess. I read this in their website. Sort of, okay. I learned to read between the lines after hanging out with humans, but really, I'm pretty sure that it was what it meant. Who is your communications specialist? I asked.
That's CV.
Mark pointed to the female silhouette and one soldier I hadn't met. The woman waved, somehow appearing friendly behind her body armor. It was covered in a muted, discrete pattern of what appeared to be skulls from various species. Hard to notice if you weren't looking for it. What do you need, Chief? I have got intel to share, I said, extending my arm as Corvid spoke in my ear.
I'm not touching a human.
Corvid, play nice. I shook my wrist until Corvid finally relented and uncovered the data-sharing node. We've got a swarm of reprogrammed planetary survey bots flying around for reconnaissance. Smart. CV extended her arm and tapped her wrist against mine. Got him, thanks, Chief. I'll wire everyone together, comms and visual computers.
We've got maps.
Don was holding his hand out in front of him, manipulating some sort of holographic system wired into his suit.
Plotting our exit.
I'm almost out of ammunition, Allison said. You guys got any 45 cal?
Got you covered.
Raegar thumped his thigh with his fist and a pair of magazines popped out from behind the armor. He handed them to Allison.
Breaker.
Mark flashed a signal with his fingers, pointing at the child. The boy was sitting cross-legged on the floor opposite Taika and V. They were rolling a black ball back and forth. No, a grenade. Wonderful.
Got you, boss.
Raegar grabbed his breastplate and peeled off a giant section, the rest rearranged to level out the distribution. He knelt down beside the kid.
Hey, buddy, would you like my armor? Want to wear something like a big old breaker?
The kid nodded, and Raegar pressed the plate against his chest. The blade rippled and broke into a scale mesh and then spread across the child's entire body.
We're good to move,
Mark pointed up and then swirled his finger in the loop.
Breaker, you're on the kid. CV, you're on the fox. I've got Allison, Chief. You're Don.
Copy. I moved to Don's side. He was readying a strange-looking scoped compact rifle. It had a magazine in the stock instead of near the trigger, like all the other guns I'd seen.
Okay, Mark looked at Taika. Don't know what to do with you all. Don, this thing talk? Taika, the Kokoran said loudly. Taika, Mark shifted uncertain. Rear.
The Kokoran said adamantly, like he was the obvious and only choice to be made. Tiger takes up the rear. I swear, I could hear Mark smiling inside his helmet. Good plan, Don. Do we have a window? Watching the patterns, Don's hands waved through the air. He must have been manipulating the drone feed on his helmet screens. Should have won soon. Tiger, smart. Mark took Allison's hand and put it on his belt. You stick with me. Don't go firing that cannon into my ass. Let us do the fighting until it gets bad. Everyone good? Breaker knelt down and let the boy climb onto his back. The armor he placed on the child earlier locked into place and secured the boy like a backpack. Ready to rock, boss. Breaker slapped himself on the helmet, then turned to Tiger, hand over his chest, fingers swirling through some sort of motion. Bro, I'm so sorry, man. Was that offensive? To my surprise, Tiger raised an arm and flicked his massive fingers in a rapid sequence I could not follow. Breaker responded in turn. Of course, GSL. It was sign language. I should have known Tiger was capable of better communication. He wasn't stupid. Tiger's vocal cords would never have developed on a planet with toxic atmospheres such as Kokora. Window in 20 seconds, boss. Don dropped his hands, closing whatever interface he had been using. Chief, it's you and me on point. Don't get on my right side, I said, tucking my wings and moving in front of Don. Got to keep my sword arm free. I read The Art of Paired Wings last week, Don said. He checked the chamber on his firearm and then backed towards me until his shoulder touched mine. Good tactics book, almost poetic. Move, go, 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 Mark barked. Don and I had already begun our ascent through the corridor. I could see the human's guardian walking calmly on the other side. 5 on the corner, 10 o'clock, CV said in our radio. Got it, Don replied. I lowered my left wing in front of his body, wrapped my right around my own as we turned the corner. The guardian moved in my peripheral, extended his hand, 2 fingers outstretched and touched Don's temple. I've never seen someone shoot so fast. 3 seconds, 5 shots. The fake patrol group dropped. Bodies hitting the floor made more noise than the gun Don had used. Straight on, Don said, and marked the junction ahead, hanging right up there. As we navigated the ship, I could see the human drive to protect burning brightly. At each junction, Jon shielded only his silent footsteps in the corner of my wing, entering my field of battle first. Unafraid and expertly fired his weapon. The others on his team walked in front of their chargers, using their bodies as shields to protect the humans and the aliens they had added to their little pack. I would learn later, surrounded by empty bottles and the dulcet tones of my friends sleeping peacefully, that these humans call themselves sheepdogs. These domesticated animals are bred as companions to shepherds on the human settlements. To those who are not a threat, they are friendly and kind. They are loving companions and keep their masters warm in the cold. But these same creatures fight as vicious as the wolves who would hurt their precious flock, sometimes laying down their lives for the ones they protect. At each turn in the journey, Don's guardian did something. It always was something small. The lights above dimmed slightly. The buzzing noise in a conduit ceased. Sometimes the guardian laid a hand on Don's shoulder or touched his head. Every time Don performed with perfection, and his bullets found their marks. Don and his guardian worked like a long arm stretched out in front, clearing the way for those behind. We walked safely all the way into one of the launch bays where the Peg kept their landing and breaching craft. It seems these RAR soldiers think very similar to Allison. Rather than planning a complex exit, they choose to use the resources available to them, to do so smoothly and with little effort. With the bay cleared of hostile forces, we chose a transport and set out to depart. VE and Allison and CV and Tiger were already on board. CV was talking on the comms about how weird the pilot controls were and telling VE to point that damn scattergun somewhere else. Breaker had 1 foot on the deck and 1 in the launch bay when the boy started screaming. He was clawing his way at Breaker's armor. Everything he touched was smoldering. The boy's guardian overshadowed his body and was glowing hotter every second. Breaker stumbled forward, unable to reach the feral child on his back. Breaker's guardian roared and leapt into action. It raised both of its massive fists and hammered down on the boy, and the guardian bonded to him. The battle armor shattered, freeing the 2 of them in their struggle. "But boss!" Breaker shouted. He clawed at his back and removed several still flaming plates where the kid had detached. "We got a problem." "I see it." Mark sighed and placed his pistol into a holster mounted in his leg. The kid turned on Breaker, wailing madly. His skin was spouting flames and smoking everywhere. His fist erupted in crimson fire. The child struck Baker in the knee. Ah! Baker fell as his armor and his leg cracked in several pieces, clattered to the floor, bits of molten metal dripping from the bottom. Boss, I don't want to be a barbecue man. Do something. Mark outstretched both of his arms. Come on, Ghost. His guardian leapt forward. End. Chapter 13. The First Smile. Once upon a time, there was a little boy who lived on the planet Earth, in a city known as Belfast. He was very much like the other little boys. He loved to ride wobbly two-wheeled physics experiments known as bicycles. He was not overly fond of mud or girls. Both seemed messy. But he feared he might get over these reservations one day and become like the other humans. He loved fluffy canines and the sweet shop on the corner. Early on in his life, the boy felt that fighting was one of the very best things to ever be invented. He waited for the excuse because, as you may be aware, fighting for no reason at all is wrong. If there was another child being bullied, that seemed the best excuse. This was second only to insults thrown down upon one's mother, church, or football team. In which case, all bets, as they say, were off. He was a scrapper. There were many like him. There were other boys with bigger fists, taller shoulders, faster legs. No, these were not the things which made this boy unique. This boy was unique because he saw things. He saw things others did not. Shadows and lights, the kind of figures that moved but only existed between winks in the corner of one's eye. The kind which vanished like they were never there if one dares to look for them. When he spoke of these shadows, the boy's friends looked at him in confusion, waiting for the punchline, and then laughed because he was the joke. When he told an adult, that didn't particularly go well either. As a young boy with magical thoughts still dancing in his head, the boy imagined when he leapt over the rain-filled gutters on his way home from school that one of his shadowy friends leapt alongside. When he reached for the ledge that was certainly ever so slightly just a hair too high and caught on nothingness, the boy imagined someone giving him a boost. When he bobbed and weaved and ducked every punch, infuriating his opponents, the boy imagined that he had the best boxing coach money could buy, sitting on his shoulder, showing him how to move. The day he began to step off the platform into the street, but at the last second, foot extended, ready to drop, decided to wait. The day when he was almost run over by a bus. The young man wondered if something had changed his mind. On a moonless night, in a dark alleyway a teenager should not have been in, the young man saw the glint of a stiletto. He caught the blade in the hem of his canvas coat, just as he had seen it done in a spy film. Pure luck, perhaps, but it worked. He tussled with the villain and came out on top. He had survived, but now he had blood on his hands. He wasn't certain if he liked that feeling. He also felt something else. He knew deep down he should have never seen that knife coming. The physics just didn't support it. It should not have been possible. The authorities didn't believe his story. The truth, more or less, was that he had wandered down the wrong alleyway, and some sorry soul decided his money would look better in their own hands. He was a young Belfast scrapper, not the prettiest, not possessing the brightest marks. His collar was the wrong color, and this wasn't the first time he had tussled. The authorities had made their decision on what kind of man the boy was. That isn't entirely true. This was one man, in this case the only man who mattered, the judge. The judge looked on the ruffian, sternly at first, and then the lights around him warmed. He laid down his gavel and took a second look at the young man. He gave the one all the others had deemed a criminal a choice. Take the king's shilling, he said. All your misdeeds will be wiped clean. Having nothing better to do, and no idea how to return home with blood in his hands, the young man decided that this might be a boon for him. For a soldier always has a war to wage. On the battlefields of Angkor 5, his mettle was tested. On the sky trenches of Halon, his valor proven. Soon the boy, now a young man, was promoted and led young boys yet to become men into their first battles. The scrapper from Belfast proved him time and time again over the hills and far away. He was successful. Still, each time he went out, the man felt surely he did tempt fate. One day, his luck would run out. He continued, for his heart was brave, and he fought as he always did. He fought with his eyes open, waiting for the shadows to move, waiting for the light to be just right. He was good at it. He was very good at it. One day, however, he was not good enough. He waited too long. He bobbed when he should have weaved. Death came for him, riding upon a blazing tungsten rod. The man's luck, it seemed, had run out. The metal projectile cut through the hull of the ship like butter. It turned one of his men's heads into a red mist. It kept coming. The rod struck Commander Mark Tarrow in the face, but it was not the end. The glancing blow tore out pieces of his skull. It ripped flesh from bone and vaporized vitreous tissue. But it did not kill. When Mark Tarrow awoke in the hospital on Callisto, he was not the same. The man who was never beautiful was now a patchwork, his face held together by synthetic bone and biogel. His eyes and nerve fibers leading to his brain had been replaced by a fully cybernetic ocular organ. When Mark Tarrow awoke in the hospital, he became acutely aware of something he had suspected his entire life. He was not alone. It was standing beside his bed, between the healing plasma vials and the monitor systems. The figure he had always imagined he saw in the corner of his eye, but had never been able to fully glimpse, was here with him. The figure looked very much like a man, albeit a more spectral apparition. Yet it did not have the eyes of a man. Its eyes were ancient and burnt with intelligence and vigor. Mark pulled his weakened body halfway upright. The not-man creature watched, and the faintest trace of concern passed over its face. Mark extended a shaking hand. The creature did nothing. It watched. The two sat there, locked in a contest for several moments. In the end, the ghost broke. Its face softened, and it gently outstretched a shimmering hand to touch the waiting hand of the man that had shepherded it for so many years. The creature was seen for the first time in eons. Two souls, now forever entwined, touched. Mark's prosthetic system smiled their very first smile. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Tactical Update. Boss, I don't want a barbecue. Man, do something. Breaker's vambraces expanded. The layers unfolded and formed a shield, still on the knee. Breaker raised the shield against the child, who continued to attack. He was swinging angrily, each impact causing molten fragments of armor to drop from the shield. Ghost leapt forward. His wings carried him across the deck. He swept into Mark, but instead of passing through him, Mark's body joined with the burning one. Mark flew forward, Ghost's light surging through him. The Guardian's wings thrust downward and lifted Mark high into the air. The child's monster sensed the attack and turned their attention away from Breaker. The serpent opened its maw and flames burst from the child's mouth, racing towards Mark and Ghost. The fires washed over the pair, but Ghost's blue aura absorbed them. The soldier plummeted towards the child, burst drawn back. The monsters inside the child roared savagely and redoubled its efforts. I'd seen Shadow do some remarkable things to protect Allison. I saw him swing his fist alongside Allison's to magnify her physical force. Shadow had stood in the same place as Allison, overshadowing her to protect her as the child's monster attacked. I had never seen anything like what was happening right now. Ghost was not pushing Mark into the air in the way that Shadow had saved Allison from the hull breach. Ghost and Mark were not simply in the same place, stacked atop one another like Shadow and Allison. They were not moving together. They were one. Ghost's eyes blazed so brightly they shone through Mark's helmet. His fingers were in exactly the same place as Mark's. The only discrepancy was Ghost's wings on Mark's back. The fires coursed through his wings, turning their edges to white, hot lines of energy. Breaker's shield swirled, the nanotechnology frantically rearranging the large plate it had been, and covered his hands and upper arms in heavy scales. He thrust his arms towards the child. The armor began to glow from the heat. Breaker howled. His guardian reached forward, shadowing Breaker's arms with its own. The Guardian's arms slowly pierced the flame surrounding the child. Mark's fist came down like a hammer. The impact was blinding. When my eyes readjusted, I could see Breaker holding the boy to the ground while Don injected him with something. Hopefully with enough sedative to bring down a bilge gulp. Mark was resting on a single knee several meters away from his men. Allison was screaming, demanding the names of the commanding officers and kicking the man while CV was pushing her backwards. My ears were ringing. I still had spots dancing through my visual field. I staggered towards Mark. Danger! Danger! Avoid the human featherbrain! I ignored Corvid and extended my hand to Mark. You guys okay? Mark accepted my hand and let me help him back to his feet. I'm fine. Take it slow, I said. I'm still seeing spots, and you were at the center of that explosion. What was that? Caught the kid playing with a grenade earlier, Mark replied. I think he might have set one off. Glad no one got hurt. Must have been, I said, and then added, strange grenade, though. What do you mean, Chief? Even a seraphim grenade doesn't give someone wings like yours. I don't have wings, Mark stammered. Chief, did you hit your head? I think you know exactly what I'm talking about, Commander Taro. Chief, Mark and the ghost both tensed in front of me. Save it. If we get out of here without losing all our feathers, you're going to have to answer some serious questions from Seraph High Command. Mark straightened. He's military bearing returning. I thought you were retired. I thought you knew better, I said. Old dogs and all that. Incoming private communication request from Commander Taro. You certainly have him ruffled. Answer it, Corvid. What do you want, Chief? Mark said. An owl team was found dead in their assault wing, drifted through space in the edge of this sector. Well, I sympathize with the loss of your comrades, Mark said. I fail to see what this has to do with me or Ghost. Their last transmission relayed information that they had spotted a vessel of unknown origin. The specifications were later found to be human. Chief, there are dozens of missing human vessels last recorded heading into the sector. Once again, how is this my problem? The dead owls were burnt beyond recognition, I explained. We couldn't even get DNA from the bone marrow of one of the bodies. Analysts found no accelerant, no fuel, no chemical traces. Whatever burnt them was pure energy. Shit. Seen anything like that? My stars, that's rude. Commander has terminated communication. We need to move, Mark shouted on the team's comms. The kid was bait. We stuck our asses all the way out to Bear Trap. CV, get on the Novascopes. I need a picture. Waking the old girl up now, CV threw her hands up and worked the holographic control system. What's going on? Allison demanded. Ma'am, Mark pointed to Allison. When you got here, your safety was my first priority. It is now third. You've been yelling at my men about things you do not understand. Now I need you to get in that shuttle, sit down, and zip the lip. Allison was interrupted by a shockwave that rattled the launch bay walls and knocked dust from the rafters above us. The others exited the shuttle and joined the group. Mark put a hand over his face. Tell me, that was not my ship. No can do, sir. CV stopped and dropped her arms. That was the 17, sir. She's gone. Son of a malicious nutcracker, Breaker shouted and kicked the shuttle's loading ramp. I'm sorry, Allison scoffed. What? My iPod was on my chair, man. Really? Allison said. Yeah, really. It was vintage. Commander, Don checked the chamber of his rifle and fiddled with the dial on his scope. If we don't get out of here soon, this place is going to be crawling with phage. All right, we take the shuttle. We head for the fractal and regroup, Mark said. He turned to me. Chief, is your ship armed? We're going to be coming in fast on an enemy vessel. Allison rolled her eyes, walked into the shuttle and called back. We should be fine. No guns? Don asked. No, we have guns, I said. It won't be an issue. VE laughed and boarded the shuttle behind Allison. Breaker lifted an unconscious child and said, Sounds like an issue to me. Believe me, I assured them. We'll be fine as long as they're shooting at us. Tactical update, we're all going to die. Thank you, Corvid. End of chapter. Chapter 15, The Corrupted. Humans have also legends of the Burning Ones. However, their legends do not tell the story of how the great race sacrificed themselves for the universe. They paint a picture of Earth as a battleground where, just on the other side of the veil, beyond what can be seen, two factions fight for the souls of men. One side strives to nurture and protect, the other to corrupt. There are many versions of the tale throughout human culture. Good and evil, darkness and light, benevolent and malevolent, gods, angels and demons. But in the end, the story remains the same. There is a struggle. Man is the prize. Humanologists across the galaxy have commented that man is conceited to believe that they are valuable enough to be at the center of such a titanic struggle as the one cast in human religion and myth. Humanity is prideful, egotistical, narcissistic, and short-sighted, they say. The belief that one is this valuable is, in fact, rather rare throughout the culture of the known universe. Neither hive nor herd species possess such an idea. For them, the individual is only part of a greater whole and of inconsequential value. Members of individual species who are more similar to humans more often see themselves as valuable, not their entire race. So, why then would the humans concoct such a delusions of grandeur, if not egotism and pride? I know the answer. It is not delusion. The battle is real. After witnessing the clashes between the feral child's guardian and the numerous other burning ones, I asked Shadow what was really going on. He declined to answer. After many, many nights of diligently, purposely, obnoxiously channeling my best impersonation of human curiosity, Shadow finally shared some of his secrets. The first part I knew. The old ones burnt, and then they fell through space, broken, ripped from the physical world by their sacrifice. The second, I had guessed. The survivors found terror back when the planet and its inhabitants were young. The rest, however, was not quite so simple. Prior to their sacrifice, the Old Ones were fighting amongst themselves. When the moment came, the Old Ones sacrificed themselves. It was not only those who were, from my perspective, the good guys, like Shadow or Ghost. War did not discriminate. During the moment, all the Old Ones sacrificed themselves. Some acted not because they wanted to save the universe for others, but because they wanted it for themselves. For one faction, terror became a garden to tend. Shadow and his kind poured in all the love and care and devotion they felt from humankind deserved. For the other, humans were seen only for the potential they possessed as a means to an end. Where one such as Shadow sought only to nurture and protect, those on the other side of the line saw the great potential in the human creature as a resource to be exploited. Unable to reintegrate with the physical world and unwilling to accept their new reality, some burning ones bonded with humans in a parasitical way. They traded their power freely, unleashing the intoxicating force upon the whims of the human desire. They whittled away at the human hosts, carving out a place for themselves to live once more in the physical body. Selfish, power-hungry, burning with desires unquenchable, the corrupted ravaged their hosts until there was nothing left. The only things the burning ones could do was watch over their own charges and attempt to minimize the collateral damage. I think that Shadow was too sad at this point to continue explaining. He ended his very brief story abruptly and retook his stoic stance, dutifully watching over Allison. Perhaps he lost someone he loved to the corrupted. Perhaps they hurt one of the humans he guarded. Perhaps the wound is too deep for me to ever understand. Eventually, I uncovered another piece of the puzzle, this time discussing the things I'd seen with Mark. In the recent past, something interesting happened back on Earth. Humans are resilient. Chop off their arm and they'll build a new one. When their technology finally caught up with their self-destructive nature, humans began replacing and repairing complex organs, like their eyes and nervous systems. Suddenly, someone like Mark, someone who'd been shot in the face, could be rebuilt. They didn't know that in rebuilding, some would be reborn. A minority of these technologically augmented humans, for reasons unknown to science, were granted the ability to see and interact with a realm unseen by man. These humans' relationships with their guardians evolved into conscious partnerships. As one could imagine, many of the humans who required such extensive reconstructive efforts were injured in violent conflicts, and therefore, when given the resources of a burning one, became formidable weapons. But this was not the case with all humans. Mark showed me archived YouTube footage of a human daredevils who had partnered with their guardians to perform insanely dangerous, gravity-defying acrobatic tricks in a sport known as parkour. This word sounded vaguely French, so I showed the videos to Quazaf. This was admittedly a huge mistake, but I did it for the lulz. What can I say? 5 humans have completely corrupted my sense of humor. I like to imagine one day, as Mark was recovering from his wounds in the hospital, he received a visitor. Certainly, it was like one of the action and adventure films I watched with Allison. There was probably a man who wears sunglasses indoors and dresses in perfectly pressed, slick black suits, white starched shirts, and tactfully impractical shiny black shoes. All to make it well known he is a covert government agent. He enters and says, "You're a wizard, Marcus," and that a long-lost Uncle Sam needs help to fight in a war. Then the hero goes to a secret base and trains with a reluctant, graying mentor before going out to defeat the forces of darkness that have infiltrated the highest ranks of government. Suddenly, I fear my memory of human cinema is overlapping, but it would have gone something like that. However it happened, Mark and Ghost were recruited to join the Rapid Assault and Recovery Group. Humans called the corrupted Draconid due to their use of fire when angered. Augmented individuals were reported more and more Draconid sightings. Unexplained fiery deaths were similarly on the rise. Entire ships full of human passengers were disappearing. The RAR needed warlocks to man their jump ships in case the encounters with Draconids. They also needed experienced soldiers to take part in dangerous rescue operations. Mark was both. In the end, it brought him and his pack of sheepdogs to my corner of the universe. I am grateful, for these humans are some of the best companions I've ever known. Those friends still with me, I shall fight to protect. Those I've loved and lost, I shall fight to remember. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Shiny Rocks. It has been 11 days since the devastation of Nova 17 and our retreat to the Fractal. The human Rapid Assault and Recovery team has remained here for reasons not entirely apparent. It is possible they are investigating this location and the Xeno pirate ship which has been harassing the Fractal. In regard to Mark's admission to me that numerous human ships have gone missing recently, I was initially surprised that the humans did not call home for rescue. They also have not seemed deterred by the loss of their ship. I can only assume that the majority of their gear and personal effects were aboard the Nova 17. Unsurprisingly, the sheepdogs are quite resilient and do not seem to need much to maintain themselves. What few items they did need, they had fabricated, scavenged, or bartered for with the crew. Even having lost their ship, these soldiers carry items on their person which are not essential to use for trade and barter. Don explained that, in addition to personal items which they can use as currency, the battle armor contains a compartment filled with specifically selected items which soldiers have found useful for barter on the intergalactic stage. In this instance, the sheepdogs could have freely acquired almost anything they needed simply by asking. The crew of the Fractal is absolutely fascinated with them, and honestly, I cannot deny my place amongst the number. This brings to mind another strange trait. These humans are generous. They frequently give material aid and assistance, sometimes using personal resources to do so. They give their attention, their time, their food, whatever is requested, and typically attempt to refuse any kind of recompense. They often must be cajoled, goaded, or begged to accept even partial payment. Yet when they personally want something, they do not seem entirely comfortable in receiving the same kind of generosity which they display and insist on paying. The giving of personal gifts, however, seems to be an exception to the social practice. When offered small trinkets, bits of delicacies of someone's homeworld, or poorly rendered likeness produced by a fledgling, shiny and colorful rocks and so forth, these humans quickly and freely accept gifts. I witnessed Breaker enthusiastically accept an utterly unidentifiable but colorful drawing intended to be a likeness. As he placed the drawing in a compartment under his heavy pauldron, I noticed he had many of these doodles. That's what he calls them, stuffed inside his armor. I assume surely such items from beings outside of one's nuclear family unit would be discarded. Given that the happiness he displayed continued after the child left, I believe Breaker legitimately treasures these doodles. I cannot imagine Allison in the sheepdog's position. She would be miserable without all of her personal comfort items. She has special cups, one for tea, one for coffee, allegedly so that her tea doesn't taste like coffee. This confuses me because cups are cleaned and sterilized, and because I've seen her create a cocktail of chai tea, soy milk, espresso coffee, and glucose. She has been an adult for many years, yet she travels with a stuffy, and some nights sleeps clutching the representation of a furry bear. I wish I could explain that when she has nightmares, it is not a child's toy bringing her comfort. Shadow doesn't seem to mind, though. I think he finds the behavior endearing. Perhaps it reminds him of the little girl he watched over. I believe, though of course I can't be certain. I have seen Shadow subtly warming to the toy bear and making its little brown eyes sparkle when Allison is sad. The arrival of our 4 new humans was, naturally, quite shocking to the crew of the Fractal, but it was much more disruptive to the members who can see the 4 Guardians. I was able to convince them that having lived with Allison, I knew these creatures, though quite imposing, was safe to be around. By the end of the first week, I think most of these crewmates learned what I learned. The burning ones are focused on the humans and show little, if any, interest in things not directly relating to their charges. I think this is quite strange for Mark. He was not aware that anyone besides a minority population of augmented humans are capable of viewing the world as I am able to see it. He seems uncomfortable that others can see Ghost and the rest of his team's guardian angels. I think it is possible Mark views me as a potential threat, and things have been tense between us. But he treats me with respect and bearing one can expect from a fellow soldier. Captain Garant, though initially caught off guard by the sudden arrival of 4 new people, quickly adopted and allowed the humans to take over running our defenses. They are our experts, he said, and he would be deferring to them. Sevie, the human woman who functions as a communications technology specialist for the RER, is also a drill sergeant and was assigned to help me whip the crew into fighting shape. I have to say, I saw these drill sergeants in film and I was horrified by their training methods. I couldn't imagine how a novice soldier could learn to do complex tasks while being shouted and berated. Sevie is kind, warm, friendly, and completely terrifying. When she is working as an instructor, she changes. It is like she is a different person, screaming, barking orders in a completely different voice than she speaks with. It works. Despite her verbal abuse, the crew members she trains want to impress her and strive to do better. Kuzev shed 2 tentacles on the first day, but even he is up to snuff now as a wartime communications officer and has learned some basic weapon skills. Now that they are trained, our gun crews are accurate enough to deter the phage boarding parties. The phage are opportunistic scavengers, and when faced with a fierce enough defense, will retreat even though they have even greater numbers. This has given our repair crews enough respite from the battle to reconstruct our hull where it was destroyed in previous skirmishes. Here, Piker has shown up once again as a surprisingly valuable crewman. A look at his personal file shows that Taika was employed as a loader, a job requiring little skill and much muscle. Even in some low-G environments, no other skills were listed. With Breaker, who is fluent in galactic sign language, and the other sheepdogs who are proficient enough to communicate basic information, we've been able to communicate with the Corian and found that he was certified on his homeworld as an engineer. However, our sledgehammers and largest wrenches were the only tools he was capable of holding, and therefore would be unable to assist with repairs. Breaker deemed this completely 100% not cool. He worked through the night rotation and on into the late morning to fabricate and modify a full set of tools for Taika. Taika was always good-humored and kind, but I can say now with certainty that he is happy. When Breaker presented the tools, Taika was quivering, literally vibrating with excitement. Taika and Breaker spoke with their hands. I do not believe many words were exchanged, but it was clear from their faces that in this movement they each felt truly known by the other. Taika handed Breaker something small and then immediately went to work on repairing the exterior of the ship. He returned to the launch bay every couple of hours to refill his lungs, but never stopped to rest. Taika worked so fast and at such a high quality that the repair crew chief instructed their team to spend their time simply assisting Taika. They carried the supplies and equipment, handed him tools, and positioned hull plates while he fastened and welded. With the right equipment in his titanic hands, Taika was a master craftsman. I was overjoyed Taika could finally practice his trade, but I worried, as did others, that he would work himself into exhaustion and injure himself. After he had worked for the first 2 shifts without respite, Breaker told me that the Kokor has an 86-hour rotation period, and our 9-hour shifts were nothing to Taika. As we spoke, I noticed that Breaker had a small, glittering, uncut gemstone or crystal mounted on a wire around his neck. This is not unusual human adornment, but this item seemed unique. So I asked him where he got it. Breaker clearly treasured the stone. He smiled and caressed its surface idly as he told me the story. Taika had gifted it to him as a gratuity for his labor producing the tools, and he had chosen to make a necklace out of it. I believe Breaker received all he wanted and more when his labor made it possible for Taika to do what he loved, to practice his trade and live a full life. I wonder if he knew the Kokoran rough diamond that size was worth enough to purchase a penthouse flat on one of the core worlds. Still, what are priceless diamonds when compared to love? End of chapter. Chapter 17, A Favorable Reference. I was looking for Mark Tara when I heard raised voices around the corner. I stopped and cautiously looked around the edge. You and your goons cannot keep the child locked up in there, Allison shouted and tried to push past Mark. Shadow did nothing. He stood at a distance, disinterested. Ghost also remained motionless. I swear your superiors are going to hear about this when I get planetside. Fascists.
Miss Miller, Mark said calmly. I guess he had dealt with emotional humans before. I appreciate your concerns about the child. By the way, CV has identified the boy from a passenger manifest found on the derelict transport. His name is Lorenzo. He is from Earth. An attempt is presently being made by the government to locate any living relatives. I considered venturing further, but Allison was still shouting, Why are you holding him prisoner? He's a child. He is very dangerous, Mark said. I assure you. Lorenzo is well cared for. He is isolated for everyone's safety, as well as his own.
Right. I'm sure he's dangerous. Dangerous threat to you big-tough soldiers.
Allison rolled her eyes, crossed her arms, and leaned back on her left hip.
The next thing you're going to say is that he's a draconid, and then use him as some secret military experiments or something. I've read all about your top-secret lies in the darknet forums. We know.
Mark smiled. I will happily show you a live feed of his room. He activated control in his wrists and his fan brace and projected an image onto the corridor wall. Lorenzo was sitting cross-legged on the floor, playing with a toy ball.
Do you realize, Allison scolded, how bored the kid must to be to roll a ball into a wall and back again, over and over?
I shivered. My skin crawled. The boy was not playing ball with the wall. He was playing catch with the corrupted Guardian. The boy pushed the ball forwards. The Guardian touched it, and then it glided back towards the boy. Lorenzo was given numerous items to play with, Mark explained, and cut the video feed. He also has books and a vid screen. The ball is the only toy that he has interest in. If there is something you would like to donate, or perhaps a story you would like to tell, I'd be happy to pass it along. Many of your crewmates have taken part in the initiative to connect with Lorenzo. Doc Fulton gave Lorenzo a virtual tour of the labs and sent pictures and specimens. Others record bedtime stories from their cultures. They describe their home planets and the animals that live on them, things like that. It really is quite wonderful. I enjoy them as well.
Why didn't anyone tell me?
Allison pouted. Miss Miller, Mark pointed at Allison. It was the first aggressive gesture that he'd made through the entire argument. You didn't ask. Lorenzo watches the videos intently. He hasn't spoken with anyone yet. My people are trying, but he seems to connect to the videos, and we are taking this as a positive sign. Perhaps hearing the story from you might remind him of his home.
Fine,
Allison said, defeated, but still prideful.
I'll do that, but leaving him alone all day, every day is wrong.
I, personally, check on Lorenzo every hour. Not on the camera, Mark said, compassionately. I walk down there and physically enter his room. He appears to have gained several kilos now that he is receiving regular meals. When he's in a temperate mood, my team also attempts to spend time with him. He becomes agitated very easily. We are trying to avoid having to sedate him long term.
Good, Allison huffed. I suppose she felt that she won some sort of victory here, though I'm not sure what. I'm not okay to drug a 9-year-old.
I assure you, we only sedate him if he's about to hurt himself or set something on fire again.
Ah, Allison growled and clenched her fists. There is no such thing as draconids. He's set off a grenade.
She kicked Mark in the shin and stormed off, then shouted back over the corridor.
He's not a damn firebender.
Chief, Mark called out. I saw you lurking back there. You gonna come out?
Sorry, I said meekly and made my way down the corridor.
Mark raised his hand and smiled slightly. Avoiding the raging ginger. Believe me, it's okay. Humans do it too.
Why? I asked.
Oh, they have no souls. Best to let them go putter out in their own and try to calm them. They just get angrier.
Your hair color determines whether you have a soul? I asked, mortified.
What? Mark blinked, halting, confused for a moment. Oh, no, sorry, that was a joke.
Gingers. They are not soulless.
No, Mark laughed. But I'm Irish. Believe me, I know when it's best to let a redhead burn out, especially when it's a woman.
These redheads, like Allison, they hail from your Irish land?
Aye. A lot of them do, or did, originally, but we've got all sorts in Ireland. Never was much for redhead lasses. Too much trouble. Anyway,
I was going to come and find you, but you're here now. Mark opened the door behind him and exited the hallway. Come into my office and pull it to.
Pull what where?
I asked as I stepped into the room where Mark and his men were billeting. The door, Mark pointed. Close it. This is classified. I closed the door behind me and asked, What is? Mark lifted a bright green orthorhynch teapot and poured 2 cups. Cup of tea?
That would kill me,
I said, refusing the cup full of caffeine.
Is it your government secret? Assassination by tea?
Some humans, Mark sipped on his cup and continued holding mine out, would say that's a good way to go. Traded my watch for this, well. No way I can close to pronouncing where it's from, but once I figure out what all the buttons do. It makes a nice cuppa. Mark off the teacup again. It's herbal, no caffeine at all. I checked with the doc. Give it a lash. I cautiously accepted the tea and wished I had Corvid with me. He would be able to warn me if the substance contained any toxins. Still, it would be impractical to dispose of a body from this deep within a ship. I would never have assassinated someone so far from a visible exit and a disposal site. So I carefully ingested the tea, partly because it was hot and partly because I still hadn't mastered drinking by pouring from small cups intended for humans. The aroma was rich and floral, and the flavor, albeit quite foreign, was not unlikable. Mark was satisfied with his hospitality ritual and offered me a chair at his table. Higher-ups didn't believe me when I said that I met a species who could see the stuff some of our augments could see. Didn't want me talking to you or anything. However, in the spirit of Hitler invading hell, I convinced them that they're threat or not. You want the same thing we do. I scoffed and sat back in my chair. What do I want? You want to know what happened to your owls. I want to know what happened to my civilians. Our interests are aligned. All right. I put my hands out on the table, but I don't have much to share. We couldn't salvage anything from the wreck where the owl team was found. It was burnt out. Right. Mark unfolded a computer and turned the screen to me. Breaker and Don went out to locate the missing human transport, which was pinged a relay near here before all comms went dark last month. Ghost tensed behind Mark. I tensed. They matched Lorenzo's picture to his ident file in the manifest. This footage was recovered. End of chapter. Chapter 18. The Fallen in the Fire. Salvage CCTV footage. Stella del Fuoco. Conference room 2. Camera 8. 10.7.38. 11:23:05. An explosion rattles the ship. The hull is breached, exposing the room to the vacuum of space. 4 Seraphim and Kestrel battlesuits fly through the breach in formation. Their wings flare and quickly arrest the momentum as they enter the ship's atmosphere. They gather into a phalanx formation, standing back to back, wings folded forward and to shield their bodies. A breach canister is launched from the larger Seraphi's heavily armored suit. The Stella de Fuca's alarm systems wail in the background. A swarm of tiny surveillance bots is launched. One is seen streaking towards the camera lens. Static blip, picture returns. Voice print, Owl, Sire, communications specialist. Pinging now, got the lieutenant's distress beacon, dammit. We've breached the wrong side of the ship. Voice print, Owl, Hera, ranking NCO. Sire, report life signs. Sire, 30 upright biped, species unknown, but they show up hot on the scopes, mostly clustered on the port side. Another 30, species potentially human, also clustered to the port side. Minimal resistance expected en route. Hera. Elbow, take the door. We push hard and fast. Get Lieutenant and Expel through the nearest exterior wall. Non-lethal weapons only. We don't want to escalate things. Voice print, Owl, Elbow. Combat engineer. Copy. Breaching now. Seraphim Owls break formation and follow Elbow to the door in a staggered fire. It's not locked. This is all civilian. Why would the Lieutenant be trapped here? The team exits the room, guns and wings raised. Starboard hallway, camera 9, 10.7.38, 11:24:01. Voice print, Alv D, combat specialist. Could be a black site. I read humans have a lot of those. We would be swarmed with security by now. This is something else. Sire, hostile environment. Negative, ma'am. Still piled up on the port side. Could be mealtime. Lieutenant's marker is ahead. 2 life signs in the room with him. 1 unidentified, high energy signature. 1 human, 10 meters straight up ahead. Look sharp, everyone. The team stops outside the door. Elbow readies the large breaching hammer. There is a spike on one side of the head and a concussive charge on the other. The owls form up behind Elbow's brutish form. Sire faces rear towards the camera, gun raised. D taps Elbow on the shoulder. He steps to the side and swings the hammer into the door. Starboard dining hall, camera 9, 10.7.38, 11:24:43. The camera shakes, and the door is blasted off its mount into a stack of chairs. D flies through headfirst, guns in both hands, laser targeting systems active from her helmet. She lands in the center of the room and is immediately hit with a large explosive ball of fire. The explosion throws her 5 meters. Her guns spouted red blasts of energy as she spiraled across the room. Smoldering, as her armor absorbed the heat, she crashed into an aluminium table, which buckled and collapsed with the impact. Contact front, lethal option, authorized. On me! Move, move, move! Elbow dove through the door, wings wrapped protectively around his body. He took the center of the floor as the flames began washing over him. His talons pierced the floor, locking his body in place. The wings of his Kestrel battlesuit expanded, layer after layer extending, shielding his body and a space on both sides. Hera and Sire slid across the floor and joined him on either flank. I won't be able to hold this for long. D, report. Elbow's shield shook, vibrating from great distance. Hera, how many are there? One, just one. D was assaulted with another wave of fire. She dove away, narrowly escaping the blast and firing her guns as she flew. Energy weapons, null effect. I repeat, null effect. Draw its fire. I'll try the projectile. Go. Hera's Kestrel ejected a metal tube from its back compartment. Hera caught the tube, and it expanded, like it was made out of liquid, into a bow, as large as she was tall. Hera calmly fitted a long arrow onto a string. Sire tossed a grenade past the shield. Hera drew the bowstring behind her ear and leapt into the air. Her wings carried her high above the shield, near the ceiling. As the explosions rocked the room, the arrow flew free. The shrieking wail cut through the recording. The microphones clipped and popped, unable to process the frequencies. I hit something. The shield rattled again. Something powerful was battering it. Now it's angry. The savage beating continued. A huge sword cut through the side of the shield. The burning blade tore through Elbow's Kestrel wings, and then through Hera's helmet. The blade stopped when it was halfway through her face. The blade was yanked backwards. It took Hera with it, slamming her limp body into the shield and then ripping free. The sword came down again. This time it removed the remainder of Elbow's left wing above his shoulder. Elbow rotated his right wing up into the air and leapt, bringing the wing and his entire body weight down into the handle of the sword, and his wield attempted to reset for another swing. The sword was ripped from the attacker's grasp, but it cut into Elbow's leg as he dashed to the floor. Ah! Go! Go! D and Sire charged forward. D wielded 2 long knives, and they were electrified and arced plasma sparks from their edges. Her wings beat madly behind her body, thrusting her forward at a stunning speed. Sire tossed several grenades, which exploded on impact. Then he too rushed in, wielding a staff which expanded from his arm. A long, blazing stream of energy cut into the picture. It whipped through the Sire's legs and then recoiled and struck him again as he attempted to stand. He flew, tumbling out of control, as Kestrel's wings failed to arrest his momentum and right his body. D dodged the tail of fire, slashing out with both hands as it passed over her. She severed a 2-meter section, which fell to the ground and burnt to ashes immediately. Sire's staff cut through the air. It spawned a long blade at the end as it flew through the camera's field of view. The spear struck something and D charged forward, a single wing tumbling across the floor, then a second, followed by a blinding gust of fire. Dee's blackened and burning wingless body flew across the room. She hit the back wall, but remained there, impaled on Sire's spear. A creature with huge blazing wings of pure energy and a serpentine tail, 12 meters long, leapt into the picture. It was screaming. Fire spewed from its mouth. It was some distorted mix of human, bird, and reptile. The flames engulfed Elbow's body as he tried to stand. Sire threw another spear, striking the creature in its arm and halting its fiery assault. Elbow lunged forward, his remaining wing still burning, and brought his hammer down on the creature's chest. The charge in the hammerhead exploded and knocked the creature backwards. The entire room was burning now. Fire suppression systems sprayed foam from the ceilings in a losing battle against the flames. Sire and Elbow limped forward, weapons raised. The tail lashed out, cutting through the air, throwing molten globs of fire in its wake. Elbow dove clear and ejected his ruined wing from his suit towards the creature's tail like a giant blade. The tail was cut in half, and the remains turned to ash. The creature leapt on Elbow, who was unable to shield himself from the vicious predator. Its body was small, like a human woman's, but its colossal wings and serpentine tail dwarfed its core. The creature bore down on Elbow, pinning him against the ground and spewing fire down on him. Sire rushed forward, his spear a whirlwind of motion. The creature turned its fire away from Elbow's charred remains, focusing instead on the spearman. Sire batted the flames away, his spear whirling in front of his body, spinning faster than the eye could see, depriving the flames of oxygen. His kestrel wings shielded his body on either side, and the creature screamed in frustration. The creature drew its wings backwards. Fire and light blazed from them. They coiled and then snapped forward like a tsunami waves crashing on the shore. The creature's wings folded in on Sire, obliterating his defenses and wrapping him in a blanket of molten energy. The flames blazed higher and higher, greedily licking at the edge of the camera enclosure. A human woman staggered through the flames and the door. The picture was engulfed in smoke, glowing bright red as the flames filtered through. The lens cracked. End recording 10.7.38, 11/28/15. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Do you dream? It's not here. Addison choked, coughing blood as she tried to speak. She was fading. Her eyes flashed, darting side to side, teary, bloodshot, and full of terror. I felt her blood dripping down my fingers as I held the knife. Shadow's hand wrapped around hers. Light sparked from the edges of his entire body, pulsing rapidly alongside her heartbeat. He fell to a knee, clutching the wound in his stomach. My arms were glowing, covered in the blood of one who burns. "I'm sorry," I gasped, choking back a sob and turning my eyes away from her. "I'm sorry." I ripped the knife free of Addison's chest. Her blood rushed out of the open wound. I leapt into the air, broken wings lifting my body just high enough with the last of my kestrel's energy. I kicked my legs, spinning my body 180 degrees. It had to be enough. It had to be worth it. I raised the blade above my head, clutching the bloodied seraphim steel with both hands as I plummeted towards my target. The flames were searing. As I burnt, I thought of the sheepdogs. Those brave creatures, they deserved better. I never wanted to kill like this again. The knife sunk deep, rending flesh, glancing off bone and tearing nerve and muscle fibers as it plunged between the vertebra. It was designed for this, the blade of an assassin. I twisted the knife as the body collapsed beneath me. More blood on my hands. An explosion of energy tossed me backwards. I tumbled head over foot as the Guardian departed this plane, severed from its human host. I struck the deck and slid. Broken glass tore at my exposed burnt skin through the holes in my ruined armor. Critical system error, catastrophic damage detected, emergency power active. I skidded to a stop, crashing into the body. Can't think about him now. Not now. Critical system error, catastrophic damage detected. I dragged myself up onto my hands and knees. The mass of my ruined kestrel suit weighed down on me. I kept my eyes closed. I didn't dare look. Culvert, initiate emergency survival protocols. Frightless. Initiating ESP, administrating the last of the meds. Good luck, Chief. The kestrel wings snapped together, sparking as their molecular chain link structure altered. They melted and fell onto my body, coating my torso in a layered scaled plate to protect my vital organs. I heaved and gasped as the drugs hit my system and my eyes snapped open. I could tell it wouldn't be enough. There was no way I could win. Not against him. Get up! Move! Some things must happen, Shadow said. His voice wavered. He was finally weakening. I watched his blood, Allison's blood, drip from my fingers. So a god really can bleed, I thought, as I stood and backed away. His eyes sparked blue fire, white coals. Pure terror filled me. Shadow was rallying. He tried to stand, wings fluttering, unable to lift his weight from the ground. He fell back to a knee, his hand landing heavily on Alison's chest. Her chest. It was still gushing blood. How much blood can she have in there? It was the only way, I mumbled. I gasped for air. I was hot. I was cold. I was going to die if I didn't get out of my blankets immediately. I kicked at the bedding, tearing through it with my talons in my haste. I rolled clumsily out of bed and hit the floor hard, bruising my elbows. "You were dreaming again, Seraph," Shadow's voice purred above me. He sounded affectionate. "Nightmares." I looked up and saw Shadow's eyes, burning softly, gazing down at me. He had left Alison's side of the room. "Do you dream?" "Only when I am awake," Shadow said. "Do you not sleep?" I asked, and started peeling my soaked clothing from my body. "Only..." Shadow turned away, returning to Alison. "Only what?" "Only in the dark between when they are dead, and I am gone." "What does that mean?" "Do you wish to speak of your nightmares, Seraph?" Shadow asked. "No." I pulled Alison's pink sweater over my head. I curled my knees up underneath it. I could still see the bodies of the dead owl team burning in the back of my mind, and something else I couldn't quite remember. "Nor do I." Shadow spread his wings, shrouding Alison's bunk once more, this time, perhaps for his own sake, not hers. "Maybe we can just sit here, together." I leaned back against the wall, closed my eyes, hugged my knees against my breast, and breathed deeply. Shadow spoke softly, even quieter than his usual whisper. "I would enjoy this, Seraph." I wish I had a cup, my throat caught. Impossible. The tea kettle in the corner had turned on. End of chapter. Chapter 20. The Warlock and the Wolf. I discovered the answer to the question I was sent here to find. A human, a species my people had no recorded contact with in the past, was responsible for the death of our 4 members in the Seraphim L team. When I began, this outcome was my worst fear. First contact resulting in multiple fatalities, wars having waged for lesser slights. That was before I knew the depths of the situations. Humans do not travel to the stars alone, and their companions are beyond dangerous. Having spent time with Alison and Shadow, and fought alongside both her and other humans, I began to fear a conflict between my people and hers would end in a horrific bloodshed. Then I saw the video footage of my comrades being torn to pieces. After that, I don't actually have a word for how I felt. Mark Tarot and I spoke very little after I viewed the recording. I asked, and he confirmed that a human woman was seen leaving in the final frames of the video. That was it. The next day I found the human commander again. I needed more information before reporting to my superiors. "Tarot," I said, accidentally speaking much too loudly and startling several crewmates in the mess hall. I need to speak with you." Mark Ghost stood behind him, suddenly bristling with energy. I heard a yelp and a skittering sound as Kuzef dove inside the waste receptacle behind me. "Fantastic diplomacy, Gaia. You should make a career out of this." Sorry." I bowed my head, a submissive gesture I hoped that would cover my mistake. "That, came out wrong." Mark smiled and said, "Okay, walk with me, Chief. I need to go check on Lorenzo." I watched as Ghost's light slowly dimmed. "I didn't mean to sound so aggressive." "It's quite all right," Mark said. "I assume you've spoken with your superiors since yesterday?" "Not yet. I need more information." "What would you like to know?" Mark asked. His cybernetic eye rotated at an awkward, unnatural angle to view me as I walked beside him. "Firstly," I moved closer, hoping Ghost wouldn't take my movements as a threat. "What are you?" Mark stepped in front of me, turning to walk backwards. He smiled broadly and said, "I'm a ruggedly handsome Irishman, an officer and a gentleman." Mark's voice was musical, and he made a flourishing gesture with a hand and bowed. "At your service, milady." I grinned. It was impossible not to. "No, really." "Oh, you mean this?" Mark pointed to Ghost, and then to himself. "Yes, Featherbrain, I saw you working with him. It's not like the rest of your species." "Right. Is this an official inquiry? Mark fell back into step beside me, this time placing me on his organic side.
Honestly, I'd prefer it not be, but...
So off the record then, milady, Mark said. If you have the discretion.
I'm not recording you, I replied.
In that case, I'll use a bit of my own discretion and answer some of your questions, in the sake of friendly relations between two people.
Mark was so much better at this diplomacy thing than I was, it felt unfair.
My government classifies me as a warlock.
I don't think I know this word, I admitted.
Honestly, I think that the guys who did all the organizing work for my unit were huge nerds.
I didn't know that word either, but Mark's grin implied there was some sort of humor.
They took the term from a game called Dungeons and Dragons.
This game, I remembered seeing a dragon in one of Allison's films. It had little hobbits, I think, creatures who resembled the tiny natives of Pertuk. It simulates combat with dragons?
That depends on how good your imagination is, Mark laughed and added. It's played on a table.
I believe that you've lost me, I conceded.
It's not important, Mark said. Your roommate seems the type. She can probably explain D&D better than me, if you care. The part that is relevant is my government classifies me as a warlock, a human who has gained magical powers through partnership with an otherworldly force. None of the people who designed the program could see behind the scenes to understand exactly what is happening, so they used fantasy to bridge the gap.
What about the woman in the video? Is she a warlock?
That's completely different, Mark said adamantly, as we arrived at the sickbay. That was a draconid. I'm in control.
Draconids are not in control of their actions, I asked.
Not like me. Ghost and I work together. He channels his powers through me according to my intent. There are things I couldn't make Ghost do if I tried, and he would never take control of my body without permission. Draconids are, something else. Mark pointed at the view screen, where Lorenzo was watching a video of Fulton, who was inhaling some sort of gas in his laboratory, which made his face rapidly change colors. The boy's corrupted guardian sat coiled tightly around Lorenzo's feet. This child is being hollowed out bit by whatever this creature is, and one day there won't be much human left at all.
Do you know anything about it? I said.
The clerics. That is the other kind of people like me. They believe their guardian and power comes from a divine source, Mark explained. They believe that some people have angels, and others, like Lorenzo, have demons. The demons corrupt. They seek power and destruction. I find this last part, at least, to be valid.
What about the one who took out the Seraphim L team?
That,
Mark waited, and several of the medical staff passed us.
Was what we believe was a full-fledged adult draconid. My guys are guessing. We've never seen one before.
What do you mean by adult?
Mark sighed and pointed to Lorenzo. He was so skinny when you felt him. The children stopped connecting with other humans. They stopped talking and eating. They play with their little monsters, and they utilize their newfound abilities to do, anything their immature, impulsive child minds concoct. They set fires for fun, for revenge, for amusement. They kill. They are children with magical powers.
What happens?
The more they use their power, the more the little monster grows, the more control it takes. Later on, I don't know.
Mark sighed heavily. I could tell that his conscience weighed on him. I knew the look on his face. It was the same on my own. On dark nights when I remembered the things I'd done for duty.
I refuse to believe that these children are evil in some way. Later on, I think it's that thing doing all the piloting. Some of these kids were traumatized and abused. It makes sense when they flash out in the targeted logical fashion, but...
But what?
But not when they destroy entire city blocks, bring down buildings, burn starships. It's wanton destruction. They don't typically survive.
But, I said, sometimes.
If they survive the first big incident, the second is worse, and so on. We've never seen an adult, not until the video is found. Off the record, Mark said. The organic side of his face was slightly pale. My government is terrified. Before warlocks and clerics, we had to carpet bomb a teenage dragonid for hours, days even, to put it down. Entire towns were leveled. Hundreds, sometimes thousands were killed.
You can stop this adult draconid, though, There has to be a way. Well, I hope we can, Mark sighed. But one of my friends died in an encounter with 12-year-old. A warlock survived the encounter, and eventually they had to kill him, I said softly. She claims the cleric used their body to protect her at the end. I gave her enough time to, Mark halted, finish the job.
What about Lorenzo? I said. What happens to him?
A team of clerics is coming for him. They will take him somewhere safe and then attempt to separate him from the monster. There's no guarantee, but they are becoming more successful.
And the woman? I asked. Something must be done.
Finding her is our top priority. Reinforcements are coming. I fear that we'll need every soldier we can get. Will you or your government help?
Before I commit, I need you to answer a hard question. I spoke slowly, deliberately. And I need you to tell me the entire truth.
What is it?
Mark asked. He sounded earnest. Maybe he was just a good diplomat. Is there any chance this Draconid is connected to one of your governments?
Absolutely not, Mark said, quickly and without reservation. It's against international law to employ a Draconid as a weapon of war. There are human governments and factions that are horribly violent, I admit. No one would be insane enough to try. Even warlock and cleric use is regulated by international commission.
Mark looked me square in the eyes and said,
Terra does not want to war with Seraph. We are willing to do anything to avoid this. The woman in the video has been identified biometrics as Nora Karine. She has violated a list of laws and treaties as long as my arm and has arrest warrants in several systems for violent crimes. Karine has been off-radar for months. We assume that the missing human vessels in the sector are all her handiwork. The Terran government has declared Nora Karine kaput lupinum. Her life is forfeit.
End of chapter. Chapter 21. Time for tea. I stood in front of the kitchenette in my room. My mind was not quiet, but it was night, so everything else was. I pressed the button on the side of Addison's tea kettle and stared at the clear glass, watching the water slowly bubble as it heated. Of all the stupid things to happen this month, all the insane, ridiculous things, I had to add an insatiable desire for plant water. Plant water. I mean, really. What kind of intelligent life goes, I would very much like to know what water tastes like after boiling roots leaves seeds and flowers in it, and then becomes addicted to the taste. I realized I was lost in thought when the kettle began whistling. I shut off the power and added the tea before it woke Allison. When the sheepdogs learned about my newfound fixation on tea, they all pitched in something. Don gave me a teacup, but not a human-shaped teacup. This one had an elongated oval shape and would fit my mouth, unlike the round human cups, which were really good for pouring tea all over my shirt. I think Don read about the seraphim and then made it himself. Breaker felt very strongly that I needed my own teaspoon and somehow turned a silver Terran coin into a beautiful spoon. CV and Mark both acquired teas which were suitable for my species, and then had them double-checked in the lab just to be certain. I couldn't understand why they were all being so friendly. In the days to come, we might all die horribly, but that shouldn't make us friends by default. Whatever. It was not that I was ungrateful. I was actually terribly fond of these sheepdogs. I just didn't get it. CV told me that Don never makes friends on assignments, that he must enjoy my company to have shown such interest. Why would one who never makes friends make a friend of me? I poured my tea, added some sugar with a special spoon, and then pulled the chair next to Allison's bed so that I could sit next to Shadow. This is my life. I cannot believe this is my life. I am having tea with a creature that is older than the universe. Tell me something, I said to Shadow. I inhaled the vapor coming off my cup. What happened with these corrupted ones? What do they want? Why are they doing this?
Do you, your people, not know desire?
Shadow responded.
Of course we do. And fear?
Yes, I said, unsure where he was going. All living creatures know fear.
This universe is very different than the one before. When we came here, many changed.
But you didn't become corrupted. I turned my eyes down, away from Shadow, and read the inscription on the bottom of my cup.
take some more tea. It was probably something Don read in a book. Shadow remained silent, pensive, but eventually continued. I have a purpose. It is greater than my fears. Shadow's wings glowing brighter, casting a warm light on Alison's face as she slept. My desire to protect. My needs are fulfilled in my service. I smiled slightly and sipped my tea.
They're corrupted. What do they want?
Shadow turned his head, moving quickly and snapping like I've never seen him do outside of battles. His eyes flashed white. Everything. Alison stirred in her bunk. Shadow's eyes dimmed and turned his attention back to her, but continued, speaking softly. We bought them for control of the human world at the beginning. We cast them into the darkness and held them there. But sometimes they slip out. They strike down the ones guarding the most vulnerable humans, and they take their place.
That's horrible.
I was banished once. By the time I made my way back out of the darkness, my human had been dead for decades.
The pain was abundantly clear in Shadow's normally even voice.
They've done horrible things, and I fear died alone in pain.
That is worse, I said. My eyes drifted to the black box sitting on my bed. I knew what was inside it.
We must stop this, Seraph, Shadow said. I would almost say that he was desperate. A creature like this should not exist. It is against the order of things.
The human reinforcements will be arriving in the morning. The sheepdogs, and I believe that we have a way to locate Kareen. I'll be going with them. It should be enough. I drank the last of my tea, set my cup in the washer, and rested at the edge of my bed. I noticed that Alison had stitched up a hole I tore in the blanket earlier this week. Everything will be okay soon.
Are you going to open your box, Seraph? Shadow asked.
No, I am not. I picked up the box. I'd seen many like it. Too many. I offered it to Shadow and asked, you wouldn't happen to be able to banish this into the darkness for me?
I cannot.
Thought not. I pitched the box into my footlocker and slammed the lid. Guess it'll have to sleep in there.
But will you sleep, Seraph?
Shadow's voice was silky. It echoed more than usual and continued asking,
or will you dream?
I lifted my blankets and curled up inside them. I hope I won't dream. Did you dream today?
Always, Seraph. Though, of late, Shadow's voice dropped to a whisper. I have dreamt many dreams of you.
That's... I pulled the blanket a little tighter as a chill crept across my skin. I didn't know what that meant. Shadow looked at me. His eyes were soft and warm.
Will you not take the blade, Seraph?
That didn't surprise me. Shadow could probably see through the box. I'm never touching one of those things again. Shadow's eyes sparkled. Blue flames snapped and burnt, pushing the edges of his eye sockets. A ripple of blue fire flashed over the surface of his wings and then disappeared. The flames in his eyes died down, burning orange like hot coals. He turned back to face Alison's bunk and said, Then it has begun. End of chapter. Chapter 22. The Bird with the Chutzpah. I woke in a cold sweat. Again. I knew I had dreamt that same horrible dream, the one I had been having for weeks. I just couldn't remember the details, except for the blood on my hands. I could always remember that part. I had to check every time I woke up. I crawled out of the bed, turned my blankets over so they could dry, and stripped out of my wet nightclothes. I was about to get into something dry and go back to bed when it hit me. I don't know where the idea came from. It felt more like remembering something than having a sudden epiphany. I grabbed the nearest articles of dry clothing, the pink jumper, which was now my favorite, and a pair of green uniform pants, threw them on, and rushed out the door. It didn't take me long to reach the sheepdog's quarters. The halls were all empty at this hour. I pressed the call button beside the door, pressed it again, then started knocking. I'm coming, chill! Raegar opened the door. His eyes were droopy, and his hair was sticking out in all directions, which, to be honest, probably matched my feathers at that moment. I hadn't even bothered to look in the mirror before I left. Chief, it's early. Raegar yawned and covered his mouth. He wasn't wearing a shirt. What's going on? I need to talk to Mark.
Raegar looked over his shoulder and said, he's not here? CV staggered up to the door behind Raegar. She was only wearing her undergarments. Her chest, stomach, and back were covered in scars. Then I noticed Raegar was also sporting quite a few scars. Jagged stab and slash wounds, energy burns, spider webbing from projectile penetration. Both of these soldiers had been veterans of horrible battles. Everything all right? CV asked. I need to see the salvage video footage from the derelict, I said. I can get that, CV said. She retrieved a soft robe and wrapped it around her body. Mark said that you're all clear, so I can get whatever you need. Come on in. Raegar moved out of the doorway, and I stepped inside. Don was sitting, cross-legged, in the corner, hands folded in his lap, eyes closed. Just ignore Buddha over there. I heard that, Don mumbled. CV brought the computer over and motioned for me to join her at the table. Raegar sat down on the other side of the bowl of food. Dude, CV said, you woke up 45 seconds ago. How are you eating already? I don't know. Raegar offered a bowl. You want some roasted Frinian nuts, sir? This is like literally the best thing that I've ever found out in the black. I'm going to have to import them back home by the whole truckload or something. This is more addictive than pistachios. Sure. I picked up a couple nuts and began working them free of their shells. You want to see the battle again? CV asked, as she opened the file directory. No, I want to see everything else. Okay. CV queued up the footage. That's a lot of tape. Even spin up there would take forever. Can we isolate for one subject? I asked. Yeah, that'll be narrow it down. Who are we looking for? CV asked. I cracked one of the nuts into pieces and popped them into my mouth. I want to see all the footage of Lorenzo. Okay. CV typed some codes into a machine, probably Lorenzo's ID number, and it began sorting out clips. You can watch whatever you want, but why? She's got a hunch. Raegar stuffed a handful of nuts into his mouth and kept talking. Why else would she be here at ass o'clock in the morning? I had an idea. CV passed me the laptop. I turned on the video and then multiplied the speed to 64 times. Holy, CV said, clearly very stunned about something. You can still see it going that fast? Yeah. It was exactly what I expected. Lorenzo's monster, the corrupted, wasn't in the footage when they left Earth. He had a normal guardian, just like all the other humans on board. There was a blinding flash. It whited out the screen. I hit pause. Looks like some sort of glitch, CV said. Maybe something didn't render on the recordings. Not a glitch. I rewound the film and paused it 10 seconds before the whiteout. Who was that woman next to Lorenzo? Let's see. CV typed sequence in, and the computer brought up a picture of Nora Kyrene. I'll be damned. It's her. I started the video again. I had to be sure. Kyrene walked up beside the bowl. She was glowing bright red, not on fire, but very full of something. The boy and his guardian tried to walk away. She reached out, grabbed the burning one by the throat with both hands, and then dashed it into the floor. She wrestled with the boy's guardian until it exploded and disappeared. The screen whited out for a moment, and then the picture returned. I'm not sure what just happened, CV said. Looks like she had a seizure or something. She was wrestling, I said, but I didn't take my eyes off the screen. Nora Kyrene thrust her hand through the floor, but it didn't do anything physical damage. She reached down to her elbow and then pulled a seething, writhing monster out of the deck. It was a large land lizard, but it was winged and spitting globs of fire from its mouth. Lorenzo was weeping and tried to run. The monster leapt across the floor and onto his back. Lorenzo stumbled around for a moment, fell to the ground, and then stopped fighting back. Ah, poor guy, Raegar said compassionately, but unable to see the full extent of what was happening. Probably got skinned up real bad there. All of the burning ones in the room had gathered behind me. I could hear their fires simmering hotter and hotter and see their lights reflected in the table in front of me. They were watching the video with me, and they were furious. I was, too. There was a screeching sound and commotion in the hallway outside the room. I snatched up the laptop computer and ran towards the door. Don was already there, barefoot, holding his pistol ready to fight. Don and I opened the door, and a full volume of the struggle hit us. Lorenzo was screaming and thrashing about as two humans in strangely decorated battle armor attempted to restrain him against the corridor wall. These humans were bonded with their guardians, which protected them from the flames Lorenzo was slinging in all directions. The fire suppression alarms were wailing and chaotically slinging foam at the fires Lorenzo had started for dozens of meters in both directions. "I got this," Mark shouted and ran past me with the pressurized auto-injector in hand. He was also bonded with Ghost and ran straight through the wall of flames, unscathed. Mark knelt and attempted to inject Lorenzo. The monster's tail lashed out from behind Lorenzo, coiled around the injector, and melted the unit. "Son of a bitch!" Mark yelped and tossed the molten remains of the medical device. "This is not working," one of the clerics said. His battle armor had a black and white collar, which I recognized as a mark of religious priest. His chest was adorned with elaborate paintings, most of which were glowing men with long hair. "We've dosed him 3 times already. He's too strong." I noticed that while he stopped speaking aloud, his lips continued moving rapidly. Perhaps he was praying. "Mark," I shouted, "you need to see this." "I'm busy." Mark dodged the tail and fired several blasts of his own, pure blue flames at Lorenzo. The assault seemed to stun the boy, and his monster, for a moment at least. "This is important." I saw a brief gap in the flames. Don tried to grab me, but I leapt forward too fast. "Oi, revolt!" exclaimed the second cleric when he saw me. He had long curly hair and a thick beard. His armor was solid black, but was covered from his throat to his soles of his boots in finely lettered white block script. "This one is a Meshuggah." He removed one hand from the child and coiled his middle finger down, held his first and fourth fingers up, and then extended his arm towards me. A wall of white light sparked and expanded from between his fingers. It rushed forward and struck me instantly. The heat of the flames disappeared. "Are you insane?" Mark shouted, and stood in front of me. The wings on his back lazily batted small bits of the heavy, flaming gel Lorenzo was throwing. "Look at this!" I played the video. Mark's eyes widened. He snatched the computer from my hands and dashed over to the clerics. "Zevi, look! Oi veis me!" Zevi mumbled, and then exclaimed gleefully, eyes wide, as he watched the footage again. "Nara's right! The bird with the shuspa got it on tape!" "Something is happening," the priest said, cautiously. The flames around Lorenzo's body sparked and sputtered. The fire on his face extinguished entirely. Zevi was laughing joyously and holding up the laptop. "We have to strike, now!" Mark exclaimed. He drew back his arms, blue flames building rapidly. I could tell Mark and Ghost were about to go nuclear. I acted on impulse. I didn't know why at the time, but I knew I had to stop him. I stepped between the warlock and the child. "Glow, bug," a new voice said from behind me. A child's voice. End of chapter. Chapter 23. The Boy in the Bubble. "He spoke," the priest exclaimed. He let go of Lorenzo and stumbled backwards. Mark's fires faded. His jaw was slack. I saw Zevi was kneeling in front of the boy, holding the computer up. Lorenzo reached out to touch the screen, and the fires on his hands sputtered out. "This is not pos..." Mark's eyes sparked with blue flame and terror. He grabbed me by the shoulders and pulled me backwards. The priest ran with us, holding up the wall of white light as the explosion barreled towards us. "Glow, bug," Lorenzo wailed. Zevi was dragging himself towards the other end of the corridor. The decking beneath Lorenzo rattled and began to glow. First yellow, then orange, then blue. "We have to contain this," Mark shouted. He and the priests began casting wave after wave of white light down the length of the corridor, extinguishing flames as they passed. Zevi pulled himself to a knee and did the same from the other end. "Oh God, that kid's gonna burn!" Breaker exclaimed, horrified. He was half-dressed, but he had his rifle in his right hand balanced against the shield in his left. The lights beneath Lorenzo grew brighter. The monster, now partially separated from Lorenzo's body, screeched and spat fire at the floor. The decking and walls were literally melting. Mark growled. The effort was draining him. Lorenzo was no longer visible. The flames were too high. Even with the efforts of Mark and the clerics, it was turning into an inferno. I wasn't sure the boy could survive this. The priest dropped his left hand and stumbled to his knee, but kept casting from his right. Mark screaming and staggering forward, past the fallen cleric, casting frantically from both hands. Ghost's eyes were burning so brightly, I couldn't see Mark's face anymore. These humans were the only thing keeping the entire ship from melting. Their guardian shields were containing the heat, slowly pushing it backwards towards its source. The boy was trapped. I couldn't feel the heat, but I could see it in infrared. The firestorm blazed like nothing I'd ever seen. "Glow, bug," Lorenzo cried. "Help me!" The priest was back. His left hand was shaking, clutching for a string of crystalline beads. He stood beside Mark and redoubled his efforts. I could no longer see Zevi, but unlike Mark and the priest, he was not screaming. He was laughing. The monster screeched. The wall panel exploded. Pieces of plating spiraled in all directions. The priest leapt into the air, his guardian wings carrying him past Mark, towards the shrapnel. The priest raised his hands above his head, and his guardian launched free of his body, expanding in size and speed of the explosion. The priest dropped to the ground and collapsed face down. The burning one took all the shrapnel. Each piece of plating melted as it entered his body. "Zevi, push!" Mark shouted, and slowly walked forward. Ghost thrust his wings, stabilizing Mark against the gusting inferno. The flames were dying out. I could see through the fire now. Lorenzo was crouching, arms wrapped around his head. In the center of the corridor, the monster had grown. It was 4 times as large as before, and was only connected to the boy through its left leg. It was alternating between breathing fire at Mark and Zevi, who had advanced from the other side. It could no longer keep up. Its human host was unwilling, but the monster refused to let go. "Glowbug," Lorenzo begged. "Help me, please." Blue fire shot through the floor. A ring of sapphire light formed around the puddle, blacker than the darkest night. A fist broke free of the darkness. It was burning, brilliantly clearer blue than the skies of Seraph after a storm. The fist opened and grabbed hold of the monster's foot. The monster turned its maw on the floor, spewing fire with renewed vigor. Twin wings broke in, tearing through the dimensional barriers. They expanded like an umbrella, shielding the entrance from the fire. The disembodied arm heaved and pulled its way further into our universe. The shoulders and head of a burning one were now visible. A second arm broke through and latched onto the monster's leg. The Guardian's eyes were blazing with azure fire. Glowbug yanked the monster to the ground and simultaneously pulled the rest of his body free of the darkness he had spawned from. His hands worked their way up to the monster's body, ripping out chunks as they went, until they found purchase on the monster's throat. The monster roared. It thrashed violently, trying to free itself from Glowbug's iron grip. The burning one's wings snapped twice, yanked both creatures into the air. His eyes flashed, pulsing through the spectrum of blue until they turned pure white. His shoulders heaved and rippled. The light grew brighter, spreading through his entire form. The monster's head began to tear free of its shoulders. And then the creature exploded, vanishing in a blast of orange light. Ash rained down from the explosion. The black hole on the floor snapped closed with a sharp crack. Glowbug dropped to the floor and swept Lorenzo into his arms as the boy collapsed, unconscious. He gently lowered Lorenzo's body to the ground. Mark and Zevi fired one more salvo, extinguishing the last of the fires. Lorenzo was covered in ash. His eyes flickered open, and he smiled up at his returned guardian. "You came." Glowbug's blue fires faded to a gentle greenish yellow. He looked kindly on the child beneath him. Then he raised his first finger, illuminating it brightly, and tapped Lorenzo on the nose. A pulse went out of his fingertip and dissolved all the ash, cleansing the boy of the final remnants of the evil creature he had been captive to. Lorenzo giggled and batted his nose. Breaker stole a quick glance out from behind his shield where Sevie and Don had taken cover. "Yo, boss, is it all like terrifying, done, man?" "It's over," Mark said. He was breathing heavily. He pointed to Lorenzo and said, "Don, Sevie, go check him out. He's safe." "Done it, boss." Sevie immediately ran out from behind Breaker's shield, carrying a medic's pack, completely fearless. Don followed her a little more carefully. Breaker advanced and helped the priest up. "I got you, Padre." Zevi walked past Lorenzo as Sevie and Don scanned him for injuries. His beard was smoldering on one side. He shook Mark's hand and then approached me, smiling broadly. "Thank you, friend." Zevi extended a hand and said, "I do not understand how you knew, but you have saved a life today. There is no greater deed." I shook his hand and did my best to smile back. "I only found a video." "You have done what I could not in a decade of searching," Zevi said. He wiped a tear from his good eye. His face was glowing with joy. "I knew there was more to this problem. I only had no proof." Mark, Breaker, and the priest joined us. You did well, Antonio, Zevi said, but next time try not to fall on your face. It makes us all look bad.
Antonio pointed at Zevi's beard. At least my beard's not on fire.
Oi, Zevi yelped and swatted the embers as he shrugged. It was worth it.
I could see Don, Seavey, and Glowbug kneeling around Lorenzo. Don was doing magic tricks and making the child laugh while Seavey cleaned up the abrasions on his leg. I looked around at the charred hallway. There were puddles of melting, fire-suppressant foam everywhere. Large pieces of shrapnel were protruding from the walls, ceiling, and floor. A lighting unit cracked, wobbled out of the ceiling mount, and crashed to the floor.
So, Breaker said loudly, a priest, a rabbi, and a wizard walk into a spaceship. The wizard says to the captain, "You guys have insurance on this boat, right?"
End of chapter. Chapter 24. Speak No Evil. As I walked back to my room, I felt like the floor was going to give out beneath my feet, or maybe my knees. All the lights were too bright, the hum of the electrical systems and the engine too loud. I couldn't believe it. I didn't know what to think. My head was spinning and my stomach threatened to expel everything they held. Mark's voice echoed in my mind.
"What do you mean Shadow told you?"
A chill raced up my spine. 4 words from Mark had ruined me.
"Chief, they don't speak."
I explained to Mark that I'd been speaking with Shadow for weeks. Zevi and Antonio both backed up Mark's statement. The Guardians do not speak. Mark might believe that I'm insane now. Zevi seemed far more interested in the so-called anomaly than the possibility that I was lying or mad. He said what I was thinking at the time. How did she know about the video? Perhaps the Shadow did speak to her. Unfortunately for me, Zevi was less supportive when I explained that it was unlikely that they could witness me speak to Shadow, as he and I only conversed while Allison was asleep. The moment I spoke the words aloud, I knew I'd made a mistake. Not only did I undermine myself in their eyes, but I also sabotaged my confidence in myself. What if I am losing it? What if my mind is turning into one giant, empty eggshell, and I'm just too far gone to know? Maybe it was my battle brain syndrome. Maybe all the terrible things I've seen, what I have done. Maybe I finally cracked. I didn't realize that I was nowhere near my room until I walked into Fultian's lab. I hadn't planned on coming here. All I wanted was to wash the smell of smoke out of my feathers, put on clean clothes, and go to sleep. "I need help," I shouted. "Who is doing the piloting here? Maybe my subconscious is smarter than I am." "Ah!" Bolton fell from a bar mounted in the ceiling where he was hanging wrong way up, asleep. "Sorry," I moaned, and helped the 4-armed scientist up from the floor. "It's okay." Boltian rubbed his back with 2 hands and straightened his clothes with the others. "A solid scare is good for the metabolism. Could use to lose a few kilos anyway." "I'm really sorry, Doc," I said, as I collapsed into one of the chairs. "What can I help you with?" Boltian opened a valve in one large gas canister, extended the mouthpiece bit down, and took a long draught of whatever substance he kept in there. "I need a full psychometric scan." I ran my fingers through my cranial plumage and knocked some ash free. "I need to know if I'm losing my mind." "What makes you think your thinker is done thinking?" Voltian shuffled around the lab on his 3 legs, snatching up sensors and equipment as he walked. "Mark just told me the burning ones don't speak. He said no human has ever made verbal contact. They communicate in very loose emotional impressions. They occasionally point or use their powers to highlight something." Voltian attached the sensors to my skull. "But you've seen otherwise. I've been conversing with Allison's guardian for weeks. We talk while she's asleep." "Interesting," Voltian said, and activated his machine. "I find this quite curious, Gaia." "Why is that?" I asked. Voltian's machines began spitting out chaotic waves, form patterns, like I had never seen before. "Oh my, Voltian," I said, both scared and angry. "What is this strange—" "Well, some of the others may be able to confirm, and you should ask the humans as well, but—" He scrutinized the data and then scratched his head with one hand and his chest with the other. "But what?" But these burning ones, as you've called them, they don't have mouths, just those huge, terrifying, blazing eyes." "That's not possible." My mind was racing now. Voltian's meter was going crazy. Maybe I was going crazy. "I advise you verify, but I've seen 0 mouths in the 5 Guardians aboard this vessel," Voltian explained. "I picked up visual waves only when I first tried to study Shadow before the machines caught fire.
No sound, no chemical traces, only light and energy. Thaltian, I said. My voice was shaky. His machine blinked and flickered, and then turned off. I've spent hours talking to Shadow. If he doesn't have a mouth... I'm having visual and auditory hallucinations? Oh, I would be more than that. Thaltian removed the leads from my head. You would be classified as delusional, possibly even disassociated from reality. Thank you, I scoffed. I feel so much better. I'm also having horrendous nightmares. I think I am totally losing it. Well, Thaltian read the charts with his machine had generated. Your brain activity is abnormal. I don't know what it means, though. Shoda told me everything I need to know about how to save Lorenzo. It has to be real. What happened to Lorenzo? Thaltian asked, compassionate concern in his voice. They were trying to remove him from the ship. He had another episode. I showed up in the middle, and when the cleric showed him a video of his old guardian, it came back and killed the monster that was driving Lorenzo. That is, so confusing, Thaltian said, but his voice was joyful. However, I couldn't be happier the kid got rid of that monster. I've been having nightmares about that thing eating my lungs. It was awful, and it was wonderful. What does that machine say about my head? I asked. I don't know. Gonna have to reference some charts in your species, go back to your room, get some sleep. I'll find you as soon as I know something. I was trying to do that, but I ended up here instead. I pulled myself out of the chair and headed for the door. We might need to analyze my legs next. Go to sleep, Kaya, Thaltian said, compassionately. Doctor's orders. I walked the ship's corridors. I missed 3 turns. I hadn't been this bad at navigating a ship since my first weeks of training, 25 years ago. I finally made it back to my room. I don't know how long it took me. I opened the door and walked in. Allison was sitting on my bed. She was holding the Seraphim Assassin's blade, the blade I dreamt of over and over again. I saw Shadow sitting stoically beside the human. His hand was wrapped around hers, and the light of the body pulsed along with her heartbeat. My vestigial bones throbbed. The pain was incapacitating. I couldn't think. My stomach revolted. I dove for the waistband, dropped to my knees, and vomited. I looked at Allison out of the corner of my eye and wiped my face clean. She hadn't moved a muscle since I entered. She wasn't even looking at me. Her eyes were locked on the blade. Your footlocker was beeping, and I was trying to sleep. Allison was very upset. Her voice was shaking. I found this knife. Found some surveillance photos. You want to explain what the hell is going on? End of chapter. Chapter 25, Boiling Point. My ears were ringing. My back was killing me. I stood slowly, non-threateningly. I didn't want Shadow to nuke me because Allison was upset. Listen, I said, trying to project a calm vocal tone. It's not what you think. I know what this is. Allison held up one end of her surveillance photos, a candid picture of her shopping on Earth before leaving for this assignment. Why the hell do you have a gravity well blade? She dropped the photograph onto the knife's edge, and it sliced cleanly in two. The pieces slid off the bed and hit the floor loudly. So loudly. I'm not going to hurt you. I know my tech. This is only used for killing, Allison shouted, and set the knife down on the bed. It seemed my calm demeanor was doing nothing to assuage her fears, or perhaps I simply sucked in diplomacy. Please, it's not what you... What were you going to do? Allison raised her .45 from beneath the blankets on the bed and pointed it at my head. Wonderful. I slowly raised my arms. I was only... Allison advanced, holding the pistol out with one hand and pressing the barrel against my forehead. Her green eyes were full of anger. Were you going to kill me? Allison was a good shot, especially considering she wasn't a soldier. But there was no way that she could take someone like me at 0 combat distance. Well, not unless she had help. If Shadow intervened, I was done, and with the possibility of adding lead to my already throbbing headache if I moved too slowly, I wondered just how risky it would be to engage her. Were you going to kill me? Allison thrust the gun forward, pushing my head back. You overgrown pigeon! Okay, that's it. I was exhausted and in pain, but my body did as I trained it to do. I lunged, sliding my leg forward, lowering my center of gravity in my head. I torqued my hips and shoulders, rotating my body away from the muzzle and closed the distance between Allison and I. As I spun, my hand snapped into position on either side of the pistol, fingers coiling around the gun and Allison's hand. blocking her fingers from pulling the trigger. I threw my momentum into Alison, redirecting the force of my spin to toss her over my hip. As she fell, I wrenched the gun sideways, folding her wrist and fingers further than they should go, and I prayed that Shadow wouldn't intervene. Alison hit the ground. The gun was in my hands. I was lucky. Shadow had done nothing. My heart was racing so fast I feared I might drop. My thumb found the magazine release and the takedown lever. I quickly broke the gun down into its component pieces and dropped them. I didn't want to give Shadow any excuse. Alison groaned and stirred slightly on the ground. Maybe I shouldn't have thrown her so hard. Maybe Shadow should have broken her fall. "Are you done?" I asked. My hands were actually shaking. I never got nerves like this. I walked over to the bed and unsteadily sheathed the knife, and my skin crawled as I tossed it back into my footlocker and closed it. "Just get it over with," Alison moaned. Clearly she hadn't noticed me making the room safer. "I'm not going to kill you." I could taste the disgusting metallic tang in my mouth as I spoke. I hauled Alison to her feet and deposited her in a chair. "This was never about you. You are a coincidence, not a mission." You have a picture of me." Alison rubbed her elbow. It was turning purple. I definitely didn't mean to throw it that hard. "And an assassin's blade." "Are you ready to listen?" I turned on the kettle and collapsed into a chair. Shadow knelt next to Alison and took her hand in his, his energy pulsing erratically with her heartbeat. I guess I'm not the only one with a case of the flutters. "What did I do?" Alison asked. Shadow laid a hand on her elbow, and the blood started going back to where it belonged. "It's never been about you," I explained. I felt awful. My ears were ringing even worse, and my visual field was unstable. I couldn't control my infrared vision. It was flashing in and out. I held my head in my hands, taking my eyes off Alison for the first time. I was investigating the deaths of 4 Seraphim. It was suspected humans had something to do with it, but we didn't know anything about your people. You were a convenient coincidence. The realization crashed into me. I didn't have all the details at the time, but in that moment, as I said it was a coincidence, I knew I was wrong. It was no coincidence. Shadow was watching me intently. "Are you a spy?" Alison asked. "I solve problems. You're the only human in the sector." My head was swimming, the ringing in my ears accelerating. It's not you. "Gaia." Alison's voice sounded far, far away. "I'm sorry." An image of Alison, stabbed through the chest, flashed through my mind. "I'm sorry." Alison stood and walked towards me. "Are you okay?" "It was only..." The kettle whistled. A thunderous pounding shook the room. I tried to stand. My legs gave out under me. The room spun like a whirlwind. Lights and colors that I'd never seen erupted all around me as I fell. Everything was happening in slow motion. Shadow was watching me. I hit the floor. Everything I saw was shaking. The floor was vibrating beneath me. The door to our room burst open. Voltian rushed in, holding a medical kit and an auto-injector. "Hold her down!" Voltian sounded scared. Why was he scared? My vision spun again. The door, the ceiling, the beds, the ceiling, the floor. "What's happening?" Alison begged and pinned me to the floor. The spinning stopped, and shaking was less severe now. It was cold. "Her brain is boiling." Voltian knelt beside me. 3 of his arms held me firm. The 4th guided a needle into my thigh. "She's..." The shaking stopped. The lights went out. Everything went dark. End of chapter.
Chapter 26. The Sheepdog and the Caterpillar. "Who are you?" said the caterpillar. This was not an encouraging opening for a conversation. Alice replied, rather shyly, I hardly know, sir. Just at present, at least I know who I was when I got up this morning, but I think I must have been changed several times since then." The voice was calm and soothing. I was floating in a peaceful bubble, without pain. Slowly, my mind was returning to me, the darkness fading to grey. "What do you mean by that?" said the caterpillar sternly. "Explain yourself." "I can't explain myself, I'm afraid, sir," said Alice, "because I'm not myself, you see." My eyes slowly opened. My vision was blurry, and the lights around me were dim. I looked to my right and saw a human hand, with tanned, almost golden skin, resting gently atop my own.
The lights in the sick bay were set to minimum, but I could see a man sitting in a chair beside my bed. I thought I recognized his voice, but my mind was still fuzzy. "I don't see," said the caterpillar. "I'm afraid I can't put it more clearly," Alice replied very politely, "for I can't understand it myself to begin with, and being so many—" "Don," I said, unsteadily, croaking out the words through my dry throat. "Oh!" Don stopped reading and leaned in closer to my bed, his grey speckled moustache curled up on either side of his face as he smiled broadly, saying, "You're awake?" "I think—" I coughed as my voice caught. "Here," Don held a glass with a straw in front of me. "Drink of it. You've been out of it for 2 days. I sipped the water. Don was holding the tube for me like I was a sick fledgling. He was very kind. "We've all been worried about you," he said. I've been reading to you." "Why?" My throat was still rough, but it no longer felt like it was full of sand.
"Back on Earth, we learned that reading to a comatose patient can help them recover. Fulton thinks that's very silly."
"I don't know if it helped, but it is very sweet," I said, and smiled. In the dark, I noticed that Don's eyes were not like the other humans. In fact, in a strange fashion, they reminded me of my people.
"Fulton fell asleep a while ago." Don pointed to the ceiling, where the Aethronian was hanging.
He put his datapad into the woven bag hung from the side of his chair. It was Centavarian, likely one of the items the sheepdogs had acquired since joining us on the Fractal.
"But earlier today, I think he was secretly enjoying my reading of the Time Machine."
"What is it about?" I asked, and slowly pulled myself up in the bed.
"A man who builds a machine to travel through time but he ends up crashing far, far into humanity's future."
"That sounds like something a scientist would enjoy."
"I think so," Don said. "I think it also reminds him of things that he has seen. He's so old. You know, he told me he quit counting centuries ago."
"I didn't know that," I admitted.
"The ship is full of interesting things," Don said passionately. "If you take the time to look."
"I've been busy," I said. "Working."
"Mm-hmm."
Don leaned back in his chair and stroked his moustache, from above his lip down to where it hung from his chin. His eyes looked so much like the Seraph face. It was unnerving.
"I've gone deep before. It's hard work. It takes a very special kind of person to keep up with all the lies and the danger and learning new things all the time."
"It is the same on my planet," I said. "It's a rare skill. I've never wanted it for work."
"You have to know when to get out, though,"
Don said. He placed his left hand between his fingers and his thumb and squeezed. He squeezed so hard, it was uncomfortable to watch. "Did you ever—"
"Get used to the killing?" Don asked, completing my thought quicker than I could. "No, I didn't. I still fight and I still kill, but not like I used to. I joined the RIR to protect. I wasn't interested in getting caught up in new wars."
"New wars?" I asked.
"There's always a new war. One ends, one begins. I had a commander who used to say, 'Quick, let's put out these fires. Let's go get it done, and then pack up before the ashes blow into someone's eyes. Because it's only a matter of time before the next fight starts.'"
I sighed. "I'm trying to make sure a war doesn't start here, Don."
"I know," Don replied earnestly. "So are we."
"So, what?"
I felt oddly awkward after our exchange.
"What were you reading when I woke up?"
"Alice's Adventures in Wonderland," Don said. "It's about—"
"It's about Alice!" Kuzov shouted, and leapt out from behind the table in the counter. I screamed. Fulton shrieked and fell from the ceiling into the tray of surgical instruments, making an enormous crash. Don pulled a pistol out of his bag, and I think he almost shot Kuzaf as he flew through the air and landed at the foot of my bed. Kuzaf turned purple with pink stripes, and his tentacles quivered with excitement. "It's my favorite, and it is fantastic."
Don put his gun away, rested his hand on his breast, and said, "I thought you went to bed."
"I wanted to hear the story." Kuzaf's coloring faded as he realized how bad he'd startled everyone. "Sorry." "It's okay," I laughed, and then realized, to my great excitement, my head no longer felt like it was going to explode. Fulton approached the bed. He rolled his eyes and glared at Kuzaf, who smiled awkwardly, allowing his mouth to stretch sideways, almost all the way across his face. Kuzaf whispered, "Sorry." So you are awake. Voltian opened the database on the medibed. Looks like all your vitals are stable. Except for that one spike in your heart rate. It almost looks like someone gave you a terrible fright, but that certainly wouldn't happen in a hospital. What do you remember? Not much, I said. I was talking to Allison, and I crashed. I think you were there. Your brain was swelling. Voltian lifted a datapad and pulled up a cranial scan. This lobe here, it's grown extensively since your physical when you joined the crew. You were running a fever. The pressure and the heat just about coated your brain. I was able to stabilize you just in time. Thanks, Doc, I said, accidentally using the nickname the sheepdogs called him. I'm not a doctor, but I'm pretty sure my species doesn't have a lobe there at all. Well, Fulton said, your species used to. It shrunk over thousands and thousands of years to a tiny gland your people believe has no purpose. Are you telling me my Tachi gland, my completely useless Tachi gland, almost killed me? Did you cut it out? Absolutely not, Voltian said, bordering on offended. I did no such thing. It's a perfectly healthy organ. It just didn't play well with the others. That does not necessitate brain surgery. I designed a cocktail of suppressants and fortificant drugs. It should keep things under control until a better solution than brain surgery can be found. But what is actually happening? What does this Tachi gland do? Don asked the question. I had been too scared to voice. I was afraid of the answer. I have no idea, Voltian said excitedly. But we shall find out. In the meantime, I was having a very nice dream about a young creature who fell down a hole into an alternate dimension of fantastic madness. I plan to go back to it. I suggest you send out for some light food, perhaps a cup of tea, and then try to relax. Maybe even get some real sleep if you can manage it. Ooh, Kuzav said. I would like some tea and tea cakes and popcorn and then Don can read the story. I certainly didn't want to be alone with my thoughts right now. Don didn't seem to mind, so I agreed to continue with the story of Alice, the girl who fell down a rabbit hole and found that nothing was truly impossible. Kuzav insisted we start from the beginning because it was like his favorite part. Some time later, as Don read, I noticed that Fulton had left a datapad on my bed. As soon as I picked it up, the tablet, a screen flashed a notification. It was a message from Fulton, who appeared to be hanging in his roost motionless. An image of a fossilized skull opened in the message. It looked very much like a Seraphe skull. Fulton. The neural tissue was so dense in the subject that they were preserved in the fossil record. Look familiar? An image of my brain scan opened beside the fossil. It was very, very familiar. Gaia. Doc, where was this found? Fulton. On Seraph 2. The image zoomed out to reveal a creature with a massive wingspan, dozens of meters wide. It was sprawled out like it had fallen from the heavens and crashed into the side of the mountain. Gaia. That's not possible. Fulton. It was found and quickly buried by your scientific community over 1,000 years ago. A colleague. A friend. She sent me a copy, hoping that the government would not be able to hide the truth forever. Curiouser and curiouser, don't you think? User Fulton disconnected. I sat lost in thought for a long time. There was so much left unanswered. Eventually, I was drifting to sleep. Don's voice cut back into my awareness. When you have to turn into a chrysalis, you will someday, you know, and then after that into a butterfly. I think you should feel a little queer, won't you? Not a bit, said the caterpillar. Well, perhaps your feelings may be different, said Alice. All I know is I would feel very queer to me. End of story. Chapter 27. 4 of 5. What do you mean it's gone? I mean, Mark said, the Fade ship just took off right around the time that you had your seizure. It's hundreds of thousands of clicks out now. If Nora Carine was on board like you suspected, she could be in a different sector by now. This is my fault, I said, and sunk back into my chair. If I hadn't gone down, we would have been able to follow. No, my backup was delayed, Mark explained. We're supposed to get at least one more warlock in addition to Zevi and Antonio. Antonio just took Lorenzo back to Earth. Levi is still here, while the elite strike team that was coming to help was diverted en route.
What is more important than this?
Possibly more of this, Mark said, somberly. There was a good human settlement one sector over in charted space. We got scattered reports of violence and arson. Then it went dark. Omega team changed course and we haven't heard from them.
One sector over, I tossed the blankets Qzaf had insisted I borrow and utilize for my swift recovery. I need to get back to my room.
Doc said that you should stay here in sickbay. Mark caught my arm and steadied me. Maybe you should listen.
Not happening, Mr. Terro. Now be a gentleman and help me get there without busting my beak.
As you command, my lady. Mark's accent always seemed more pronounced when he was amused.
It didn't take long to get back. With every step, my balance and strength returned to me. By the time Mark and I were at my door, I was walking unaided. Hey there, Agent G, Allison said. As I entered the room, she had a black eye.
What happened to you?
Did I? Oh, this. Allison pointed to her bruised face. No, I had a minor disagreement with V.E. while you were unconscious. She felt compelled to defend you, since I put you in the hospital. Qzaf also attempted to defend your honor, but someone stepped on his tentacles and he spent the rest of the scuffle spinning in circles, mispronouncing all the random human vocabulary that he had accumulated. They know it wasn't your fault, right? I asked and sat down on my bed. Oh yeah, totally. We're all good now, Allison scoffed nonchalantly. It's actually going to make a hilarious story back home. How so? I got into a fight with a space fox and a Pac-Man squid thing because of another fight with my roommate, who was a super spice bird lady. Allison giggled and added, This is going to be an epic story.
It was pretty awesome, Mark said. I might or might not have footage I accidentally recorded with my implant.
Ooh, Allison giggled. I need a copy. I'd totally pay you for it.
I'll send it to you later, Mark said. Now, why did we come back here?
There's a box hidden under my bed. Can you get it? Is it a super spy box? Allison dove under the bed. I want to see.
Don't open it, Mark and I both shouted.
Allison startled and hit her head. Okay. Not gonna open it. She crawled out of my box and asked, Would it self-destruct if someone unauthorized tries to get in? No. I accepted the box and set it aside. But it will spray your face with a toxic dye-laden cloud of gas. It's not pretty. You? All right. I stood with the box under my arm. Time for part 2. Mr. Terror, we're going back to your place. Hey, I want to see, Allison moaned disappointedly. Mark glared/smiled at her for some reason. Oh, wait, no, you, not that. Allison punched Mark on the shoulder. I want to see her secret box. Allison closed her eyes and shook her head. I'm going to stop now. Yeah, I'm done.
Probably best, Mark said with a quiet chuckle and walked out of the room with me.
Allison stuck her head out the door and shouted after us. You did that on purpose, Mark Terreau. You have a filthy mind.
I said nothing. That was all you, lass. Mark waved a hand over his shoulder.
Ha! If I had a dirty mind, Mr. Terreau, I'd say that you look fantastic from this angle. Mark swung his hand around and slapped his hindquarters as we rounded the corner. I'm pretty sure I heard Allison make a really strange squealing sound as we left her sight. I don't understand, I admitted. Was that humor or a mating ritual?
Well, I don't think of it like that.
Mark scratched the tissue on his face where the organic and synthetic met.
But I suppose that you could say it was a little bit of both.
You attempt to mate without actually thinking about mating. It's just kind of accidentally happens.
Once again, Chief Gaia, Mark said slightly unsteadily, I believe that you may be right.
That's so strange.
Why so? Mark asked.
On Seraph, most of my people mate for life, I explained. They start young and they tend to stick together.
But not you.
I suppose I kind of accidentally mated with the military. I guess I'm too old now.
There are a lot of humans who feel that way, and then they decide to start living their lives. Suddenly, in their middle age, they find love and start an entire new chapter they never dreamed they would have. Don't give up too soon.
Now keep that in mind, I said. Mark and I walked the rest of the way in silence. When we came to the entrance of the sheepdog's quarters, I could hear the heated discussion taking place.
No, Breaker said. If Kokorin got into a fight with a golem, the Kokorin would totally win, man. There is no contest here.
No, the golem cannot be harmed, Zevi said.
It would win it. It would turn into a big old lump of brick if Kokorin spits lava on its face. Okay, Mark said as he and I walked into the room. So we've moved on from caveman versus astronaut and made it all the way up to Kokorin versus Wait. What planet is a golem from? Prague, Zevi said. At the same time, Breaker shouted, Nowhere! It's fake, man! All right, well, I'm glad that you are spending your free time so productively. Mark shut the door and pointed to the large table in the center of the room. It was originally a spare conference room, but the sheepdogs had made it their home and base of operations. Time to get back to work. I would like to point out, Don pulled a chair away from the table and motioned for me to sit, that I was reading a book in a soothing, calm environment, enriching my mind. Is that because you made Breaker cry the last time that you joined in on one of his this or that sessions? Civi asked as she sat down with the laptop. Hey, shut your hole, Clementine, Breaker pointed accusingly at Civi and took his seat. I was drinking vodka, and you all know that shit straight up is depressing. And yeah, so what if I did? All right, pipe down. Mark and Zevi sat down, and he pointed to me. The chief has something she needs to share with us. It is important enough to get her out of bed, so eyes front and listen. Before you start, Don said, has there been any word on the reinforcements coming in from Seraph? I thought they would be here by now. That's actually why I am here, I said and opened the box with my code. They aren't coming. The more you guys get. I'm waiting for the punchline, Breaker said. Unfortunately, my government views sending aid as too risky to homeworld security. Mark unfolded his hands and gestured slowly in the air. Because there were 5 members of the L team. Hold up, Civi said, her face white, her eyes were wide, and her hand was shaking. 4 owls died. Under Stella de Foca. If there is another one still out there, we have to find them. We can't just leave them to the enemy. Your government can't, They can't do that. Breaker put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Civi took a deep breath. I do not think that this is what my friend is saying, Zevi said. I sighed. I realized that this is a lot now. It was a contagious human habit. I opened the box. Civi, can you grab this and put it out for everyone? Yeah, Civi had collected herself and transferred the data to the central holo projector on the table. It flashed to life and displayed the charts of the nearest mapped system. This is the missing lieutenant's last known position. This data was found last week. Great, let's start up and go get them, Civi said, enthusiastically. She started to stand, but Mark waved her back down into a seat. The lieutenant has been disavowed by my government. They believe that he has turned and is, most likely working with Karine. I know this system. Zevi zoomed the map in on the planet. This is where... Mark leaned in. That's where a Raegar team was just deployed. The human guardians all snapped to attention at the same time. I had forgotten that they were in the room with us. Mark, Zevi, and I all noticed. Civi's communication equipment buzzed and hummed in the corner. It was waking up from standby mode. Mayday! Mayday! RAR-17. Do you copy? End of chapter. Chapter 28. Omega Fallen. Mayday! Mayday! RAR-17. Do you copy? Repeat. This is Omega calling RAR-17. Come in. Civi dashed across the room and picked up her radio microphone. This is RAR-17. I read you, over. Omega. Tell me your team is still on board the Fractal, over. Affirmative. Omega, over, Civi replied. Omega. Good to hear, 17. Need emergency medical assistance, over. Roger, Omega. Confirmed number of casualties, over. Omega. 3 KIA, 1 critical. Could use a few stitches and a stiff drink myself, over. Medical will be standing by, over. Breaker, done, Mark said. Go! On it, boss. Breaker tapped the collar of his flight suit and it vacuum sealed. Civi tossed him a large black crate. Breaker caught the box and it immediately melted into his arms, covering his body in the first layer of his battlesuit. Hit me! Mark pushed a huge crate out of the corner and aligned it with Breaker's legs. Go! Breaker knelt in the box, which unfolded into layers of heavy plates and equipment, completely covering his body. Mic check. His voice was heavy and distorted as it projected from inside his helmet. Read you, move out, CV said, as she placed a small black crate against Don's back and applied his suit. I opened my communications link and tapped Fultian's extension. Doctor, are you there? I am, Fultian said. Thanks for staying in bed. We've got wounded humans coming in. Gonna need your hands. How many? Fultian asked. 2, 1 critical condition, I replied. I'll be ready. Breaker and Don had left by the time I finished. Mark, CV, and Zevi were applying their own base layer suits. It was very efficient. Let's go, CV shouted. She picked up a portable comm space station and ran out of the room. I dialed another extension. Bay 1, come in. This is Corporal Qzaf. How may I direct your... Hey, that's mine. This is Bay 1, V speaking. The Katsunan Pert. Sorry about him. There are human ship coming in. Clear spot and prepare for emergency procedures. Will do, VE said. In the background, I heard Qzaf shouting. You're supposed to say your name and Roger Wilco. It's important. I arrived at the launch bay just in time to see human assault craft fly through the shields, and much to greater velocity. Tyker dove in front of it, braced himself and caught the ship. It pushed him backwards, but slowed to a stop before it impacted the back wall of the bay. I shouldn't be surprised by Tyker anymore, but I was certain the mass of the ship was going to turn that wonderful walking boulder into gravel. The craft was heavily damaged. The hull was burnt and torn. Breaker and Don had rushed up to the doors as they opened. A huge man, larger than Breaker by a full head, stepped out. He was covered in blood and carried a small human in a battered, charred, golden battle armor. Breaker reached back and grabbed his backplate, which unfolded and turned into a large stretcher. Cooper? Mark ran up to the ship and said, What happened? We were outmanned and outgunned. Cooper laid the Gold Warrior down on the stretcher. I lost half my team. Lee and I barely made it out. CV applied a medical device to what was left of Lee's chest plate. How many? Mark asked, and Don and Breaker carried the wounded soldier past him and out of the bay. An adult Drak, a slew of teenage ones, and Sir. Cooper's eyes fell on me. His guardian flared, and they leapt into the air. Flames built around them, charged to fire a devastating salvo. Yay, Seraph! I thought I was done. As the old human adage goes, my goose was surely cooked. I closed my eyes as the flames grew around Cooper's hand and shot towards me. There was nothing I could do. I felt a wave of heat pass by on either side, but nothing on my skin. Everyone was shouting. I opened my eyes and saw that Tyker had placed his body in front of mine. He was roaring ferociously at my assailant amidst a torrent of flames. Coop, stand down, Mark howled. Stand down! It's dangerous. A Seraph killed my boys. Mark and Ghost placed themselves between Tyker and Cooper. She's with us. Stand down. Cooper, CV also joined my side. Stop. Cooper and his guardian slowly dropped to the deck, still wreathed in flames. Coop, Mark said slowly, tell us what happened. It's like nothing I've ever seen. Its wings, its eyes. Cooper's flames slowly died down. I stepped out from behind Tyker, and I put my hands out defensively in plain sight. That one, Cooper pointed at me. It's different. Where's its wings? I don't have wings, I said, in as calm a tone as I could manage. Cooper slowly walked towards me, squinting and scrutinizing. Mark and CV stepped in front and blocked his path. I just want to look, Cooper said. It's okay. I walked a few steps closer. There. Cooper pointed down at my vestigial bones. Right there. The one I saw had huge wings coming out of its back, 20 meters wide on either side at least. That's a big mech suit, I said. I know a mecha when I see one, Cooper said. It was organic. That monster wasn't even wearing battle armor. It was fighting open-skinned, and it shredded my boys. As Seraph took out 3 of your guys, I asked. On one hand, I was stunned. On the other, I thought of the picture Fultian had sent me of the winged Seraph. We were doing all right against the adult Drak. Cooper sunk down on top of a cargo crate and rubbed his shoulder. I noticed blood trickling out of his armor. 5-on-1, that's good odds. Then more Draks showed up. We got hemmed in, but we were holding our own, even killed a few. By this point, most of my guys were wounded. Minor injuries, but still not 100%. It swooped in from the sky, blazed like a comet, burning hotter than any Drak I've ever seen. We didn't get defenses up in time. The creature took Ryan by the head and slammed him into the ground. The talons went right through his helmet. crushed his skull before he had time to scream. I'm sorry. Mark sat beside Cooper. From that point on, we were just trying to survive, Cooper explained. The Drax got Sirio. Monster picked up Dubois and carried him into the sky and ripped him in half. Lee and I fought back to back all the way to our ship. The creature swept in and clawed her up really bad. I think I wounded it. I doubt that it would have left its kill if it wasn't injured. I grabbed Lee and hauled ass into the ship. Why didn't you jump home? Stevie asked. Callista or even Luna would have been better equipped to save Lee. I tried. Cooper was very agitated and spat his words. Lee's guardian killed the jump sequence twice, so I throttled the engines up and burned all the way to you. Soon as I did that, it quit interfering with the ship. Doc Fultian and my team should be able to keep her stable, at least. Mark turned to me. I could tell that he was very, very angry. Is this why your government won't send reinforcements? Is this monster your homeworld security threat? Honestly, they did not elaborate. But I think it's a safe bet. My mind wandered to the picture of the fossil. What are you not saying, Bird? Cooper growled. It's a stretch. A big stretch. I opened my datapad and pulled out a picture Fultian shared and passed it to Mark and Cooper. Is that what you saw? Yeah. And I would like my monster mounted, Cooper nodded and tapped on the screen, angrily punctuating his words, just like this one. What is it? Mark asked. He still hadn't looked up from the photograph. I'm not sure, I admitted. Fultian sent me that image. It's old. Like, really old. Doc Fultian had this, Mark asked, and handed me the pad back. Yeah, I replied. He said someone gave it to him 1,000 years ago. Well, Cooper stuck a finger in a gash on his pauldron where blood was trickling out and the flow stopped. I believe I have an appointment with a good doctor. End of story. Chapter 29. Bad Moon Rising. The humans were understandably eager to get answers from Fultian. I was too. Fultian had to know more than he had shared with me. We would, however, be forced to wait as the doctor was busy with his operating theater. Once we arrived in sickbay, the sheepdogs began the arduous task of removing Cooper's armor, which had been damaged to the point of non-function. Many sections had been burned so severely that the nanobots had died. Breaker had to cut through many seams and remove the broken pieces by hand, in stark contrast to the efficient autonomous sequences I had seen when the sheepdogs had applied their armor. None of the pieces, regardless of how ruined they appeared, were discarded. Some would be rejuvenated with a fresh dose of base materials and nanobots which would repair the damaged. Others were to be recycled into base materials. All of it would be reintegrated into the system. The other problem was Qzaf, who wanted to meet the new human and, help. Just try it, Qzaf said adamantly as he tried to climb up Breaker's body to better reach the cuts on Cooper's face. The Band-Aid will help. Hold still, human. Bro, seriously. Breaker tilted awkwardly as Qzaf hoisted himself onto Breaker's arm. I'm not a ladder. Qzaf, stop. We have a laser suture and tissue gel. Stevie tried to pull Qzaf off. Let us handle it, buddy. No! Qzaf clung to Breaker. I saw human Band-Aids in a film. They are my favorite. The new human needs one. Buddy, Breaker said. We haven't used Band-Aids in like 100 years, man. All right, Cooper said, as Don helped him strip off the flight suit. Just let the whatever that guy is give me the Band-Aid. It will help, Qzaf explained excitedly. I made these with Fultian. We used science. Science is my favorite. Qzaf opened a package and removed a sheet of neon pink strips with patterns of strange, irregular purple oblong shapes. Breaker saw the pattern and started to laugh. Coop, my man, you're about to regret this. CV giggled. I need a picture. Once given the staple platform to work upon, Qzaf pinched the cut on Cooper's face shut with his slender tentacles and expertly applied the Band-Aid. Whoa! Well, that feels weird, Cooper said. That itches. No way, Don marveled and stepped closer. Qzaf, what did you make these out of? I was a cosmetic designer, Qzaf said proudly. These were inspired by classic human Band-Aids with plant patterns. Flowers, Qzaf, not, Breaker snickered. Not eggplants. I looked at Cooper's face and saw the skin around the Band-Aid rapidly knitting itself back together. Really? What is it made of? Don asked. He was filming the tissue as it repaired. Some sort of ocean goop, I don't remember. Faltian bet me 10 credits I couldn't get one on the human's face. Gusev chuckled and shouted, Sucker! Got any bigger ones? CV asked as she cleaned the gouges on Cooper's torso. Yes, Gusev said sadly, and pointed to a large roll on the lab counter. But Faltian wouldn't let me put the leopard print on them, so they're boring.
Doc's got a lot to answer for, Mark said. At least poor fashion sense isn't one of them.
The sheepdogs patched Cooper up with a combination of their equipment, medicine, and Faltian's bandages. Cooper said that he didn't even care that he had been tricked into being a guinea pig, because he was glad not to be bleeding on the floor anymore. I think the levity provided by Qzev's antics brought some of the necessary distance from the trauma. I felt sick thinking of the soldiers who had just died and I didn't even know them. Can't imagine being in the human's position right now. Mark and CV both seemed to be intimately familiar with Cooper, and I imagine that Mark knew some of the Omega Team soldiers who had died. Cooper appeared calm on the outside, but his bionic eye never ceased scanning the room. I could see infrared spectrum light emitting from the lens and scanning the door, ceiling, floor, and even some of the cabinets. He was vigilant, but I don't think fearful is the right word. The other remarkable thing about Cooper was his size. I thought Breaker was an exceptionally large human because he stood taller and wider than the others. Cooper was enormous, standing over 2 meters tall. He was not as lean as Breaker, but it was evident from the way he moved that his bulk contained great strength. I think Cooper and I both drifted to sleep briefly. I don't think I know how long it was, but I awoke when the doors to the operating theater opened and Faltian exited. The room immediately fell silent. I'm not sure if the humans felt the same as me, but I did not wish to be the one who inquired of Lee's fate. Faltian removed his surgical smock and disposed of it in a biohazard waste chute. Does he need anything? Faltian asked. I'm fine, Cooper snapped. His guardian bristled and sparked behind him. I need a report from my cleric. Lee is alive, Faltian explained. Cooper's aggressive guardian didn't seem to faze him. She's breathing on her own again, and I was able to stop the bleeding and replace her fluids with the blood of your medical kits. But, Mark said. Faltian shrugged, an awkward approximation of human mannerisms for one with 4 shoulders. It is up to her now. She is comatose. I believe this is a defensive response to allow her body time to heal. And now that I've answered the easy questions... Faltian spun the digits on his lower left hand, manipulating some sort of holo control, and the lights in the room dim. I believe you wanted to know about... this. He gestured again, and the horolobe projector hummed to life, casting a 3D image of the winged seraph fossils into the center of the room. This is not to scale, as you and Mr. Cooper are aware. Faltian projected another image of a seraph-faced skeleton next to the fossil. And this creature is anomalous compared to the standard inhabitant of the system. What is it? Mark asked. Screw that, Cooper said. How do we kill it? With overwhelming force, I imagine, Faltian said nonchalantly. I would also like to know what it is, I said. Yes, unfortunately, I must disappoint you. I have no hard evidence as of yet. My colleagues sent only the photographs, radiographic dating, and a few spectrographic readings. I made inquiries and was never granted access to the physical subject. I was, however, threatened repeatedly by the Seraphim government. Having seen this could also make you targets in the future.
So you don't know what it is, Mark said disappointedly.
I do not know, but I have spent many sleepless evenings guessing. Now that I have met your people, Faltian gestured to the humans in the room, I have an even better guess, and I believe that this creature is a hybrid.
Humans don't have wings, Breaker said. That's no human, seraph hybrid. That's like some sort of bat out of hell, Doc.
You are not wrong, Mr. Breaker. Faltian activated his remote again, and a ring of light appeared on the floor. Can I perhaps borrow one of you? It is only light, a painless alteration of the visible spectrum.
I've seen this movie, Doc. Breaker backed away. I know most of you guys are nice and all, but when an alien scientist says step into my light beam, yeah, bro, the answer's no. I'll do it, Don said, his voice loud and confident, unlike his usual demure timbre. I think I've figured this out. Don stepped into the light. His burning guardian followed close behind. After the burning one stepped into the ring, CV and Breaker both gasped and retreated. Whoa! Breaker shouted. What the hell is that? Don tilted his head and appraised his guardian. His smile made his moustache quiver and bristle as he said, I didn't think I'll ever see this.
These creatures, Voltaire explained, were thought to be legend. I believe they were simply forgotten. It had been so long, but in meeting you, I see they have, for some reason, bonded with the human race. Perhaps they saw a flicker in their past in you. I can see it.
Voltaire stopped for a moment, took a breath, and then continued.
In the child Lorenzo, I saw another creature, a twisted version of this burning one, as they are called in some legends. I now believe that the answer to the mystery of this winged seraph lies here. These corrupted creatures, which legend says were vanquished by the light, have found a new foothold in reality. They have found it possible to join with the Seraphae, and thus re-enter our dimension, fully corporeal.
End of chapter. Chapter 30. The Seraph and the Spark.
Mark, CV cautiously walked closer to the ring of light. This is what you guys see all the time.
I could tell by her face that she was trying to comprehend all she had learned, to reconcile it with her understanding of the world. Yeah, we don't know exactly why, Mark explained, but some augments develop an ability to see these creatures.
Do they all look like this?
Don asked. His inquisitive nature was ever present, especially in the face of the novel experience. Mark shrugged. It's really hard to see their faces, or maybe it's harder to remember them. I don't know. They look similar, human-shaped. Some seem to favor a particular color when they become active, but generally the colors follow the same pattern fires do in the real world.
They look different to me, I volunteered. It's almost like they are mimicking your appearance in a distorted way.
Wait, hold up. Both. Breaker pointed to me and then Voltaire. Both of you can see this without the gadgets. Why did nobody tell me I have a guardian angel? Mark, I thought you were just a wizard or something. We did tell you. A slightly tired but bemused expression spread across Mark's face. Nah, I'm pretty sure that I would remember that. Breaker rubbed his eyes and then asked, Wait, was I drunk? No, but it seems very few humans can retain the information as a fact, Mark said. You and CV both forgot the briefing. Some managed to hold on to the idea, at least in a theoretical level. Am I going to forget this? Breaker asked. Then he too came for a close look at Don's guardian. I have no idea. Mark looked at Cooper for reassurance. The warlock only shrugged. We've never actually figured out the way to show a guardian to a non-augmented human before. This is uncharted. Man, Doc, I know I was trashing you and your machine earlier, Breaker said, tentatively. His eyes darted around the room as if he was trying to spot his guardian. But I kind of want to see my buddy now.
This machine is safe, Voltaire said. Any of you are welcome.
She's crashing, Zevi shouted from the other room. I need help in here. Cooper and Mark responded immediately. They bonded with their guardians and ran from the lab. Breaker, Zevi, and Don all scrambled for equipment. Voltaire and I followed the two warlocks. I don't know what I was expecting to do to help. My knowledge of human medicine came exclusively from films, and I was told even nonfiction is not accurate. Regardless of what I intended, I was unprepared for the foreign scene inside the operating theater. Lee laid on a table in the center. Numerous machines were monitoring her. The lines representing her heartbeat, respirations, and brain waves were erratic, spiking only the smallest amount, flattening again. This was not the strange part. The strange part was seeing Lee's guardian floating above her body, with his hands thrust inside her chest cavity. The stranger part was Zevi, who stood beside the bed, a stream of energy coursing out of the guardian in his chest and into Lee's guardian. Whoa! Mark skidded to a stop beside the bed and put his hands in defensively. Zevi, stop! It's the only way, Zevi groaned. Whatever he was doing, the effort was draining him. The last time someone tried this, it blacked out an entire cruiser, Mark pleaded. You have to stop.
I don't understand.
Voltaire frantically surveyed the medical data, jumping back and forth between screens.
She shouldn't be dying. The damage was repaired.
I realized that while Lee's body was mended, to whatever extent medicine could supply, there was something less easily repaired. As is the case with sentient life in the entire galaxy, human life is inexplicably more than what pure science can perceive. Beside her heart, wrapped in the Guardian's hands, I saw something, a spark, a dying spark. I did not know what it was, but I was certain it was real. Then I saw something else. Lee's Guardian was fading. It was no longer attempting to maintain itself, and had focused all of its attention on preventing the life of the woman it protected. "She's not going to make it," Cooper growled, and added a beam of energy from his own guardian to support Zevi's efforts to save Lee and her guardian. "It won't work," Mark pleaded. "It could kill both of you. This could cripple the ship." "We just need more," Zevi said, the color fading from his face. Don, Breaker, and Sevie entered the theater with their medical gear. "What on earth?" Sevie exclaimed. "I guess you could see some of what we were seeing." "I need..." Zevi held out his hand. "Help!" Breaker dropped his gear and ran forward. His guardian followed close behind. "I got you." When Breaker touched Zevi, a beam of light shot out from Breaker's guardian, through his body and up his arms, and into the cleric. Sevie rushed towards Cooper, who was beginning to stagger. Mark shouted, "No! No!" and tried to stop her, but Sevie pulled free and put her hands on Cooper's back, light blasting out of Sevie's guardian, through her body and into Cooper's, steadying the giant and adding intensity to the beams fitting Lee's guardian. Lee's guardian continued to fade. It was barely visible. It was not working. The spark in Lee's chest was flickering along with the heart rate on the monitors. They were losing her. My head started to spin. My ears started ringing as the lights filled the room. I stumbled forwards, dizzy. "You're," I mumbled, "missing." I regained some of my balance and reached out my hand as I walked past Cooper. "Gaia!" Fontaine howled and rushed towards me. "No!" The world around me slowed. Everything was bright or dark. My head was going to explode, but the pain didn't seem important. Something was important. I couldn't remember what. I saw Fontaine's terrified face. He was reaching for me. Mark was watching. His face was frozen in confusion. The monitors seemed important, but that wasn't it. They didn't matter anymore. I turned my eyes on Cooper. It wasn't him, or Sevie, then Devi and Breaker, not. My eyes fell on Lee. I could see through her body. The spark. It was fading. "Here!" I shouted. My voice was distorted and muffled. The world slowly began to speed up. I reached towards Lee's torso, pointing at the spark in her guardian's desperate hands. "No!" Fontaine echoed through the theater. He was far away. "Don't!" "It's here, Mark." Zevi and Cooper redirected their salvo towards Lee's chest. A third beam shot in. Mark busted join the efforts. I lost my balance. I was too dizzy. My hand touched Lee's chest. It was like grabbing a live wire. The room started vibrating. The oscillating in my senses cycled faster and faster. Everything was illuminated in beautiful colors, colors foreign to the mortal world. Fontaine crashed into me, knocking me away from the med table. I saw a bright flash. Lee sat up. My head struck the floor. My vision flickered, and my ears buzzed. "Do you dream?" My voice was alien, distant, lost out in the void. "Only when I am awake." Shadow's voice was warm, soothing. "Breaker!" Fontaine was kneeling beside me, trying to control the seizure. "Help me hold her!" "Did you dream today?" My voice was even farther away. My vision faded into black and white. I watched helplessly as my friends dashed about the room, looking for something. "Always, Seraph. Though of late," Shadow's voice dropped to a whisper. I couldn't see anything anymore. "I've dreamt many dreams." His voice drifted away, softer and softer. My body stopped shaking. "We can't keep her around," Cooper shouted. I was drifting over the edge of consciousness. "She could be the answer," Zevi countered. I was fading. The voices were getting further and further from me as the drugs took effect. "She could kill us all!" Cooper's voice disappeared along with the other sounds. My mind was silent. Finally, I could rest. "Will you sleep, Seraph?" Shadow's voice was silky. It echoed and bounced inside my mind. "Or will you dream?" End of chapter. Chapter 31. What will they say? What will they say when your story ends? How will you be remembered? I cannot say what history will say of me, save these things. They will say I fought for the ones I love,
for the ones I lost. They will say I sacrificed for the greater good. They will say that I was unafraid to spread my wings and soar, even though I fell. They will say I burned brightly. My name is Gaia Hightower, and this is the tale of my final days. Gaia, wake up! Someone was shaking me by the shoulders. My head hurt. The muscles in my back felt ruined. Gaia! Allison shouted and shook me more. Wake up, soldier! I opened my eyes, but found very little ambient light. Although this was not a problem for me, it did not bode well. I was on a medical bed in the sick bay, emergency lighting providing their only illumination. Allison was bleeding from a cut above her eye, and all but a few strands of her red hair were tied up behind her head. She had a burn on her face and was wearing the battle armor she'd salvaged from the Phage ship. Get her up and get her moving, Zevi shouted from the hallway. We are running out of time. What's going on? Allison was pulling me out of the bed. Fractal's been boarded, Allison exclaimed. She lulled me to my feet. We need help. There's some sort of some meta-humans or something. They are trashing the place. Allison made eye contact with me. Clearly, she was quite unsettled. She nodded, like she was trying to reassure me, and added, Also, I think Zevi might be Jewish wizard. Draconids, Zevi shouted. I could hear the bolt of his firearm cycle, and then unloaded at something. And raiders! I can barely stand, I said. What am I supposed to do? I got it. I got the blue box. Quizav barreled into the room. He was driving a hoverlift with the crate on it. He crashed into the cabinets, and the box fell off in skids. Whoops. It took me a moment, but I felt a familiar tingle in my vestigial bone nerves endings as the implants detected the crystal. I stumbled forward and activated the sequence. This time the loadout sequence went much quicker since everything had already been calibrated for my body. The chest plate and wings attached first. After the helmet went on, Corvid activated. I see you're staying out of trouble, Chief. Perhaps next time you can put your armor on before the fight starts? I was unconscious. I stepped into the boots and flexed my talons. Give me an echo. Unconscious, yet another shocking development. Overhead, the albatross hangs motionless. The echo ping went out, and my tactical systems put up a conflict map. Corvid was humming and singing. Up on the air and deep beneath the rolling waves. Corvid, what are you doing? Oh my, I forgot. It seems you need medical assistance again. Here, have some drugs. The drugs and the atmospheric breath boosts hit. I was fully awake and alert. Allison! Zevi howled angrily. I'm getting shot at. He continued firing his gun in the hallway. And you're listening. The gust of fire flew by the doorway. To Pink Floyd. I like it. Cusav tissues pulsed mauve and blue. It is pretty. Corvid, I snapped, and realized he was also playing music through the speakers. Shut that off and load me a ranged weapon. Goodness, someone woke up on the wrong side of the nest. Ready, Flechette caster? Stand by. This is what you get for leaving me in storage. The equipment pack on my back whirred as it built the caster. Zevi, I walked towards the exit. I'm coming out. They're dug in at the other end, Chief. I can't hit anything from here, Zevi admitted, exasperated. I can. I reached over my shoulder and grasped the handle of the newly formed Flechette caster and stepped into the hallway, using my wings to shield myself and the cleric. Can you stir the pot? Zevi's guardian's eyes sparkled through his helmet. He laughed joyously. Oh, yes. The cleric formed a cluster of tight, compact balls of energy in his hand. Ready? Go! I lifted my wings, and Zevi stepped out. His guardian batted away plasma rounds on either side of his wings. Zevi raised his hand to his lips and blew on the orbs of light in his hand. They shot down the length of the corridor, zigzagging madly. They flew past the makeshift barricade the Phage soldiers had built from broken doors and crates and exploded, spraying molten sparks like a magnesium cluster bomb. The Phage stumbled out of cover, holding their eyes and trying to extinguish the fires currently burning their exosuits. Corvid lit up their weak points for me in my visor's heads-up display. I advanced and opened fire. I was not as fast or as precise as the sheepdog's marksman Don, but I hit my targets. Good shooting, Zevi said. Wish I could do that. Allison and Cusav exited Foltaine's laboratory. Cusav was driving the loading skid again. This time, it was filled with medical supplies.
Come in, Zevi. Cooper's voice buzzed out of the cleric's radio. My radio signal now. The corvid hummed happily and patched me into the system. Where are you? We need help. We are pinned down in cargo 4. Roger that, Zevi said. I went to get the chief. I told you that was too dangerous, Cooper growled. I don't answer to you, Zevi waved his hand up the corridor that we had just cleared. It's a good thing, because now I have 2 more able bodies to mount the defense with. Just get down here, Cooper barked. I could hear weapons fire and explosions in the background. Corvid reconfigured my wing structure for close quarters and defensive use instead of flight. I ran in front, moving as fast as was safely possible. As we ran, Zevi chanted to himself, praying, I suppose. He also overlaid Allison and my armor with some sort of energy barrier. Do me! Krizaf cackled from behind us. I want to glow too! We had traveled 3/4 of the way to the cargo hold when Corvid alerted. Emergency halt, contact right 4 meters, 90 degrees. I skidded to a stop and barely managed to keep Zevi and Allison from barreling through me into the intersection. Luckily, Kuzaf had figured out how to drive the loader much more effectively than applied the brakes before running us over. 3 ETD human pairs detected. Advise caution. I signed in the air to Zevi. 3 right. He readied more of his energy cluster charges. Zevi and I stepped around the corner together. He fired off his salvo and I immediately unloaded on the Draconoids. It was too little. Well, I saw the projectiles from my gun tear through their flesh and come out the other side. Molten metal. The creatures howled and screeched and then unleashed their own barrage of flames. Zevi deflected many of the blasts, meeting them mid-air with his own flames, but dozens still continued, unaffected. I believe if we had been further away, he would have been able to protect us more effectively. But not here. There was simply not enough time. Zevi cast a wall of light in front of me, and I filled the corridor with my wings, spreading them as wide as I could. Even with Zevi's shielding, the heat was intense, and I could see the edges of my wings beginning to glow, as if I had dropped from orbit into the atmosphere of a planet. Cooper, Zevi shouted, I don't think we're going to make it to you. We're getting cooked out here. The flames were easily 5 times as hot as the infernal Lorenzo had conjured. A woman's voice came onto the channel. Not today, Chewie. Clench up, you big furball. Zevi began laughing and activated the electromagnets on his boots. Corvid must have calculated something, because before I could tell him, the hydraulics of my boots fired, puncturing the deck with my armored talons and locking me to the floor. A beam of golden light pierced the hull, then shot down the corridor. Its section, as large as the hall was wide, was sucked into space. The Draconid fires streaked sideways towards the vacuum. With the terrible screeches, the 3 Draconids were yanked out of the ship and into the void. The bulkhead sealed behind me, protecting the rest of the ship, but before it closed, Kuzaf was sucked through the gap in the door and the floor. He tumbled, screaming over my head towards the hull breach. I lunged and caught a cluster of tentacles before he was sucked out, and yanked him behind my wings. He was entirely green and shaking terribly. A human woman in gleaming golden battle armor floated into the passageway, carried by her guardian's huge golden wings. She reached for the emergency kit at the end of the corridor. It rattled open, and the contents spilled into the vacuum breach. Lee lashed a whip of golden light from her hands, caught the hull breach canister, and sealed the hole behind her in a semi-translucent nanomesh. Kuzaf was still shaking violently. He managed to rotate his body to face Lee, all the while keeping his tentacles wrapped tightly around my forearms, and shouted, "Stop blowing holes in my ship!" End of chapter. Chapter 32. Anywhere but here. I'd seen many strange things in these recent days. I even had tea with one of them. Goodness, I would have killed for a cuppa right now. I wasn't tired so much as weary. I only wanted to sit back in my room with Allison and Shadow and Kuzaf and watch some obscenely long extended edition dorky human film. I would have loved to see the hero save the day, get the girl, and fly off into the sunset. I wanted to wear a fuzzy, warm pink sweater, even if the color was a bit masculine for me. I didn't really care if it was all bright and vibrant, because it was comforting. I wasn't going to get what I wanted, though. I was wearing a cold, hard, experimental Kestrel 4 battlesuit with an attitude problem.
I hadn't cleaned my feathers in days, and the strange was just getting started. I was about to open the emergency bulkhead doors to let Allison join us, when both Zevi and Lee's guardians fled. They rippled with bright blue flames. In that moment, Corvid's alarms went off in my ears and on my visor. I saw it through the nanomesh. It was huge. It was burning bright red and had a wingspan of at least 60 meters. I didn't want to believe it, but the creature Cooper described, the creature Voltian and their fossil of, that creature was circling my ship. "Guys, are you seeing this?" I asked. Zevi rumbled out a string of guttural emotive words that I would assume to be his native language. "Coop," Lee shouted into her comms, "it's here. I have eyes on the creature." "We need to get together," Cooper said. "United, we might stand a chance. Spread out. It'll tear us to shreds." "Agreed," Mark said. "My team just finished sweeping the upper decks. Coming to dig you out, Cooper." "Negative," Cooper said. "We need a bigger staging area. And we need to draw the fire away from these civilians." "The loading bay," Mark suggested. "Can your boys secure it?" Cooper asked. "Consider it done," Mark said. "Lee," Cooper said, "you and Zevi get down to the loading bay. I'll handle this myself." Kuzef came back there with Addison. A thunderous explosion shook the ship. I guess Cooper was handling things. "Don't come down until the fighting is over."
"Do I look like I want to be fried calamari to you?"
Kuzaf angrily punched in the override code to open the door.
"'Cause I don't. Call me when you and your crazy humans finish fighting the other crazy humans who set themselves on fire."
Allison tried to walk through, but Kuzaf resealed the emergency door. Can't say I blamed him. For some reason, something itching in the back of my mind, I was glad that Allison was not going with us. "Let's move," Zevi said. "Guy, if you take point, we'll back you up." "Got it." I reloaded the flechette caster, wrapped my wings around my body, and advanced in front of Zevi and Lee.
"So this is the magic creature who saved my life?"
Lee asked. "I don't know what happened," Zevi said. "We were trying to revive you. It was not working. Then she pointed. Gaia, what were you pointing at?"
"I don't know," I admitted. "It was like this spark and ember beside your heart, and it was fading. Your guardian was trying to keep it alive."
"I see," Zevi said, introspectively. "So the energy was going to the wrong place. Still, it did not work until you touched Lee."
"It doesn't make sense."
Corvid marked 3 phage raiders in the next corridor. They were trying to cut through one of the cavern doors. I signaled Lee and Zevi.
"Contact."
Zevi cast his very effective flash bombs, and I shot 2, but missed the 3rd. I was swinging my gun back around for another pass when what I could only describe as a yellow lightning bolt blasted through the surviving phage's head.
"What doesn't make sense?"
Lee asked. The glow of the energy was still fading from her hands.
"I don't have any special powers. All I got was electrocuted when I touched you."
"You started glowing," Zevi said. "All the energy was sucked out of Lee, through your body, and back into hers."
"When I woke up," Lee explained, "you were convulsing on the ground, glowing like a guardian angel does. The alien doctor was trying to hold you down."
I debated whether to share the secret of how my brain had mutated. Don knew, but I doubt he told anyone, not even Mark. Cooper seemed unlikely to take it well, but Zevi was a curious sort. It turned out to be a moot point. I could hear gunfire and explosions as we rounded the corner to enter the landing bay. I could see that Mark and the sheepdogs were in a ferocious battle. Don and Sevi were standing back to back, shooting their rifles into a swarm of phage, scores of them advancing from all sides. Both of their battle armor suits were heavily damaged. Mark and Breaker were fighting 2 draconoids. Breaker was holding a large shield, trying to stay clear of the flames, and tossing explosive charges, which did not seem to be more than a distraction to the beasts. Mark was burning bright blue. The flames covered his entire body. He was moving faster than I'd ever seen, dodging back and forth, striking one draconoid down and then turning to the other. Neither one stayed down long. "I got Mark," Lee said. Her wings snapped open and whipped her body forwards. So quickly she appeared little more than a golden streak, cutting through the hall and down into the bay. Lee's knee impacted one of the draconoid's chins as it was attempting to stand. It flew, tumbling like a rag doll, all the way across the hangar and struck the side wall. Zevi and I rushed forwards, but not quite so fast, to help Don and Sevi, who were nearly overwhelmed. Activating tac boost, launching countermeasures, I shot into the air, stowed my flechette caster, and drew my sword.
As the blade extended, I saw Zevi clap his hands together and then point at my sword, which immediately caught fire. The stun charges launched from the edges of Kestrel's wings, and as they flew, they were joined by a barrage of Zevi's own light bombs. My wings extended, and I leveled out. The thrusters catapulted me forward. The bombs and stun charges exploded in front of me, and I crashed into the Phage ranks. The edges of my wings decapitated the raiders on either side of me, unlucky enough to still be vertical after the explosions. I kicked forward, swinging my legs into the last raiders between myself and the sheepdogs. My talons pierced their armor, and I felt their ribcages crush as I slammed them into the floor. Zevi shouted, and then twin walls of blue flame shot past me on either side, protecting our flanks. I dispatched the Phage who weren't already dead with my flaming sword. Gotta hand it to Zevi, the man had style. Stack up on me, I shouted and rotated my wings over my shoulder and down, providing full frontal coverage. Don and Zevi joined me on either side. Zevi cast a wall of pale white light into us, which stuck to the metal surface of my wings and made them glow. The Phage Rangers, who had survived my assault by being on the other side of the room, opened fire. I could hear the rounds striking my shields, but felt no heat or explosions. Zevi and Don leaned out on either side, quickly dispatching the raiders now that they had stable cover to work from. To my left, I saw Mark and Lee hammering down on a draconid. Lee formed a golden whip of light, lashing it out at the beast's legs, and yanked it viciously. The creature wailed and flailed, trying to right itself in the air with its wings. Its grimacing reptilian face had no trace of humanity left in it, and its skin was covered in a heavy, blackened crust. The draconid struck the deck heavily, but quickly rolled away, avoiding what surely would have been a killing blow from Mark. Lee cast another lash onto the beast's arm and wrestled against it, pulling and twisting until it fell again. Zevi leapt into the air and shot down a beam of solid white light from his chest. It struck the draconid, and the fires in the skin began to falter. Mark leapt into the air and drew his fist back. It was wreathed in a brilliant sapphire flames, and a pure white spike sprouted out from between his fingers. He plummeted towards the stunned creature and thrust his fist through its chest. The draconid screeched and exploded into a cloud of black ash and coal. The second draconid rushed at Mark from behind. He didn't see it coming. The cloud of ash was too thick. It leapt forward, claws bared, churning an inferno from its maw. A deafening bang shook the hangar. The draconid was struck mid-air by a projectile which vaporized half of its body. Lee shot out of the smoke and dispatched the remaining half. Let's clean this up. Cooper dropped his railgun and leapt into the air. As he flew over my head, he formed a giant staff of azure light. He landed in front of me and drove the staff into the ground. A blast wave exploded from the ground, sending a wall of fire into the dozens of Phage who arrayed against Don, Zevi, and me. The fire struck them in the knees and quickly spread up their legs and engulfed their bodies. The flames ignited their weapons and breaching charges, which exploded and added to the inferno. All around me, smoke swirled, flames were dying out, ash covered the floor. Don was kneeling, rubbing soot off the scope of his rifle, but I could see his fingers shaking slightly. Raegar and Lee exchanged a high five to commemorate their victory. Mark walked over, nodded in my direction, and began exchanging information with Cooper. We had done it. My heart was overjoyed. We had survived.
Please,
a frail voice echoed across the hangar.
Help me.
A female human stumbled out from behind one of the large cargo containers. She was dressed in torn, stained rags, and she staggered towards us. Zevi leapt to her feet, gun in her right hand, medical bag in her left, and ran towards the voice. Zevi! Raegar howled and ran forward, gun raised, barrel spouting fire. No! No! He was far too far away. Everyone was. The woman's body burst into flames. Red wings of energy erupted from her back. The corrupted guardian swatted Raegar's bullets out of the air like flies. An enormous great sword unfolded in the woman's hands. Zevi tried to dive sideways as the blade ignited. The great serpentine tail lunged forward. It caught Zevi by the foot and wrenched her body down onto the ground. Her body armor sparkled and rippled as it tried to absorb the kinetic energy of the impact. Cooper fired a wave of flames at the draconid. Zevi and me both cast shields and sent them spiraling across the deck to protect Zevi. The draconid battered Cooper's flames away with great wings.
and then brought its blazing blood-red sword down on Sivi's back. The blade sliced through Sivi's armor, through her body, and down into the floor. As her blood poured out, as her fingers reached out one final time, and then fell still. As my comrades screamed and rushed into the battle once again, as I too advanced against my better judgment, against my fears, I realized I would rather be anywhere else, anywhere but here. End of chapter. Chapter 33. There are many sounds in this universe which provoke emotion, sounds which emote so strongly they affect those around them. I've heard the rallying cries of battle and the tears of grief. I've heard the joys of laughter shared amongst friends, and I've heard the quiet sound of a smile. Today, I heard a sound unlike any other. I heard the sound of the humans who had lost one of their loved dearly. The sound of comrades who watched as one of their own was taken too soon. The same race who wrote, "Why so much grief for me? No man will hurl me down to death against my fate." And fate, no one alive has ever escaped it, neither brave man nor coward. I tell you, it's born with us the day that we are born. These same beings rage against their fate, and they rage against the fall of fate on another. Every day, from their first till their last, they rage against the dying of the light. They live clawing for one more day, one more precious, beautiful moment under the light of the stars, not only for themselves, but also for those they love. They may not know why they grieve, but I do. I could hear it in their voices as they cried out. It's not simply the pain of the moment of loss. They grieve because they know, from this moment onward, there is a part of them that'll always be alone. The part of themselves which they gave to one they loved and lost. There is nothing that can be done. In fact, yet so too is this. Nothing will stop them from trying. "Hit me!" Raegar howled and rearranged his armor into a gargantuan shield and charged forward. Mark summoned a ball of flame, letting it grow larger and larger, then finally tossed it forward. Raegar caught the fire on his shield and spread across the surface like liquid. He put the shield in front of his body and barreled towards the Draconid. "Corvid!" I shouted. "Tactical options? We do not have any lethal ordnance left on board." "Can you make it hurt?" Raegar was almost to the Drak. Lee was running just behind him. "Affirmative, targeting for maximum impact." Lee cast 2 tendrils of her energy rope onto the edges of Breaker's shield. I saw Zevi cast something in Breaker's back, and his entire body glowed. Corvid launched a salvo of small missiles from the Kestrel system. They streaked past Raegar and exploded in front of Nora Karine and her corrupted guardian. The missiles released a viscous spray of liquid nitrogen, dousing many of the Guardian's protective flames. Breaker crashed into the woman like a freight train. Nora Karine was knocked off balance by the impact. She stumbled backwards. Lee catapulted herself forward over Breaker's head and into Karine's chest. The golden warrior and the red dragon tangled in the air. Its tail lashed and cracked. Flames spewed forth from its mouth as they tumbled to the ground. Mark's blazing fist cut through the air and pounded into Karine's side. I was still several meters away, unable to move as fast as these humans and their spectral companions. But I heard her ribs shatter. Lee's wings lifted her away as Karine spiraled through the air, reeling from Mark's punch. Before Karine could land and regain her footing, Cooper's great blue staff collided with her head, knocking her to the ground. Karine hit the deck and lay motionless. Her guardian's fires slowly faded. I saw it coming. I screamed a warning. Cooper raised his staff above his head to deliver the killing blow. The energy field blocking the loading bay entry rippled as the winged seraph flew through, roaring, spewing a white-hot inferno from its mouth. I fired my flechette caster until it was empty. It did nothing. Zevi and Lee were quicker than I. Their shields fell on Cooper, bolstering his own protective aura with energy from their own guardians. The winged seraph swung its talons forwards, swinging its weight like a lethal pendulum. They collided with Cooper, but did not penetrate. The impact launched the warlock off of his feet,
and he tumbled through the air like a leaf on the wind until he hit the ceiling. The light surrounding his body faded, and he fell to the deck, striking the floor with a dull thud. I was almost there. I was almost in striking distance. Low power warning, flight systems fading. I was falling. The winged seraph coiled its wing to swat me out of the air. "My friend!" Zebi shouted. I saw a blast of white light explode from his chest and race towards me. The beam hit me like 1,000,000 volts running through my veins. "Lee!" To my left, Lee opened up himself and channeled energy into me. My whole body was vibrating. The glow was blinding. The enemy struck me. Its wing rebounded. The explosion blew me and my enemy backwards. The winged seraph stumbled, staggered, and fell against the outer wall of the hangar. The flames coating its wings flickered and sparked. I hit the deck and bounced, spinning wildly. The clerics and warlock engaged the winged seraph. Breaker and Don ran to my side and hauled me to my feet. "Get up!" Breaker shouted. A ball of fire the size of a shuttlecraft was careening towards us. Breaker held up his shield in front of us, and I threw my wings up on either side, shielding the two sheepdogs. "Are you good?" I asked. "I'm good." Breaker was knocked off his feet. The force of the blow ripped him off the deck, but his electromagnetic boots remained secured to the floor. There was blood everywhere, floating lazily through the low-G atmosphere of the loading bay. The winged seraph leapt, talons extended, to catch the sheepdog's body in mid-air. I remember how Krupa said one of his men had been torn in half. Lee's lash caught Breaker and pulled him out of reach. The winged seraph's talons snapped closed, missing their target. Don reloaded his rifle with a magazine that was painted blue. He unloaded, firing rapidly, screaming viciously. The winged seraph stumbled as round after round impacted its knees and exploded in blasts of blue ice. I saw Mark advancing from behind, Cooper on the right, Lee on the left. We could do this. I charged forward, completing the box with Don. The winged seraph howled and spewed fire in all directions. We could do this. The enemy stumbled to a knee, drew its wings back, and then dashed them together with the force of a hurricane. A wave of white fire exploded from the enemy, rippling in all directions. I saw it strike Lee. She had reflexes to shield herself, but was still blown backwards into the wall on the far side of the hangar. I didn't even get my wings halfway closed before the blast wave hit. I felt my left vestigial bone break. I was tumbling, unable to find myself, and I was in horrible pain. I saw Cooper's body, just as it flew out of the energy field at the bay door into the void of space. I hit the ceiling. Something cut into my back. As I fell, Corvid injected me with a blast of emergency stimulants and painkillers. I hit the deck face first. The pain was excruciating. Something had been rammed through my body, through my stomach and out my back. The kestrel whirled and churned. It removed pieces of metal that I had been impaled on and sealed the wound. The biofoam burned horribly as it cauterized the wound. "Low power warning! Get up, Featherbrain! Move!" I hauled myself to my hands and knees. The winged seraph's blast had knocked out all of the lights in the hangar bay. In the distance, dozens of flashes exploded in blue and white and yellow. I saw Mark and Lee dancing through the air, masterfully dodging and returning fire against the winged seraph. Don was kneeling beside Breaker's unconscious body, still firing his rifle. I saw Nora Karine stirring on the ground. She was getting up. She was closer to Breaker and Don than I was. "Don, look out!" I screamed. I was running now. "Don!" Communication systems non-functional. Karine's fires were returning. Her guardian's wings and tail reignited. Her black eyes scanned the battlefield. They found my friends. They found me. Karine's mouth turned up, a sickening, twisted approximation of a human smile. She looked wicked in the glow of the amber emergency lights. She knew I was too far away. Her tail coiled back to strike. The sword in her hands ignited. I knew I wouldn't make it. Corvid had calculated the sword's trajectory. It was not possible for me to stop it. I fired my last stun charges anyway, hoping to buy time. A piercing wail exploded from the ceiling. I looked up to see what new horrors were to come, still running in a futile effort to save Don.
Allison was falling towards the dragonid. In the blood-red lighting of the fires and emergency lamps, she looked like she belonged in a classic painting of a goddess of war. Her hands were raised above her head, clutching my seraphim dagger. Shadow's wings were glowing brightly from her back. His eyes burned behind hers. Allison's mouth was open, her face contorted in the savage throes of a desperate battle cry as she dropped towards the demon below. End of chapter. Chapter 34. Echo's Meaning. I watched her fall. I never realized just how long a moment could be. My heart beat faster. I watched the shell casings as they ejected from Don's rifle and spiraled, sparkling through the air. I never realized just how much these people meant to me. My mouth was dry and tasted like metal. I watched Breaker's blood spurt free in his mangled legs and fall slowly, almost beautifully, to the ground. And I never realized just how much more painful helplessness was than sacrifice. My hand gripped my sword tighter. I watched the draconid's blade descend toward Stott's head. I never realized that all the little things my friends had done for me, the teacups and spoons, the stitched blankets and discarded sweaters, these things meant, I love you. I watched as Don's guardian stepped into the gap. I never realized that all the books and the films, the music and the art shared, these things meant, here, take this little piece of me. I watched as the sword decapitated the burning one in a brilliant explosion of white light. I never realized that the tiniest change could make a difference between life and death. I could do nothing as the sword glanced off the back of Don's helmet, knocking him to the ground amidst a shower of sparks. I could do nothing as Allison plummeted towards Nora Karine and a corrupted parasite. I could do nothing as the nightmare pulsed its wings, moving its body clear of Allison's blade. I could do nothing as the monster wrenched the blade from Allison's grasp. I could do nothing as my knife plunged into Allison's chest. I swung my sword at the dragonid. I screamed and sliced a chunk out of the creature's ethereal wings from its body. The dragonid roared and swung its massive sword at my head. My kestrel's wings were barely functioning. The sword took chunks of my right wing off as I blocked the savage blow. I stumbled backwards and raised my sword. The force of the next blow knocked my sword from my weary hands. I watched in horror as my only weapon tumbled away, sliding across the deck and under a pallet. My left wing moved too slowly, attached to a broken vestigial bone. The draconid's third assault cut through my wingtip and slashed across my stomach. I felt the floor, expecting the killing blow to come. My vision faded in and out. Critical warning, armor integrity compromised. Get up, Chief. Corvid's medical systems boosted me again. I saw the monster slice through the walls of reality. I saw the darkness flowing. I saw them trying to get out. I'd seen this before. I stumbled to my feet, half crawling, half running away. I had no weapons. I had no guardian to protect me. The draconid would pull one of the corrupted out of the darkness, and I would become the next monster. Take it! Finish it! Allison was barely standing. Shadow was at her side, his arm wrapped under her shoulders, keeping her vertical. Shadow's light was unstable. Tendrils of liquid energy seeped from his chest. It's the only way. She took a shallow step towards me. I think, even in her anguish, Allison could tell that I was hurting. She could sense that I felt responsible for her misfortune. It was my fault. It was my knife in her chest. I was the one who got her involved into this mess. It's not your fault, Allison smiled. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. It's not your... She stumbled forwards into my arms. It's not your... Allison choked, coughing blood as she tried to speak. She was fading. Her eyes flashed, darting side to side, teary, bloodshot, and full of terror.
I felt her blood dripping down my fingers as I held the knife. Shadow's hand wrapped around hers. Light sparked from the edges of his entire body, pulsing rapidly alongside her heartbeat. He fell to a knee, clutching the wound in his stomach. My arms were glowing, covered in blood of one who burns. "I'm sorry," I gasped, choking back a sob and turning my eyes away from her. "I'm sorry." I ripped the knife free of Alison's chest, her blood rushing out of the open wound. I leapt into the air, broken wings lifting my body just high enough for the last of my kestrel's energy. I kicked my legs, spinning my body 180 degrees. It had to be enough. It had to be worth it. I raised the blade above my head, clutching the bloodied seraphim steel with both hands as I plummeted towards my target. The flames surged around the draconid as it opened the door to the darkness. As I burned, I thought of the sheepdogs. Those brave creatures. They deserved better. The knife sunk deep, rending flesh, glancing off bone and tearing nerve and muscle fibers as it plunged between the vertebra. It was designed for this. The blade of an assassin. I twisted the knife as Nora Corrine collapsed beneath me. More blood on my hands. An explosion of energy tossed me backwards. I tumbled head over foot as the Guardian departed this plane, severed from its human host. I struck the deck and slid. Broken glass tore at my exposed, burnt skin through the holes in my ruined armor. Critical systems error, catastrophic damage detected, emergency power active. I skidded to a stop, crashing into Breaker's fallen body. Can't think about him now. Not now. Critical systems error, catastrophic damage detected. I dragged myself up onto my hands and knees. The mass of my ruined kestrel suit weighed down on me. I kept my eyes closed. I didn't dare look, but I could hear the battle raging on the other side of the hangar. Covered, initiate emergency survival protocol. Flightless. Initiating ESP, administering the last of the meds. Good luck, Chief. The kestrel wings snapped together, sparking as their molecular chain-link structure altered. They melted and fell onto my body, coating my torso in a layered scale plate to protect my vital organs. I heaved and gasped as the drugs hit my system, and my eyes snapped open. I could tell it wouldn't be enough. The winged seraph had seen what I'd done. There was no way I could win. Not against him. Get up! Move! Some things must happen, Shadow said. His voice wavered. He was finally weakening. I watched his blood, Alison's blood, drip from my fingers. So a god really can bleed, I thought as I stood and backed away. His eyes sparked blue fire, white coals. Pure terror filled me. Shadow was rallying. He tried to stand, wings fluttering, unable to lift his weight from the ground. He fell back to a knee. His hand landed heavily on Alison's chest. Her chest. He was still gushing blood. How much blood can she have in there? It's the only way, I mumbled. All I could think about was the blood on my hands. It was getting cold. Emergency lights were flickering out. Soon, the only illumination left would be that haunting glow of the monster before me, the creature whose very essence burned like a pure oxygen. Not the only way! Shadow's wings heaved with colossal effort. His body launched several meters into the air, hovering for a moment. As he spun to face me, for the first time, as his blood dripped from my fingers, he landed in front of me. I could feel just an inkling of the immense mass he possessed. The entire ship shook beneath his weight. My heart hammered away. Terror filled my bones. I willed myself to stand firm. I knew what had to happen. Shadow spread his wings. The light was blinding. It was so cold. But everything in me began to burn. Soon I could see nothing but his eyes, blazing blue fire amidst the sea of white. This was the end. Do it, Shadow. Finish it. End of chapter. Shadow. After the beginning, after the end,
I wanted it to be over. I wanted to pass on into nothing. My home, my bones, my world was gone. With my brethren, I drifted through the empty void of the galaxy. We passed many worlds and saw that life remained after our sacrifice. It was some comfort. Still, that creeping darkness pulled at our souls. Time was not something which had touched us before. Now its pull was suffocating. No more was that immortal river flowing peacefully by. As the lights in our spirits began to fade, and the other side pulled us down, we saw a young world. It was green, and life was plentiful upon its surface. Curious, my people descended to the surface. I saw a world full of brutal danger and savage beauty. But beyond that, I saw something I believed was absent in this cold. A new universe, one so different from the last. I saw the echoes of a spark, the echoes of our home, before it was swallowed by the merciless force that is entropy. I saw a passion, a burning fervor for life, for forging order out of chaos. As the children of Earth huddled around weak fires, struggling against the brutal planet, fighting for the scraps that would make them mighty, I watched. I could see beyond this moment, where these children would one day stand tall, titans, glorious. They would be fantastic, and perhaps one day they would ascend to heights beyond the pinnacle of my own people. I watched as a small boy, smaller than all the rest of his kin, cowered, shivering in the cold. I spread my wings and knelt beside him. He could not see me. I wished I could do something. Suddenly, a pull of the dark ceased. I was no longer being dragged away, no longer weary of life. I felt instead a tender love, a desire to protect, a reason to exist, tied to this human child. One by one, my people discovered the same, and we tethered ourselves to the souls of the children of men. With them, we changed. They grew, and so did we. The years wore on, and my beloved child, the runt, grew into a strong man. He had children of his own, and eventually, he greeted death. I fell into the dark, having no tether to the mortal world. But now I had a reason, I had a purpose, and I clawed my way back into the light. And so the cycle went. Time for the timeless passed smoothly. The years did not hurt us, but the deaths did. With every charge, a little piece of myself was taken away. But at the same time, a little piece of them lived in me. It was a cold night when I last returned, having defeated the darkness once more to continue my mission. A young woman, too young perhaps, had just given birth. The child was born young, too young perhaps. She breathed but cried very little. Weary already from the effort of existing, I stood watch over her bassinet. I shielded her tender eyes from the harsh lighting of the hospital. It flickered and hummed, and it should have been replaced many, many years ago, along with everything else in the building. The girl's family had little, but what they did have, they gave. They stood outside the window of the care unit, watching the newborn child sleep. I watched, curious, as they stacked their pennies and dimes and their crumpled paper bills until they had enough. The youngest amongst these humans was sent off to shop to buy a perfect gift. He returned with a small, stuffed toy bear. The hospital staff sterilized it with brutal lights and placed the toy in the child's cradle. She won't be alone anymore, they said, not knowing I was here. The baby grew into a child. She was not very much like the other little girls. She wore pink because she was supposed to. She loved science and maths. The language of the bones of the universe spoke to her. She tried to smile and nod and talk at the right time, but she almost always got it wrong. Many of the other children thought she was mean, stupid, and slow. This was, of course, not true. The little girl never finished her lunches at the school because she saw things that other children did not see. She saw the patterns in everything around her, and one thing she always saw was need. There was always someone else who was worse off than she. The little boy who sat in front of her in math class thought his mother had saved pennies and left him a candy bar on his birthday. The girl with the smelly clothes thought her father had given her an orange because she was not feeling well. The boy who was always mean had a good day because he was not hungry, because today his tiny sandwich was twice as thick. I could see her. I could see beyond her. I could see the echoes, the ripples of her life as they changed the world around her. Some nights she was sad. Some nights she was afraid. I wished I could tell her that her life had meaning. I wished that I could show her all the things that she had done, the people she had touched. I wished that she could have seen the look of peace on the damaged boy's face as he slept, arms wrapped around the stuffed bear she gave him. I wanted her to know all the impacts of all her hidden acts of kindness. The blanket she stitched told a weary soul someone cared for them. The man who was never beautiful, but felt desired when she smiled at him in the hallway of a starship, far, far from home. The lonely Kokoran she openly accepted as valuable, even though he could hardly speak. Now he had friends. I wanted to tell her that she was no less spectacular, no less brilliant than all the heroes in her films. I wanted Alison Miller to know that a sacrifice meant something. I wanted her to smile one last time. But I was leaving. I was changing. I was becoming something else, something more. In that moment, the moment shadow merged with me, I saw that forever was no different than an instant. I saw the turn of the universe, the tide of history, and the echoes of the future yet to come. As my broken body accepted its new companion, and every cell in my flesh exploded with energy, I saw that a human life is a blink in the great eye of the universe. Yet it burns so brightly. As my body mended, and Shadow's wings sprouted from my back, blazing brilliantly, I saw Alison Miller smile. As I knelt beside her and brushed her hair from her face, I felt the warmth of her skin for the first time. It was the end for her, and a new beginning for me. As the devil charged towards me, I saw the last spark of her life fade, returning to the mysterious void from whence it came. As my enemy roared, spitting forth an inferno to swallow me, I saw what he had taken. As my enemy raged, I saw that all he could muster, all the fury, all the fire, all the foul powers of the corrupted, none of it would be enough. I saw something new, and I was not alone. End of chapter. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the last episode of The Burning Ones, Chapter 36, The Endling's Child. The winged Ceres fires rushed towards me. They were nothing to me now. Shadow's wings fanned open, and the ethereal form caught hold of the inferno and suffocated it. The monster leapt into the air, taloned feet outstretched, and crashed into me. The armor around my chest deflected the blow, but the impact knocked me off balance. I stumbled, and the corrupted creature's wingtip crawled through the right side of my face. The winged seraph roared triumphantly, gleefully, exhilarated by the sight of my blood. Shadow recoiled with me. He had not felt physical pain in untold eons. There was very little left of the seraphim soldier, whose form this corrupted creature had inhabited. I could see the feathers on its head were charred and blackened. Across its body, most of the plumage appeared more scalene, even more reptilian than avian. The beast wound its clawed wings back and attempted to bash me from both sides. I was smaller and faster, and as I leapt, Shadow effortlessly lifted me into the air.
I flipped backwards, lashing out with my own talons as I evaded the enemy's blow. I felt the familiar sensation of warm blood gushing onto my skin as my talons tore into the creature's flesh. The corrupted bellowed and spewed fire. Shadow wrapped his wings around us. The flames never fell. A human in black and white battle armor stood in the gap between us and the monster. Zevi's shield flickering amidst the furious onslaught, but the fires did not cut through. Lashes of blazing fire caught hold on the winged seraph's legs from behind as Mark and Lee joined in on the assault, pulling with all of their might. It was not enough. I sprinted forward, past Zevi and through his shield. As I passed through the barrier, I felt the energy flow into me. I leapt and kicked at my enemy's knee. My strike was not as precise as I had hoped, but my talons struck flesh and tore through nonetheless. The winged seraph stumbled and wailed in agony. It was enough. Mark and Ghost heaved against their lash, and the enemy's mangled legs slid backwards. The winged seraph stood breathing fire. It beat its great wings and tried to take off. Zevi dropped his shield and cast his own lash around the winged seraph's neck. The cleric heaved against the beast, endeavoring to keep it from escaping. Acting on impulse, I rushed in and grabbed a hold of Zevi's lash. Fire sprouted from my hands, but it did not burn me. It raced up the rope of energy and seared into the enemy's neck. The beast screeched. I thought my ears would burst. My whole skeleton was vibrating. It was like the moments before my seizures. Only this time, I was not getting weaker. I was burning, stronger and stronger. I clenched my jaw against the pain and pulled harder. Zevi shouted something to the rest of his team. The monster thrashed and tried to pull free. I punched my talons into the deck, anchoring myself to the floor, and heaved harder. A beam of light shot out of Lee's chest and into mine. The tips of my feathers sparked, rippling as the power surged through me. I saw Mark open up his energy and felt the power rush into me. Embers and sparks were thrown into the air all around me as surges flowed through my body. This time, I did not feel like I was going to faint from the pain. Everything was different now, and my bones hummed gleefully as I was filled to the point of overflowing. The corrupted wailed and fought against the burning lashes. It opened its maw and tried to melt through. It clawed at the tether with both of its arms and its wings, but could not find purchase. It roared and turned its fires on me and Zevi once more, desperate to stay our assault. Shadow's wings expanded and formed a brilliant dome of white light around us, and the flames flowed past us like water upon a great rock. The winged seraph stopped pulling against me. I could see it in its eyes. It was a wounded animal, terrified and vengeful, and it was going to charge. A massive blast of high explosives detonated against the monster's chest. I pulled harder. The beast staggered and fell to the knee. It wrapped its wings around itself, attempting to protect its body as another blast struck it. I saw Breaker lying on the ground behind us, loading charges into some sort of ballistic launcher. His armor had sealed around the wounds on his legs, and despite his horrific injury, he returned to the battle. The monster wrapped its arm and one wing around the rope of energy I was holding and yanked it viciously. I paid for my distraction, and I was dragged forward. Shadow's wings beat furiously, narrowly keeping me from being thrown to the floor. I pulled against the creature, and the muscles in my back screamed. My bones were vibrating with power still. I was losing. The flaming cord was slowly slipping from my hands. A human rope grasped the rope in front of mine. The battle armor was torn and the flesh beneath it ruined and the bones exposed. Cooper was beside me, pulling, growling, screaming loud enough for the void to hear. Together, we regained the ground I had lost. The tendrils of energy we held was blazing bright blue now as our combined force flowed through it. The winged seraph thrashed against us, black, acrid smoke rising steadily from neck. I heard a familiar voice. It was warm and comforting, confident and calm. "Are you ready, Seraph?" "Finish it."
The full force of Shadow's might surged from within me, and my feathers burst into blue flame. I could hear the screams of the humans around me. They were pouring every ounce of their strength into me. The lash became a light of blinding, pure, white fire. I pulled with everything I was, and more. The winged seraph shrieked and clawed at its throat. Its wings flailed wildly. But the creature could not touch our weapon without being burnt. A flash of metal threw by my head, tumbling steadily through the air. The assassin's blade sunk into the winged seraph's breast. It pierced the charred carapace. It rent flesh from sinew. The steel buried itself in the creature's heart. I felt another surge of power and channeled it all into that lash. Our weapon sliced through the monster's throat, through its spine, through its nerves, through the entity residing within this worldly body. The corrupted exploded in a deafening, blinding blast and shattered the flesh it had inhabited. The ash rained down, and I staggered backwards. My body had finally stopped vibrating, but I had nothing left. I couldn't stand. Don caught me from behind and gently held me upright. I took the caring sheepdog's hand in mine and squeezed it gently. Despite the armor we were wearing, I could feel his chest move as he breathed out a sigh of relief. It was done. Shadow's limp wings flickered and faded until they were gone. I felt the power that had resonated in my bones receding, and as it left, I felt strangely alone. I think I shall sleep for a while. Shadow's voice was weary. It has been so long. I could feel him retreating, growing smaller and smaller within our body. But Seraph, tonight I shall dream a beautiful dream. I watched Zevi and Mark lift Breaker from the ground and carry him away. I watched as Lee tended to Cooper's wounds, and I saw my comrades an endless determination to shape the universe into a better place to live. It did not matter that these efforts often left them injured and broken, worse for the wear. As I helped Don place Sevie and Allison's bodies into transport bags so they could be taken back to Earth, I did not see death. I saw the echoes of the lives that had left a mark on this world, and those still in it. All around me, I did not see destruction. I saw survivors with the sparks of magic burning within their breasts, as I understood what the Burning Ones had seen so many thousands of years ago. I understood why they had selflessly slaved themselves to the human race. I understood because I had a new purpose. The days behind me are a beautiful echo. Those before me, a beautiful dream. I know why I am here. I am Seraph, the Endling's child, and the shadow of the past. There is a beautiful magic and untold wonders hidden within the souls of this universe, and I shall stand for them. End of book.
I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Cold War Boomerwaffen, Sevaren Serberous, Bushmaster 177, Henry the Red, Casper Arnholtz, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Elijah Silvercross, Dragzoon W.R.E, and Sevaren Serberous. Thank you very much.